blueprint of a green.
सज्जनों, आप सभी की सम्मान भरी तालियों के बीच स्वागत करते हैं हमारे मुख्य अतिथि का, आदरणीय श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी का, हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय नवीन एवं नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा तथा उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य एवं सार्वजनिक वितरण मंत्री. And we extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guest of honor, Dr. Muawiyat Mohammed, the Honorable Minister of State, Environment and Tourism, Government of Maldives. Also joining us online हमारे साथ डॉक्टर मोहन यादव जी, मध्य प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री जी. मंच पर साथ में श्री संजीव पुरी जी, इमीडिएट पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट CII and the chairman ITC. Dr. Praveer Sinha, the chairman CII Committee on Power and Managing Director and CEO of Tata Power, and Mr. Girish Tanti, the chairman CII Renewable Energy and Renewable Energy Manufacturing Committee Vice Chairman. और इस सभागार में उपस्थित आप सभी का भी देवी सज्जनों हार्दिक स्वागत है इस विशेष सत्र में, हमारे ओपनिंग प्लेनरी सेशन में, जिसका विषय, जिसकी थीम है मिशन 2047 ऊर्जा पथ विकसित भारत की ओर. और जैसे कि आप सभी जानते हैं, विकसित भारत की ओर अपने एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन और डीकार्बनाइजेशन के पाथवे पर आगे बढ़ते हुए भारत सरकार ने 2047 के लिए 1800 गीगावाट ऑफ रेन्यूएबल एनर्जी कैपेसिटी का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है. और ये सिर्फ भारत के सतत विकास के लिए ही नहीं आवश्यक है, बल्कि साथ साथ जलवायु परिवर्तन से निपटने के लिए भारत के वैश्विक प्रोग्रेस, ग्लोबल प्रोग्रेस के लिए भी आवश्यक है. But then these are not just numbers. It definitely calls for building a more integrated and robust energy ecosystem, an ecosystem which is self-reliant, which is sustainable, which is scalable, which is investor-friendly, and at the same time just which promises a more reliable and affordable source of energy for its people, while creating jobs and empowering our workforce. तो इस पहले सत्र में हमारे साथ हमारा नेतृत्व करने के लिए, हमारा मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए हमारे साथ भारत सरकार के, केंद्र सरकार से और राज्य सरकार के नीति निर्माता हैं, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स हैं, एडवाइज़र्स हैं, थिंक टैंक्स हैं, और साथ साथ हमारे ग्लोबल पार्टनर्स हैं जिनके साथ भारत अपने स्ट्रेटेजिक और इकोनॉमिक रिलेशंस एंजॉय करता है. एंड दे आर गोइंग टू बी गाइडिंग अस ऑन दिस क्लियर पाथवेज एंड क्रिटिकल enablers which are going to be leading us in shaping a more climate sensitive, clean, green and energy secure future for Viksit Bharat. So we'll open the dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, with the remarks of an industry stalwart, industry leader who has been advocating for responsible growth, keeping sustainability at the core of our operations and aligning our operations with the larger Viksit Bharat mission of the government. So I invite Mr. Sanjeev Puri, the immediate past president of CII and the chairman of ITC, to please open the dialogue with his opening remarks.
Good morning. Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable Minister for New and Renewable Energy and Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. Dr. Muawiyat Mohammed, His Excellency Minister of State, Environment and Tourism, Government of Maldives. my colleagues from the industry on the dais, dignitaries, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to welcome all of you to the 6th edition of the International Energy Conference and Exhibition. It's indeed a very special privilege for me to welcome our Honorable Minister. His visionary leadership in shaping policies that balance growth and sustainability have been pivotal in shaping India's policy interventions in this sector. It's also a privilege to welcome His Excellency, Minister of State and Environment, Government of Maldives. Your presence here today is more than symbolic. It is a reaffirmation of the urgency we all share and the collective responsibility we hold in achieving net zero. We meet at a time when the world faces multidimensional challenges, which I call turns: turbulence, uncertainty, rapid change, which of course requires a new way of thinking and novel strategies. Because we are seeing the manifestation of geopolitics, climate change, transformative change in technology that is creating its own set of challenges across the world. And in this context, I think India's position and India's focus on energy security, Atmanirbharta, and sustainability are no longer options. They are very clearly imperatives, and it is indeed encouraging that India is making very rapid progress in this sphere. Even with enormous amount of challenges across the world, it is indeed remarkable that India continues to be a beacon of hope and growth. The GDP growth of 7.8% in the first quarter is indeed remarkable, given all these challenges that we face. And as we move ahead, forge ahead to becoming the world's third largest economy, we are very clearly progressing on a very solid foundation, a foundation built by purposeful reforms, a foundation built by strong investments in digital and public infrastructure, strong investments in rural, and a very strong macro stability. Now, all these augur well, and even more what is remarkable is the government's continued commitment towards reform and focus on multifaceted reforms is going to really propel India to the next phase of growth. And we've seen the speed of action in the form of a very transformative reform of GST 2.0, which actually gets into effect today. It's a day where I think everything is going to become, virtually 99% of things are going to become cheaper for everybody. It's a day when a lot of simplification in the whole processes will come forth, which is going to be beneficial for industry, for MSMEs, for everybody. So it's truly a transformative reform and really augurs well for India's march towards Viksit Bharat. Now, what is very interesting is that while India is making rapid strides on growth, I think it is also very interesting to note that India has taken a low carbon growth trajectory. It is our dependence on import of energy has also progressively been moderating. And this is a result of the multidimensional, very strong policy interventions which are transforming the energy mix in India. We have several new and renewable energy sectors, be it solar, wind, hydrogen, biofuels, and now nuclear also is coming into the mix. And the progress that India has made is indeed commendable, because we are the only country that's on path to achieving our NDCs, which were part of the Paris Agreement, and very much on path to deliver the 500 gigawatt of non-renewable fuel capacity. Indian industry, NCI recognize that while we are proud of our achievements, we know there's a lot more that needs to be done, and the industry is very much committed to pursuing and accelerating India's path towards net zero. And in CII, we've been focused on promoting manufacturing, attracting investments, and driving clean energy adoption through multidimensional initiatives. And in this context, the theme, driving India's energy transition, solutions for a net zero world, is both timely and urgent. And as we debate and deliberate on these missions over the days ahead, I think there are a few points I thought would be very relevant to consider. One is that very clearly, there are today many solutions that are available today. However, there is definitely an opportunity to accelerate adoption. So how do we accelerate adoption? How do we get more private capital coming behind it to accelerate adoption? Second, at the same time, there are pathways that require investments in R&D, pathways that require innovation to be developed. So that's an area, I think, where R&D needs to be strengthened. There are several policy initiatives that have been taken in India. We have to leverage together, work together in a spirit of public-private partnership, and develop solutions that are accessible, solutions that are economically viable, because that's key to attracting private capital. And in this context, I may add that partnerships is not merely within the country. I think India has had several trusted partnerships across the world. And I think it's an opportunity for India to move ahead and forge much stronger partnerships, because this is a problem of sustainability, and energy transition is an issue that the world collectively needs to solve. The third area I would like to talk about here is the area of the supply chains. Now, to enable these supply chains, to enable the energy transition, I think we also need resilient supply chains. We need supply chains that can provide the hardware to be able to transform. And creating these resilient supply chains is another area that we need to deliberate on. And of course, all this requires enormous amount of capital. So I need not repeat the figures are huge, and making available green finance is a key priority. And last, but I think very important, is that all these transitions need to be just. All these transitions need to be socially responsible. We need to identify where the challenges are going to be, to retrain the workforce, make the sectoral roadmaps, and ensure that we have a just transition, and nobody on account of this transition is left behind. And as I conclude, may I say that this is an area that all of us must work in alignment. The future of energy will not be shaped by just anyone individually. It's a collective responsibility. And in India, let me say that it's not merely about increasing capacity. India is very clearly creating an architecture for its new energy mix to tackle the issue of climate change. And this is our moment to move forward, not as fragmented stakeholders, but as one India with one vision for a sustainable, prosperous, and net zero future. And in the end, may I once again thank the Honorable Minister for his presence. Our Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Shri Mohan Yadav ji, has also joined. May I welcome the Honorable Minister. Thank you, sir, for taking time to be with us. Thank you once again, Honorable Ministers and dignitaries, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for guiding us on the key enablers which is going to be taking us on this energy transition pathway, and also reflecting on India's growing global leadership. और देवी सजनों, हमारे साथ अब ऑनलाइन जुड़े हैं मध्य प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय डॉक्टर मोहन यादव जी। हम उनका स्वागत करते हैं, जिनके नेतृत्व में मध्य प्रदेश आज नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में अनेक नई पहल करता आया है। तो उनके संदेश को आमंत्रित करते मैं उनसे निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप इस सभागार को संबोधित करें।
नमस्कार। 6वें CII अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस एवं प्रदर्शनी के इस कार्यक्रम में माननीय मंत्री श्रीमान प्रहलाद जोशी जी, केंद्रीय नवीन एवं नवकरणीय ऊर्जा और उपभोक्ता मामले डॉक्टर मुआवियत मोहम्मद साहब, मंत्री पर्यटन पर्यावरण एवं पर्यटन मंत्री मालदीव सरकार, श्रीमान राजीव मेहमान, अध्यक्ष CII श्रीमान संजीव पुरी जी, तत्काल पूर्व अध्यक्ष CII, अध्यक्ष ITC श्रीमान चंद्रजीत बनर्जी, महानिदेशक CII, आज के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सभी माननीय अतिथिगण, केंद्रीय मंत्रालयों के सभी माननीय प्रतिनिधिगण, उद्योग जगत के बिजनेस लीडर्स एवं औद्योगिक एसोसिएशन के प्रतिनिधिगण, मेरे प्रिय साथियों, आप सबका स्वागत, अभिनंदन। आज के इस अवसर पर मैं चाहता था कि आपके बीच में रहूं, मैं वहीं से बात करूं, लेकिन समय की थोड़ी व्यस्तता होने के कारण से मैं वर्चुअल रूप से आपसे बात कर रहा हूं, ये मान के कि मैं आपके बीच में ही हूं। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार से हमारे सभी मंत्रालयों ने अपनी अलग से एक पहचान बनाई है, आज के इस अवसर पर यह जरूर बोलना चाहूंगा कि एनर्जी कॉन्फ्रेंस में खास करके नवकरणीय ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में माननीय प्रहलाद जी के नेतृत्व में भी हम उतनी ही ताकत से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। माननीय मंत्री जी को भी मैं बधाई देना चाहूंगा। मध्य प्रदेश सरकार आपके साथ कदम से कदम मिला करके पूरी ताकत के साथ चल रही है। हमारे लिए गौरव की बात है, भारत के नेट जीरो लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति की ओर हम जो अग्रसर होने का जो आपका इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थीम है, यह न केवल भारत की ऊर्जा क्रांति का लक्ष्य है, स्वच्छ, सतत और आत्मनिर्भर ऊर्जा के भविष्य की प्रति प्रतिबद्धता भी है। मैं अपनी ओर से एक बार फिर आपका सबका स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था न केवल वर्तमान में उभरती हुई है, बल्कि पूरी दुनिया के आशा और भरोसे का केंद्र बन चुकी है। आज मैं जब आपसे बात कर रहा हूं तो भारत आज ऊर्जा, नवकरणीय ऊर्जा, टेक्सटाइल, IT, कृषि, फार्मा, रक्षा, अंतरिक्ष सभी क्षेत्रों में अपनी पहचान बना रहा है। माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत ने ऊर्जा क्षेत्र में भी अभूतपूर्व प्रगति की है। भारत ने 2070 नेट जीरो, 2030 तक 500 गीगावाट नॉट फॉसिल फ्यूल क्षमता का जो लक्ष्य रखा है। हम सब ये आज देख रहे हैं कि आज देश 251.5 गीगावाट का नॉन फॉसिल ऊर्जा क्षमता को पार कर चुका है। सौर मॉड्यूल क्षमता में का ऐतिहासिक माइलस्टोन प्राप्त किया है। ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन, PK कुसुम योजना, PM सूर्य घर मुफ्त बिजली योजना, स्मार्ट ग्रिड जैसी पहलों से भारत ऊर्जा क्षेत्र को में न केवल आत्मनिर्भर बल्कि स्वच्छ और सतत दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। 20 लाख से ज्यादा घरों को कई प्रकार से हमने ऊर्जा से लाभान्वित किया है। PM कुसुम योजना के अंतर्गत 49 लाख सोलर पंप प्लाट हुए हैं। बताने के लिए तो बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश ने भी इस दिशा में काफी आगे कदम बढ़ाए हैं। इस ऊर्जा क्षेत्र में अपनी अनूठी उपस्थिति को लेकर देश के प्रमुख राज्यों में से एक बन चुका है। देश के सबसे बड़े सोलर पार्क रीवा में जो दिल्ली मेट्रो जैसे उपक्रमों को भी ऊर्जा प्रदान कर रहा है। सांची देश का पहला सोलर सिटी बना। ओंकारेश्वर भारत का सबसे बड़ा फ्लोटिंग सोलर बना है। नीमच का पंप हाइड्रो पावर स्टोरेज का प्रोजेक्ट, ये भी हमारे अपने आप में बड़ी छूट है, बड़ी उपलब्धि है। ऐसे में वर्ष 2025 तक 5,000 मेगावाट, जिसे बढ़ाकर 2035 तक हम 33,000 मेगावाट तक ले जाने के लिए लगातार आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। राज्य सरकार की इंडस्ट्रियल प्रमोशन पॉलिसी, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पॉलिसी, पंप हाइड्रो पॉलिसी, ऐसी कई सारी पॉलिसियों से हम इसमें लगातार आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं मान के चलता हूं कि कहने के लिए तो बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन आप मध्य प्रदेश की हर दिशाओं की तरफ निगाह दौड़ाएंगे तो मध्य प्रदेश आज आपके खास करके भारत सरकार के साथ कदम से कदम मिला के चल रहा है। अभी हमने परसों ही जो बिड निकाली है, मैं मान के चलता हूं कि इसके माध्यम से देश में सबसे बिजली सस्ती अगर कहीं बन रही तो मध्य प्रदेश में बन रही। 2 रुपये 70 पैसे का जो भाव निकाला है, वाकई वो अद्भुत है। और ऐसी कई सारी उपलब्धियों के साथ हम समाज क्षेत्रों में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। सोलर हो, विंड हो, पंप हाइड्रो हो, ऐसे कई प्रकार के जो ग्रीन एनर्जी की दृष्टि से हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि उसी प्रकार से कोल ब्लॉक को लेकर के भी हम ठोस कदम उठा रहे हैं। लेकिन आज चूंकि थोड़ी समय की कमी है, मैं मान के चलता हूं कि मध्य प्रदेश ने कई सारे सेक्टर में अपनी बहुत सारी उपलब्धि की है। लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश भारत का दिल नहीं है, निर्माणशाला भी बन गया है। ऐसे में यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के साथ मेक इन इंडिया और विकसित भारत को लेकर जो संकल्प हमने लिया है, मध्य प्रदेश कदम से कदम मिला करके नेट जीरो के लक्ष्य की ओर दृढ़ संकल्पित होकर कदम बढ़ाएगा। इतना ही कहते हुए मैं अपनी ओर से पुनः आप सबका वंदन अभिनंदन उम्मीद करता हूँ अगली कॉन्फ्रेंस आप मध्य प्रदेश में करेंगे, ये आमंत्रण भी दे रहा हूँ। मध्य प्रदेश सरकार आपका पलक पावड़े बिछा करके CII संगठन का भी और सब मेंबरों का स्वागत करता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी। मध्य प्रदेश की ऊर्जा दृष्टि, नवाचार और स्वच्छ ऊर्जा की ओर आपका मार्गदर्शन बेहतर भविष्य का मार्ग प्रशस्त कर रहा है। आपके विचारों के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सत्र को संबोधित करने के लिए धन्यवाद। And now, ladies and gentlemen, inviting Dr. Praveer Sinha, the Chairman CII National Committee on Power and the Managing Director Tata Power, one of India's largest integrated power companies. And Dr. Sinha, with more than 3 decades of extensive experience in the power sector, has been at the forefront of driving India's clean energy shift. We invite his views, requesting him to please address the gathering.
Good morning, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable Union Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Dr. Mohammed, Honorable Minister of State, Environment and Tourism, Government of Maldives. Mr. Sanjeev Puri, immediate past President CII and Chairman IECE. Mr. Girish Tanti, Vice Chairman of Suzlon Group. Distinguished guests in the audience, Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, Chairperson, CA, my industry colleagues, and everyone from the media. Such a pleasure to welcome all of you to this workshop, which today we are celebrating how India has transformed in clean energy. Last 10 years, huge steps have been taken. I remember in 2015, we had just 5 gigawatt of solar capacity. Today we have 120 or more than 120 gigawatt because every month a few more gigawatts gets added. We have today nearly 240 gigawatt of clean energy, which includes solar, wind, biofuels, as also hydro and mini hydro projects. And this is nearly 50% of India's installed capacity out of the 480 gigawatt. And we are talking that by 2030 will become 500 gigawatt of clean energy. Out of the 500 gigawatt, nearly 280 gigawatt will be the solar. And that is the big step that the country has taken. And this is not only large utility scale solar, but also it will involve the solar for rooftop, which is under the PM Surya Ghar, as also solar under the PM Kusum program. And these are big initiatives of the government that has been taken. And this has been possible because of the dynamic leadership that has been shown by the Honorable Minister and the Ministry and their officials who have always supported the addition of capacity so that we become self-sufficient with clean energy, and to that extent, we are able to cater to the needs of power in the whole country. We have also seen that in last 10 years or 15 years, the Indian industry, CII and all its members have worked very closely with the government to make the government's decision and dream of transforming India in the power sector. And I think we would like to take the opportunity to thank the Indian industry for coming up with new solutions, new remedies, which will help us to bring large quantity of power, 24/7 power, and also at an affordable tariff. We heard the Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh mentioning that just few days back there was a bid in Madhya Pradesh where they got tariff of solar and storage at 270, which is a record. And I think every time new bids come, new records are being set, and that shows the entrepreneur mind of the Indian industry. India has been growing at a very, very fast pace in terms of capacity additions. Last year, we had a capacity addition of 34 gigawatt. We typically used to have in the last decade capacity additions of 12 to 15 gigawatt. Out of this, 34 gigawatt, 29 gigawatt was renewable, and 24 gigawatt was solar. And I think we need to appreciate that this has been possible because of the huge initiative that was taken by MNRE, as also by the state governments and by the Indian industry, which was always ready to implement these projects. However, the question that comes is, where to? Are we going to just restrict ourselves to 500 gigawatt by 2030, or what is the dream and what is the opportunity for us in this country? Huge amount of capacity additions are expected between now and 2030 and even beyond that. And we expect that to do that, there has to be a lot of coordination and cooperation between the central government, MNRE, and the state governments. Issues about land, issues about evacuation of power, issues about PPAs, which have not been signed for very long periods of time because the states have not been able to implement the RPO obligations fully, are some of the areas that we need to work. Similarly, there are issues about creating manufacturing infrastructure. Today, a lot of capacity add has happened, especially in the renewable sector. Today, we are virtually self-sufficient in wind energy. Mr. Tanti is there, who's been taking a lead in this area, as also Siemens and other manufacturers. I think on wind, we are doing very good. It's only in the solar manufacturing, especially the upstream manufacturing, we need to add more capacity so that we become self-sufficient. Because in this age, it is very necessary. If we have to add 40, 50 gigawatt every year of solar, then it is very necessary that we have the whole manufacturing cycle of not only the modules, but also the cell, wafer, ingot, and polysilicon, and how the government can support with a round 2 of PLI for the industry to take up some of these difficult manufacturing processes and which require large amount of investment. I also feel that many of the things that the government has been doing, while the government of India comes up with many policies, the actual implementation takes place in these states. I have been suggesting to the Honorable Minister that you should have something like a GST council where all states came on board to together tackle the issue of sales tax. Similarly, a GST council, if it can be created for power sector, because while the government of India comes up with the policies, the implementation, and because electricity is in the concurrent subject, that needs to be taken on board. And that's the great opportunity that we have. I'm sure Honorable Minister will cover some of these aspects in his speech, but I think for Indian power sector, this is a huge change and a transformation. The paradigm shift from just growing at a very, very slow pace to being the leader in the transformation of clean energy, I think, is the way forward. And I do believe that the Indian industry, CII, will work very closely with the government to make this dream possible. I think some of the newer technologies, and I do know that we have industry members who are looking at the nuclear opportunity. That will also happen with some of the changes that is expected in the Act. And with everything put together, the dream of having clean energy or net zero by 2070, I think we can possibly prepone it, and it can happen much before that. So once again, thank you all for being over here, and thank you to the Honorable Minister for your guidance. We look forward to much faster pace of transformation and changes that we can bring about in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for doing a SWOT analysis of the sector and further for your very constructive recommendations towards this greener path and realizing our targets. And ladies and gentlemen, we are really honored to have the Honorable Minister of State for Tourism and Environment, Government of Maldives, joining us. And India and Maldives have forged deep and multifaceted relationships, energy relationships, driven by strategy, economy, and environment. And these relationships rest and they are anchored on India's energy trade routes and also bilateral development projects and our shared goals towards energy efficiency and sustainability. So we seek his views, his perspective, the Vital Island perspective on climate resilience and sustainable energy from Dr. Muawiyat Mohammed, the Honorable Minister of State for Tourism and Environment, Government of Maldives.
Honorable Minister, Mr. Prahlad Joshi, Minister for New and Renewable Energy and Consumer Affairs, and Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It's an honor to be here addressing this important session on global partnerships for energy security in a changing geopolitical landscape. As we all know, the world is witnessing rapid economic growth and rise in populations that have placed unprecedented pressures on our energy systems. At the same time, the global energy scenario is undergoing a profound transformation. Emerging technologies are diversifying energy mix, soaring demand, and growing competition for resources are shaping the way we produce, distribute, and consume energy. In this complex environment, energy security has rightly emerged as a top priority on the global development agenda. Unpredictable geopolitical shifts and supply chain vulnerabilities remind us that no country can ensure its energy future in isolation. We must strengthen international partnerships, share knowledge and technology, and leverage our competitive advantages to build energy systems that are secure, sustainable, and resilient. For us, being a very small island, by the way, I hope most of us here would understand the geographical nature of Maldives, very small and very low-lying islands. Being in the small developing island states, normally referred as SIDS. So we have the challenges that are pronounced by the limited land, heavy dependence on important fossil fuel, and the high cost of energy infrastructure make the transition to clean energy both urgent and complex. One of the most impactful ways the Maldives is enhancing climate resilience is by scaling up renewable energy, particularly solar power. With energy price volatility and rise in fuel costs, solar energy offers sustainable and cost-effective alternative. By reducing reliance on fossil fuels, the Maldives can ease economic pressure, cut down emissions, and build long-term energy security. At present, just now we heard the figures of India, but compared to the figures, this is not significant. But for us as a small country, it depends, as a GDP, it's much more significant in the terms of GDP values. So at present, it's 13.5% of our GDP is based on, we are spending on fossil fuel imports. And annually, over $150 million spent on fuel subsidies. Just to get some solution to this, our President, His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Muiz, at COP28 announced that we will be going towards 33% of our electricity generation from renewable energy sources by 2028, so only 3 years left. At the time, just 2 years back, it was 53 megawatts, but today it has gone over 100 megawatts of installed capacity, renewable energies. And upcoming projects, we are in a very dynamic progress with 150 and another 100 megawatt in pipeline at various stages of implementation. So we are hopeful by 2028 we would reach the target of 33% from our electricity from renewable sources. And towards this achievement, we are getting help from the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and other donors and partners. Of course, we are working very close with our Indian counterparts, and recently I had the opportunity to engage fruitful talks with International Solar Alliance here in Delhi just a few months back. And we have Indian companies investing in all our industrial sectors in Maldives, but recently there have been companies expressing interest in energy, especially in renewable energy. I think there is a long way to go with our Indian counterparts, and it's always easy being the neighbor, and the connectivity is as well connected, Maldives and India. So all logistics makes easier for us to when it gets business with India. So we are looking forward to achieve this ambitious 33% from renewable energy. We are looking for Indian companies. I think most of the apex industries are present here today, and welcome all. And also finally, I appreciate the companies that are already investing in Maldives. And it's particularly in today's uncertain world, you have to have a global ethics and enlightened self-interest must guide our actions. Only by working together, we can tackle the interconnected challenges. Particularly today, I want to focus on energy issues, since it's more than 13.5% of our GDP depends on, we spend on imported fossil fuel. And platforms like this provide immense opportunity to mobilize partnerships, align strategies, and drive innovation, turning collective ambition into lasting, meaningful change. And once again, I'd like to thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for highlighting Maldives' renewable energy targets and then stressing on collaborations, partnerships and ethics in this new world order, especially in the wake of these global headwinds. Thank you, Honourable Minister. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a release of a report which has been prepared by CII and ENY. I would like to invite Shri Sumesh Kumar, the partner ENY, to please join us as we have the release of the report. Would like to request our Honourable Minister, sir, and all on the dais to please do the honour of launching this report. Eigen Vectors of Net Zero Energy Transition, Pathways to Viksit Bharat 2047. ये रिपोर्ट देवी सज्जनों ये स्पष्ट करती है कि भारत कैसे अपनी स्वच्छ ऊर्जा यात्रा को तेज कर सकता है, अपनी नीति और औद्योगिक ढांचों को सशक्त बना सकता है और 2047 तक नेट जीरो और विकसित भारत के हमारे राष्ट्रीय दृष्टिकोण की दिशा में एक स्थायी मार्ग तैयार कर सकता है. Creating a resilient pathway towards our national vision of a net zero and Viksit Bharat by 2047, this report highlights. और अब देवी सज्जनों हमारे मार्गदर्शन के लिए और नेतृत्व के लिए आमंत्रित करते हैं आदरणीय श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी को, हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय नवीन एवं नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा तथा उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य एवं सार्वजनिक वितरण मंत्री. उनसे निवेदन है इस सभागार को संबोधित करने के लिए.
Minister for Environment and Tourism, Maldives, Shri Mohammad, Shri Parveer Sinha, CEO Tata Power, Shri Girish Tanti, Sanjeev Puri, industry leaders, dignitaries in the audience, आप सभी को नमस्कार. It is a great pleasure to be here for two reasons. एक तो आप पाथवे डिसाइड कर रहे हैं, एक तो विकसित भारत के लिए और एक ट्रांजिशन के लिए. तो यू आर गिविंग अ सजेशन एंड पीपल हु आर इन द फील्ड, इफ दे गिव सजेशन, आई थिंक दैट विल बी मोर प्रैक्टिकल. दैट्स व्हाट आई ऑलवेज बिलीव. So whatever you have said, that is also being taken note of it about PPA and the problems we are facing. Ghanshyam ji, you are here. तो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम स्टेट के PPA से हो रहा है और PPA के साथ बहुत जगह रेगुलेटर्स भी हो रहा है, रेगुलेटर के कारण भी हो रहा है. ये भी थोड़ा सोचना चाहिए. यही हमको बता रहे थे हमारा अभी बातचीत करते हुए. तो इसके कारण जो PPA डिले हो रहा है इस ट्रांजिशन में हमारा, हम भी जानते हैं, स्टेट के साथ भी बातचीत कर रहे हैं. तो इसके लिए हमको और ज़्यादा हम सब मिलके काम करना है. लेकिन जो हुआ है वो भी बहुत कम नहीं है, बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में हुआ है. इट इज़ ए बिग जंप व्हाट हैज़ बीन टेकन इन लास्ट 11 years ऑफ मोदी रिजिम. जो भी हुआ है ये तो कभी कभी जब विदेश से भी लोग आते हैं, they will not be able to realize so easily. When I tell people that we are going to install 1 crore rooftop solar, कभी कभी beyond imagination हो जाता है उन लोगों को, क्योंकि उनका पॉपुलेशन भी उतना नहीं है. तो इसलिए आपके जो सुझाव वगैरह है मैं ज़रूर आपसे लेता हूँ, मैं सबसे मिला भी हूँ, मैं किसी से मिलने के लिए डरता नहीं हूँ। आई एम मीटिंग एवरीवन every day and try to take suggestions in the larger interest of the sector. दूसरी बात इसलिए मैं खुश हूँ, मैं CIA में जब आज आ रहा हूँ, today is the day, according to me, the biggest reform in tax structure is being taken place and that is being implemented from today under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi. तो आप लोगों ने एडवर्टाइजमेंट भी दिया है, मैंने देखा हूँ, लेकिन एडवर्टाइजमेंट के साथ, न्यूज़पेपर के एडवर्टाइजमेंट के साथ ही साथ कल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक कॉल दिया है। मैं इसीलिए आप सबसे मैं निवेदन करता हूँ, विशेषतः सभी हमारा CIA के ऑफिस बेरर्स, सभी CIS के पूरा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, here there may be sector who are related to energy sector, but entire CIA जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कॉल दिया है, we should celebrate this. बचत का सेलिब्रेशन जो उन्होंने कॉल दिया है, आप लोगों को एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेट करना है। तो मैं तो विनम्रता से के साथ कहना चाहता हूँ, कभी कभार रिफॉर्म के लिए, इसके लिए तो इंडस्ट्री डिमांड करना, इंडस्ट्री अपने विचार रखना, इसमें कोई भी गलती हम इस सरकार मानते नहीं हैं, लेकिन करने के बाद आप लोग जनता तक इसको लेके जाना, इसको सेलिब्रेशन करना, इसमें मुझे लगता है आप पीछे पड़ते हैं। तो आपको अगर मेरे इस शब्द से अगर आपको कहीं दुख लगता है तो आई एम सॉरी फॉर दैट, बट यू शुड डू इट फ्रॉम टुडे, that in the entire country through CIA, whatever best can be done for the celebration of this next gen reform, which is going to benefit industry, which is going to benefit common people, which is going to benefit poor people of this country, I think you need to do little more. क्योंकि हम दोनों मिलके, देखिए मैं तो इसमें कोई पॉलिटिकली कुछ मांगने के लिए नहीं आया हूँ, लेकिन मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पॉलिटिकल स्थिरता के कारण ये सब हो पाया है। अगर 7.8% GDP in spite of all these problems in the world, if it has happened, and today, even today, if we are the largest, one of the fastest growing economy, it is because of the political stability and Modi's leadership. So ये stability, political stability. What had happened in 35 years where there was no stable government? मिली जुली सरकार, कुछ निर्णय नहीं होता था, नेतृत्व नहीं था। तो 2004 से 2014 के बीच में क्या स्थिति था? पॉलिटिकल पावर एक तरफ, एग्जीक्यूटिव पावर एक तरफ। कोई निर्णय, जो निर्णय लेने वाला अलग जगह जाके बैठते थे और जो एग्जीक्यूटिव हेड था उनके पास निर्णय करने के लिए कोई पावर नहीं था। देश में एक स्थिरता के कारण और एक सशक्त नेतृत्व के कारण क्या बदलाव आया है आप लोगों ने ठीक तरह से देखा है। तो इसलिए जो भी सरकार अच्छे निर्णय करते हैं, तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक कॉल दिया है, आई थिंक यू नीड टू सेलिब्रेट विथ पूरे आप लोगों के साथ कैसे लेके जाना और बाकी जगह जहाँ भी मार्केट में हो, कहीं भी हो, कैसे इसको सेलिब्रेट करना, सोशल मीडिया के द्वारा कैसे सेलिब्रेट करना, ये सब आप लोगों को थोड़ा ध्यान देना चाहिए। ये तो मेरा अपेक्षा है, क्योंकि आज जब जिक्र हो रहा था ₹2.70 with the battery storage by Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh and many two speakers have also referred here. ये क्यों हो पाया जी? It is because of the scale, it is because of the policy, it is because of the stability, it is because of the clear vision. पहले के क्या सूर्य नहीं था क्या? भगवान सूर्य देव हमको सूर्य किरण नहीं देते थे क्या? तो देते थे जी, लेकिन करने का जो सोच था ना, करने का जो विचार था ना, वो नहीं था। इस पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी के कारण और मोदी जी का जो देश प्रथम, नेशन फर्स्ट पॉलिसी के कारण ये सब हुआ है। मुझे कोई कहने में कोई मुझे संकोच नहीं है। आई डो नॉट हैव एनी इनहिबिशन इन माई माइंड। तो इसीलिए आप लोगों को भी इस नवरात्र का शुभ पर्व पर जो भी अभी इम्प्लीमेंट हो रहा है, दैट इसमें सेलिब्रेशन के लिए लोगों के साथ आपको भी जुड़ना है। 5% ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन का इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर से लेके हमारा रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का सभी आइटम्स में 5%। पहले कितना था तंती जी? 18%, अभी 5%। सेलिब्रेट किसको करना है? मुझे करना है, आपको करना है? करना ही नहीं करना चाहिए। इसके लिए भी आपको अभी भी संतोष नहीं लग रहा है, मुझे मैं क्या करूं? तो आप आगे कुछ करने के लिए मांग रखते हैं, किस उत्साह से साथ हमको करना चाहिए तो बताइए, कैसे माहौल रहना चाहिए? आज आप तो इंडस्ट्री का लोग हैं, आप तो मैन्युफैक्चर करते हैं, आप तो व्यापार करते हैं। व्यापार, मैं भी व्यापार करता हूं, मैं तो मुझे वो भी कहने में मुझे कोई संकोच नहीं है। छोटा, मेरा इंडस्ट्री छोटा है, वो अलग बात है, लेकिन मेरा भी है। तो देश में बहुत लोग खुश है जी। हमारा एक कर्नाटका मिल्क फेडरेशन है, तो कल एडवर्टाइजमेंट दिया है, तो उनका बड़ी मात्रा में दूध का दाम कम हुआ है। तो हम बेंगलुरु में ज़्यादा कॉफ़ी पीते हैं, मैं साउथ कर्नाटक से आता हूँ, तो 20% एक कॉफ़ी के लिए टैक्स था नहीं था? 20%, आज तो 0% है। तो पीपल आर एंजॉइंग, पीपल आर सेलिब्रेटिंग, यू ऑल्सो ज्वाइन विद देम। तो ये मेरा आपको कहना है। और इसमें भी आपने जो एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन का बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें भी बहुत बड़ा बदलाव हुआ है, आगे भी होने वाला है। एंड आज जो आप इधर अपने बैठे हैं, ड्राइविंग द इंडियाज एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन पाथवे टू नेट जीरो, तो इसमें तो काम तो बहुत हुआ है। एंड आपका जो एक घोष वाक्य भी, आपका जो मोटो है वो भी, आई फील इट इज़ वेरी वेरी एप्ट, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ इट्स मोर देन जस्ट ए स्लोगन, इट इज़ ए मिशन दैट इज शेपिंग आवर इकोनॉमी, सिक्योरिंग आवर फ्यूचर एंड एम्पावरिंग द पीपल। डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड पावर जो जनरेट हो रहा है, तो पहले तो कई राज्यों में होता था, जहाँ कोल है वही होता था। हमने तो, मैं व्हेन आई वाज हैंडलिंग कोल मिनिस्ट्री, तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए इतना तकलीफ होता था, इसीलिए हम क्या करते थे। अभी तो मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में अश्विनी जी बहुत एक बड़ा बदलाव लाया है, कोशिश अभी भी चल रहा है, बट इन स्पाइट ऑफ दैट द कोल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन इज द बिगेस्ट इशू। इसीलिए पिटेड करने के लिए हम लड़ते थे। अभी सोलार, विंड जहाँ भी अवेलेबल है, तो ये सभी जगह आप तो जहाँ भी जाके पावर जनरेट कर सकते हैं। हाँ, इशू क्या है, जैसे बताया, ट्रांजिशन इशू है, स्टोरेज इशू है, उसके बारे में भी हमारा PLI अभी चल रहा है। PLI में भी तो हम तो कंप्लायंसेस कम करने के लिए लगभग एवरी फोर्टनाइट प्राइम मिनिस्टर आस्क्स एवरी मिनिस्टर, एवरी कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर, कितना कंप्लायंसेस कम किया है दिखा दो मुझे, हमको रिपोर्ट देना पड़ता है। सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू रिड्यूस द कंप्लायंसेस, वी आर ट्राइंग टू ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में डे टू डे हम काम कर रहे हैं। 1500 redundant laws have been withdrawn, they have been scrapped। तो कौन इतना बड़ा डिसीजन ले सकता है? ये सब हो रहा है। तो इसीलिए मैं आपको यही कहना चाहता हूँ, एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन के लिए, एनर्जी स्टोरेज के लिए और PPA के लिए हम भी बहुत सीरियस है। स्टेट के साथ लगातार बात कर रहे हैं। मेरा एक राउंड बातचीत सब राज्यों से अभी हुआ है। अभी जून में मैंने चार्ज लिया था, उसके बाद सभी राज्यों से मेरा बातचीत हुआ है। सेकेंड राउंड ऑफ टॉक्स आई एम गोइंग टू स्टार्ट वेरी अर्ली, एंड सबसे बातचीत करके मैं इधर उनको बुलाता हूँ नहीं, मैं ही उधर जाता हूँ, जाके बात करता हूँ। आई विल गो एंड आई एम गोइंग एंड टॉकिंग देयर एंड ट्राइंग टू कन्विंस स्टेट गवर्नमेंट। और स्टेट का भी सोच क्या है, तो रेट कम होगा बाद में देखेंगे, ये भी एक प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है। मैंने और एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में अभी कहा, एक व्यक्ति, एक युवा लड़की देखने के लिए गया, और बार बार लगता था। तो जब भी एक लड़की को देखा, जब मैं आगे देखता हूँ और अच्छी लड़की मिल सकते हैं करके पोस्टपोन करते गए, और अंत में और एक लड़की देखने के लिए गया, माँ बाहर आके देखा, उनको मारने के लिए आया। क्यों? ये माँ को भी देखने के लिए गया था, बाद में लड़की को भी देखने के गया। तो ऐसे पोस्टपोन नहीं करना चाहिए। हम स्टेट को भी कह रहे हैं, वी आर ट्राइंग टू कन्विंस द स्टेट, ऐसे पोस्टपोन करते मत जाओ, ये तो नहीं होने वाला है। आज करते हैं तो आपको आज इंडस्ट्री वाले आपके पास आएगा। फॉर इन्वेस्टमेंट व्हाट इज द नीड? एक तो अच्छे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर आना चाहिए, दैट बाय एंड लार्ज स्पेशली एनडीए रूल्ड स्टेट्स में तो एकदम हम ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से हम मेंटेन कर रहे हैं। बाकी स्टेटों में कई जगह अच्छा हो रहा है, नॉन एनडीए स्टेट में भी। और दूसरी बात क्या चाहिए? पानी चाहिए। लैंड तो सब जगह प्रॉब्लम है, फिर भी वी आर ट्राइंग टू वर्कआउट विद द स्टेट्स। लैंड चाहिए, पानी चाहिए, पावर चाहिए। इसमें तो पावर तो आपके हाथ में है, तो यही मैं स्टेट को कह रहा हूँ। सो थिंग्स आर हैपनिंग, तो इसलिए वेट मत करो, ये स्टेट को भी हम कह रहे हैं। COP 26-21 when Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi first laid down the roadmap for clean energy, पंचामृत गोल्स, इस पंचामृत गोल में EU का प्रेसिडेंट वगैरह आए थे, कमिश्नर्स वगैरह, तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बोला इन लोगों को एक प्रेजेंटेशन दे दो आप। तो हमने अटल ऊर्जा भवन में हमारा ऑफिस में लेके जाके हमने प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था, शायद घनश्याम जी भी उसमें थे। तो तब दे वर ऑल स्टन्ड फॉर ए मिनट, ये हो सकता है क्या? क्योंकि बाय देन वी आर ऑलमोस्ट नियरिंग 50% ऑफ आवर इंस्टॉल्ड कैपेसिटी, एंड टुडे वी हैव सरपास्ड आवर इंस्टॉल्ड कैपेसिटी ऑफ 50%, एंड 500 गीगावाट का जो लक्ष्य है उसमें 252 गीगावाट बन के हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। सो दीज आर ऑल द थिंग्स इट इज हैपनिंग, एंड नॉट ओनली दी हमारे एनवायरनमेंट के लिए, हमारे नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के लिए एमिशन कम करना एक तो एक विषय है, उसके साथ ही साथ प्राइस भी कम हो रहा है। प्राइसेस आर ऑल्सो बीइंग रिड्यूस्ड। तो थर्मल में 6 रुपीज 50 पैसा से कम नहीं होता है, including battery storage, including wind, hybrid with all grid stability. Today it is not more than 4 rupees 50 paisa. Correct है नहीं है? तो naturally and grid stability के कारण हमको hybrid में जाना पड़ रहा है. That's also we are working out. So everything suggestion which is coming from the industry associations like you, we are very, very serious. We are very, very positive. तो पहले तो क्या था, इंडस्ट्री वाले से किसी से मिलना है तो चुप कर मिलना पड़ता था। हम तो ऐसे नहीं हैं, क्योंकि हमको जो देश के हित के लिए इंडस्ट्री जो लोग करते हैं, वी आर सपोर्टिंग, दिस गवर्नमेंट इज सपोर्टिंग। तो हमारा सोच क्या है, बिजनेस अच्छा चलाना चाहिए, इंडस्ट्री अच्छा चलाना चाहिए, तो उससे सरकार को रीजनेबल रेवेन्यू मिलना चाहिए, उस रेवेन्यू से गरीबों का सेवा करना चाहिए। ये हमारा स्पष्ट अप्रोच है। पहले तो क्या था, तो बिजनेस वाले के बारे में अच्छे बोलना है, तो इंडस्ट्री वाले के बारे में अच्छे बोलना है, तो वही गलत होता था। अभी तो ऐसा सोच नहीं है। सो वी वांट दैट इंडस्ट्री शुड फ्लरिश, बिजनेस शुड फ्लरिश। सो इसके कारण हम बहुत लिबरल होके काम करने के लिए सोच रहे हैं, आगे भी बढ़ रहे हैं। इसके कारण ही हमारा 50% अभी अचीवमेंट हुआ है। 50% 5 years ऑफ अहेड दैट हैज बीन, इट इज बीइंग डन, एंड 20 लाख PM सूर्य घर इंस्टॉलेशंस हैव बीन कंप्लीटेड। कई राज्यों में क्या होता है, फ्री बिजली दे रहे तो लोग थोड़ा कई और भी थोड़ा पीछे है, लेकिन राज्य भी अभी प्रदेश सरकार भी समझ रहे हैं फ्री देने के बजाय PM सूर्यघर जो PM का सोच है वो बहुत परफेक्ट है करके। वही बिकॉज एक बार आप सब्सिडी दे दिया तो बाद में पुनः आपको डिस्कॉम को पैसा देने का नौबत नहीं आएगा। एंड पीपल आर ऑल्सो फीलिंग, अगर 3 किलोवाट का अगर वो इंस्टॉल करते हैं तो they can not only get the free electricity, out of 20 lakhs, almost 10 lakh people are not, they are getting zero bills. They are getting zero bills almost, 48% to be precise. So, PM Suryaghar, PM Kusum में भी बहुत बड़ा 34 गीगावाट PM कुसुम से आ रहा है, और देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी जो भी आज महाराष्ट्र में कर रहे हैं 16 गीगावाट इंस्टॉल्ड कैपेसिटी, एक टेंडर अभी बुलाया है, वेरी शॉर्टली इट इज गोइंग टू बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड। एंड इसके लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए। हम प्रधानमंत्री जी जो इनाग्रेट किया अहमदाबाद में, कई लोग इसमें थे, हमने शपथ पत्र भी लिया है, बैंकों से भी लिया है, इंडस्ट्री वाले से भी लिया है, और उन लोगों से फॉलोअप भी कर रहे हैं। बाद में हम बैंक का CMDs का भी मीटिंग हमने एक किया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सब PSU बैंक को इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया था, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी मंत्री एक मीटिंग बुलाएंगे, आप सब उसमें जाइए, एंड हाउ यू कैन फाइनेंस विथ फॉर द रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी प्रोजेक्ट, तो ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग में आप कैसे कर सकते हैं, तो उसमें भी हमारा बातचीत चल रहा है। डिफ़िकल्टीज नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन हम लगातार इसमें काम कर रहे हैं। वेर एवर यू हैव गॉट सजेशन, वेर एवर योर प्रोजेक्ट्स आर स्ट्रक, इफ़ यू कम टू मी और टू आवर पावर मिनिस्टर, वी विल बी ऑलवेज पॉजिटिव टू यू। दैट इज द एश्योरेंस विच आई एम गोइंग टू गिव यू टुडे वंस अगेन, बिकॉज प्राइम मिनिस्टर वांट्स that by 2047 India should become developed country, and very shortly we are going to be the third largest economy. When we are going to become third largest economy, then our next competition will be with two bigger economies. At that time, what is our requirement of power, our approach toward business, our approach toward development, our approach toward the infrastructure, these are all the things which always it should be kept in mind, and this can happen only if there is a political stability, स्पष्ट नीति और सही दिशा। ये दोनों एक व्यक्ति में आज है, तो वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में है, ये मैं बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से आपको कहना चाहता हूँ। तो we have spoke, I already mentioned about the bankers, financier and also, तो आपका एक रिक्वेस्ट था, तो ये जो EMD के बदले आप इंश्योरेंस श्योरिटी बॉन्ड्स अलो करो, दैट ऑल्सो वी हैव डन। आपका एक लेटर आया, हमने कर दिया, क्योंकि वी वांट दैट कैपेसिटी एडिशन शुड बी एट द मोस्ट फास्टेस्ट फेज। दिस इज व्हाट दिस गवर्नमेंट बिलीव्स। एंड अर्नेस्ट एंड परफॉर्मेंस बैंक गारंटी के और अर्नेस्ट मनी डिपॉजिट के बदले में इंश्योरेंस श्योरिटी बॉन्ड्स। सो बिकॉज ऑफ दैट, whatever the money used to invest in that, that is you are going to invest it in some other project. So many of these things are happening, and I can only say, and defense ministry के आपके wind energy वाले आए थे, डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री का जो लैंड में कुछ इशू है, हमने डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री के साथ एक मीटिंग किया है, थोड़ा कुछ आगे बढ़ रहा है, वो जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी के साथ हमारे लोग बातचीत कर रहे हैं। सो वॉट एवर द प्रॉब्लम्स आर कमिंग टू माई टेबल एंड टू माई मिनिस्ट्री टेबल, वी आर एड्रेसिंग एज फास्ट एज पॉसिबल। सो PV models, he referred about the 5 gigawatt in 2014. It was not 5 gigawatt as per the records in the Renewable Energy Ministry. It was 2.44 gigawatt in 2014. Today it is nearly about 130 gigawatt we are reaching very shortly, and 125, 110 in the solar. Solar module लगभग 0 था, न के बराबर था, आज 100 gigawatt. सेल्स 25 गीगावाट्स हो गया है, उसका भी ट्रेजेक्ट्री हमने ऑलरेडी अनाउंस किया है। वी हैव ऑलरेडी सेट अ टारगेट टू अचीव डोमेस्टिकली मैन्युफैक्चर्ड सोलर सेल बाय 2026 एंड इनगॉट्स वेफर, इसका ट्रेजेक्ट्री और पॉलीसिलिकॉन का ट्रेजेक्ट्री हमने बनाने का शुरू कर दिया है। उसमें भी हम वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग या PLI वॉट एवर इज देयर, वी आर गोइंग टू कम आउट विथ ए, और अभी जो किया है उससे अच्छे पॉलिसी लेके हम आपके सामने आ रहे हैं। ओनली थिंग इज वी वांट टू अचीव, क्योंकि जो मोदी जी जो बोलते हैं ऐसे वो स्लोगन नहीं होता है, मोदी जी जो बोलते हैं वो करने के लिए होता है। तो स्वयं भी वो करके दिखाते हैं, हमको भी वो ऐसे, तो एक बार हमने बोल दिया है आप ऐसे चलते रहता है, चलता है, होता है, वो तो एटीट्यूड अभी देश में नहीं है। सो वी आर planning about the polysilicon also, to manufacture in India, to produce it in India, ingot, wafers, ये सब के लिए स्वदेशी wafers और स्वदेशी ingots we are planning and we are working it out. I want your cooperation. आपका कोऑपरेशन कहाँ चाहिए हमको? आपका कोऑपरेशन इसमें चाहिए। आप भी थोड़ा R&D में इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के लिए लोगों को प्रोत्साहित करो। बाकी देशों में R&D में प्राइवेट भी बहुत मात्रा में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, भारत में उसका थोड़ा मात्रा बहुत कम है। वी वांट दैट यू ऑल्सो इन्वेस्ट, गवर्नमेंट इज ऑल्सो वी आर ऑल्सो ऑलरेडी इन्वेस्टिंग एंड विल फर्दर इन्वेस्ट इट। इकोनॉमी बढ़ रहा है जी, तो इसीलिए हम भी करेंगे, लेकिन आपको भी इसमें करना है। वी आर ऑल्सो डिस्कसिंग PLI स्कीम फॉर द एडवांस केमिस्ट्री सेल्स, उसमें भी हम चर्चा शुरू किया है। एंड आई हैव आस्क्ड माय ऑफिशियल टू कम अप विद द ALMM फॉर द सोलर इन्वर्टर्स एंड ऑलरेडी मेंशन्ड। देखो एक समय था जब आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट क्वाइट लॉन्ग बैक, जस्ट इन 2014 और 2013 पर कॉस्ट was around 10 to 12 rupees, करेक्ट है ना रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी। आज कितना है जी? 2 रुपीज़ 70 पैसा। ठीक है, 2 रुपीज़ 70 पैसा पहली बार आया है। कुछ लोग मेरे सामने आके डाउट भी व्यक्त किया है होगा या नहीं होगा विथ स्टोरेज, लेकिन 2 रुपीज़ 70 तक तो आया है ना। और 2 रुपीज़ 15 पैसा इन पर यूनिट इन दिस रिसेंट, आई थिंक इन मध्य प्रदेश नीमुच में 2 रुपीज़ 15 पैसा सोलार का आया है। सो ओवरऑल वॉट एवर वी आर डूइंग विद द सपोर्ट ऑफ इंडस्ट्री, आपने बहुत एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेट किया है, आपने रिस्क लिया है। आई एम ओनली एश्योरिंग द गवर्नमेंट इज विथ यू, हम आपके साथ है। हमको बिजली फॉर द एनवायरमेंट ऑल्सो, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, वी शुड गो अहेड विद दैट, and also for the not only for the emission, ये सब के कारण इसके साथ ही साथ we are getting a power at the much economical prices. These are the two important things. इसीलिए हमने इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए 3000 मेगावाट पर annum of electrolyzer manufacturing and 2.62 MTPA of the green hydrogen production के लिए ऑलरेडी हमने इसको अलॉटमेंट भी किया है। हमारा जो PLI था उसमें नेशनल ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन में इसमें पैसा दिया है, अलॉटमेंट हो चुका है। एंड द ट्रांसमिशन सिस्टम में भी हम पावर मिनिस्टर के साथ बहुत रेगुलरली मिल के काम कर रहा है। तो बहुत ज़्यादा मैं अभी बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ, लेकिन आपका जो आज का थीम है, दैट थीम वी वांट टू टुगेदर लेट अस इम्प्लीमेंट इट, एंड आई एम वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट अंडर द लीडरशिप ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर श्री मोदी वी आर गोइंग टू अचीव दिस। तो कई लोग कहते हैं 50 नहीं हो रहा है तो कैसे करेंगे? 162 गीगावाट इज इन पाइपलाइन, टेंडर पे है और टेंडर हो चुका है। ऐसे मोर देन 160 गीगावाट है। तो इसीलिए बहुत ही ऑप्टिमिस्टिक हूँ मैं। आई एम वेरी वेरी ऑप्टिमिस्टिक। यू ऑल्सो ट्राई टू बी मोर ऑप्टिमिस्टिक। और स्किल डेवलपमेंट करने के लिए हम सब लोगों को काम करना है, सरकार भी काम कर रहे हैं। आई एम सर्टन अंडर द लीडरशिप ऑफ आवर प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी we will not only achieve the energy target but also lead the world into the new era of sustainability. I thank you all for being the partners in this monumental journey toward the greener, stronger and truly विकसित भारत। आपका जो भी सजेशन है, whether it is individual or association, आप लोग हमारे पास, मेरे पास और मेरे मंत्रालय के साथ कभी भी आ सकता है. वी विल कोऑर्डिनेट विद द अदर मिनिस्ट्रीज, बट वी वांट टू अचीव दिस 500 गीगावाट एट एनी कॉस्ट विथ योर सपोर्ट. धन्यवाद. थैंक यू. नमस्कार.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी. सभी में एक ऊर्जा और विश्वास जागृत करने का, हम सभी का मार्ग प्रशस्त करने का हमारे एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन के पथ पर. और जैसा कि आपने कहा कि नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स और स्पष्ट नीति और सही दिशा भारत के ग्रोथ को आज डिफाइन कर रही है. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और अब फॉर द क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर गिरीश तांती, who, ladies and gentlemen, has been instrumental in advancing wind energy as a cornerstone of India's clean energy future. I request him to kindly also propose a vote of thanks.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished government officials, industry leaders, CII colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. In today's multipolar world, with dynamically shaping of global geopolitics, energy independence, energy security, local stimulation of domestic economies, and managing climate crisis has become the new norm. As regards to climate change, if we were to stay on course to achieve the IEA's net zero trajectory, the world needs to have almost 3x renewables than where we are today. With the current trajectory, we are close to about 2.5x by 2030. It would require unprecedented collaboration across countries to stay on course for the global climate goals. The story, of course, is slightly different for India. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, India set bold goals of 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030, energy independence by 2047, and zero emissions by 2070. The optimum energy mix pegs solar energy at about 300 gigawatts and wind at about 100 gigawatts by 2030 as our first review period now. With the RE installation capacity as of this August stands at about 251 gigawatts, we have already reached the halfway mark towards our 500 gigawatts. The total installed capacity of our country today in the power sector stands at about 495 gigawatts. Thermal accounts for about 49% of that at about 244 gigawatts, and non-fossil fuel sources together contribute already 51% of our energy needs today. India is blessed with ample wind and solar potential, which can not only meet our country's 100% energy requirement, but also in future we'll be able to export clean energy to neighboring countries. Wind and solar are very complementary in nature, both in terms of intraday as well as seasonality levels. The country's demand profile better aligns when the energy mix is right balanced and no single source is leading the way in this design. A balanced growth of wind, solar, and battery storage capacity would ensure that we have a stable, sustainable, and affordable energy for all, and the path to energy independence thereafter. India today has the lowest cost, as was stated also in the latest bids, both in terms of wind and solar that we have across the world. And with storage technologies kicking in now very quickly, becoming economically viable, providing 100% FDRE is no longer a dream. It's an economic reality today. The energy transition will not only power the country's energy independence and net zero goals, but will fuel economic growth through manufacturing and job creations. Wind alone is expected to add almost 2.5 lakhs of jobs annually as the capacity ramps up to about 15 gigawatts annually. Wind and solar development demonstrate our Prime Minister's mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat Solar PV manufacturing, which today stands at about 100 gigawatts, cell capacity has grown to about 25 gigawatts, ingots at about 2 gigawatts. Together, the solar industry has now moved to having almost 20 to 25% of local content. The wind industry has demonstrated even stronger local ecosystem build-up, with 64% of whatever has built till date comes from domestic content. And the annual capacity of our wind manufacturing has now grown to about 20 gigawatts as an industry annual basis. So both wind and solar have an excellent opportunity of pathway going ahead to close to about 80% local content, and being not just the supplier for our country, but being a global supply chain for the world. I mean, the latest projections shows that close to about 10% of global renewable energy supply chain can actually be met by India by 2030 itself. And by the time we hit the Viksit Bharat goal of 2047, we are expected to be 20% of global supply chain. We, of course, have to overcome some of the challenges that we face. If I was to just summarize the top 5 challenges that the industry faces today in building up of capacity, number 1 is the timeliness of build-up of our grid and transmission. It's very important to stay on course to get this done. Second is, of course, addressing the last mile issues, the challenges that we face on ground to ensure that project commissionings happen on schedule. Thirdly, as we talked earlier, the PSAs need to happen, and we need to make that sure, otherwise the momentum of the demand can drop off. The fourth element is also harmonizing our policies. It's very important to make sure that each and every renewable energy source gets an equal opportunity in this energy transition as we go along. And lastly, I think it's very important that we ramp up our skill development. The amount of volume that's going to build up in renewables, I think talent development is going to be amongst the very critical element of that. Today, if you see, I think the gap which is there is strongly being bridged with the help of CII and other association forums that we have to build a good and smooth transition between government and industry collaboration to achieve this. I think your presence today here underlines the importance of India attaches to energy transition, energy independence, and global leadership in climate goals. Under the able stewardship of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, the country is well on course to achieve its net zero commitments. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for guiding us on the smooth transition and achieving the climate goals. And as we express our thanks to our speakers, may I request Mr. Sanjeev Puriji to kindly present the special token of our gratitude and appreciation to the Honorable Ministers, thanking our Honorable Guest Minister, Dr. Muawwid Mohammed. And many thanks in regards to our Honorable Minister, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji. Thank you once again to all the dignitaries, the eminent speakers. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this opening plenary session with a group photograph of all the dignitaries here on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving straight into our next session, so requesting you all to be at your respective seats only. Once again, many thanks to Honorable Minister Shri Prahlad Joshi ji for guiding us, and also to the Honorable Minister of Maldives and to our industry leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session as we start now, would like to request people to be at your respective seats. We'll just take a minute to be setting the stage towards it, and then we start with our session. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the session as we start panel discussion 1 is on the track Innovation for Sustainable Energy System and on the theme of integrating new technologies in nuclear power. May I request your kind attention to be at your respective seats as we start this discussion. And before I invite the speakers of the session to be taking center stage, just requesting you all to be at your seats. So the session on integrating new technologies in nuclear power, as we've already heard from our leaders, nuclear energy is once again a clean energy source. The nuclear energy mission aims for almost 100 gigawatt capacity by 2047. We are presently at 8.18 gigawatt, 22 gigawatt by 2032, which we are aiming. And if we go with this pace, we should be 100 gigawatt by 2047. So with our distinguished speakers, we are going to be discussing on expanding India's nuclear capacity to ensure the baseload power for clean energy transition, accelerating the deployment of indigenous and advanced nuclear reactors, and exploring the potential of small modular reactors for decentralized energy applications, and enhance public awareness, especially public awareness for building that trust in the nuclear energy safety and waste management. I invite our distinguished speakers who are going to be addressing us, Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, the Chairperson, Central Electricity Authority, who is shaping policies and strategies for India's electricity planning and integrating nuclear energy into India's future energy security. May I request you, sir, to please grace the dais. Inviting Mr. Anil V. Parab, the whole-time director and member of the L&T Board, Heavy Engineering and L&T Walls, a key figure in L&T's nuclear energy initiatives, leveraging his extensive experience in manufacturing critical nuclear components and driving innovation in the sector. And our next speaker, Dr. Kali Rajan S., the Managing Director, EDF Nuclear Projects India, who brings in global expertise in nuclear energy to advance India's clean power ambitions while fostering technology transfer and collaborations. So as we begin this session with our eminent speakers, I would like to first request and invite Mr. Anil V. Parab, the whole-time director and member of the L&T Board, Heavy Engineering and L&T Walls, to kindly address the convocation.
Thank you. We will be now, in fact, talking on nuclear energy. And I have eminent panelists. I welcome Shri Ghanshyam Prasad from Chairman CEA, Mr. Dr. Kali Rajan, who is the MD EDF India, and Dr. Prabir Sinha will be joining us a little late. So when it comes to nuclear, I think all of you are aware that Indian government has announced a plan, Viksit Bharat 2047, where 100 gigawatt of nuclear energy, which is very important for the baseload capacity, also important for India's energy security, then decarbonizing hard-to-abate industries like steel plant, aluminum plant, cement plant, and other process industries. And obviously, the way whole world is racing towards high technologies, which are artificial intelligence, machine learning. So these also needs a lot of clean energy. So with this, Indian government has announced 100 gigawatt of nuclear power, and lot of steps are taken towards this. The topic is advanced technologies in nuclear sector. So I would cover where in fact India is and how India can reach this ambitious target, and what are the policy enablers which are required to make it happen, what is the industry preparedness to make it happen. So let's look at it step by step. Today, India has 8.9 gigawatt of nuclear power, which is approximately 2% of total power generation which is happening in India. And about 18 gigawatt is under various stages of construction or planning. So India expects to reach by 2032, 22 gigawatt. Now the main utility in this space is NPCIL, and fast breeder reactor is Bhavini. So NPCIL has already announced they will reach 54 gigawatt. And they will be combination of pressurized heavy water reactor technology, which is their own technology. And there will be 2 more fleets of 10 into 700 megawatt. And obviously, the foreign technology players who will be setting up the nuclear power plants. Today, we are fortunate to have Dr. Kalirajan. They are planning to set up at Jaitapur, which will be one of the biggest nuclear power plant in the world at single location, 10 gigawatt. Westinghouse and Russian cooperation is already in progress. So NPCIL is talking of 54 gigawatt. A new utility in nuclear space, NTPC, they have announced that they will be having 30 gigawatt. And the rest will be small modular reactors, which will be the need of private players, PSUs, who have to reduce their carbon footprint to achieve India's net zero emission target of 2070. Now, I would say that Indian government for these new technologies of SMR in this year's budget, last year's budget, they have announced 20,000 crores for developing indigenous small modular reactors by March 2023, where the first one to go will be Bharat Small Reactor, which is a proven 220 megawatt, which is operating in the country at multiple sites, more than 50 years, with upgrades for the latest safety. It is immediate possibility for India, though it is not in a very classic parlance modular in nature, in design. But I think that is something which India can do immediately. It will be graduated to pressurized water reactor of 200 megawatt, BSMR. And there will be 255 gigawatt at remote location, where connectivity to grid is difficult. Locations like Andaman, Nicobar, military installation, where in fact currently what you are using is diesel generators. So, and one more which will be for the green hydrogen, that is high temperature gas reactor of 5 megawatt. So this is how Department of Atomic Energy intends to use this 20,000 crores. Now, 100 gigawatt needs a lot of capital. And obviously, it cannot happen just by NPCIL, NTPC. So you need private capital to get into this sector. You need foreign direct investment also. And if this has to happen, unless and until the current Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Nuclear Liability Act, if they are not amended, these private players, the foreign direct investment, they are unlikely to get into this sector. And government has committed to bring those reforms, and I do expect in next few months this should happen. So this is one of the most important policy enabler reform which is required in this sector. I would say that availability of sites is another important consideration in this, especially with availability of water for cooling. Now, this is one of the constraints. The newer designs which will come in these advanced technologies will have lesser emergency planning zones, because the conventional power reactors, which are 700 megawatt and more, they need minimum 1 kilometer exclusion zone. Whereas BSR, BSMR are being targeted with half a kilometer, whereas the need will be even less than that. In fact, the latest technologies in developed world are talking with zero exclusion zone, because if you have to set up them in the existing industrial plants like steel plant, cement plant, where the communities are staying just outside the plant. Actually, there is a need to have no exclusion zone. So this will be a development. More than 100 such designs are at various stages across the world. Okay. I will come to now industry preparedness, because finally one is having technology, utilities, their plans, policy reforms. But at the end of it, if you want to set up such large-scale nuclear baseload capacity by 2047, it boils down to around 4.2 gigawatts on average basis per year in next 22 years. Now you may wonder, if after almost 60 years of presence, if we are at 8.9 gigawatt, can we really achieve 4.2 gigawatt per year? But I thought it is pertinent to share with you that there are countries who have set up such large-scale nuclear capacities in the world. USA has done it, France has done it, China has done it in last 20 years. In fact, if you go back to history, USA between 1970 to 1990, they set up 4.7 gigawatt per year on an average basis. What India needs is 4.2 gigawatt, which means what? It is definitely a target which is achieved elsewhere in world. And if it is achieved elsewhere, why India, with such a young nation, a large talent pool, a large industry setup, it is definitely possible. The 700 megawatt pressurized heavy water reactor almost everything is being done in the country. We are not dependent except uranium fuel, which still we are importing. Other than that, almost everything is being supplied within the country. Foreign technologies, companies like L&T, we are in touch with most of the foreign technology players. We have teaming agreements with them in place, and our workshops at Hazira, they are globally benchmarked state-of-the-art workshops with a large capacity at single location. It is one of the biggest in the world today. Okay. And currently, one of the most critical component which is required for nuclear steam supply system, which is the main nuclear island, is steam generators. L&T is manufacturing 4 to 5 of them every year. If we have to achieve if we have to achieve the 100 gigawatt, and if only L&T has to supply that, you need around 24 gigawatt of the 24 steam generators per year. And with 20% of the fabrication capacity, we are manufacturing 4 to 5. So it is very much possible. The forge shop is operating at 30% capacity. So I would say a large capacity is available in India, and it will not be a constraint. So that's a current situation. I will stop here with these opening remarks, and I will invite now our panelist. I will request Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad to add his comments on this. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. Thank you, Purabji. I think you have covered comprehensively almost all the aspects of development of nuclear, which probably I also had thought to say. A few aspects probably we need to be more careful is, you rightly said, how do we really go and meet the target of 100 gigawatt by 2047? The task is huge. The ask run rate is going to be around 4.2 gigawatt per year. Maybe initially a bit low, but as we go along, probably as we mature, probably in the latter part of the years, we'll have to accelerate to a much higher capacity than even 4 gigawatt as of now. The more challenging as of now is, you rightly said, we need more number of players in the segment. And this month itself, NTPC, the joint venture between NTPC and NPCIL, that is Mahi Baswada, is going to be inaugurated by Honorable PM. So the beginning has started, and probably we expect more and more PSUs to join in initially, which doesn't get anywhere hampered because of the present act as well. But going forward, definitely we will require private sector participation, for which the amendment to the act and amendment to the act will be required. Risk mitigation definitely is required, particularly a lot of private players, they are very much worried about the risk mitigation, and I think Liabilities Act, which needs to be amended on that part, is also in the pipeline. Site selection definitely is going to be a big challenge, and for that what we are thinking is those coal-based power plants which are going to retire in future, can we have these utilization of these coal-based plant for nuclear base as we go along. A team is already working on it, and they have already identified 3 to 4 sites as of now, the plants which are going to be discarded in the most recent time frame. They can be thought of replacement by the nuclear. So the timelines again is very, very challenging as of now. And if you see a nuclear-based power plants, it takes around 13 to 15 years to fructify the moment you conceptualize a nuclear plant as of now, out of which around 7 to 8 years is taken in the regulatory process itself. Of course, the construction period is 6 to 7 years, which can be reduced to around 5 to 6 years, which Purab must have explained today, and I think it is in his domain. But the regulatory part, which takes around 7 to 8 years, definitely needs to be made more and more faster. And even our minister is very keen to get it reduced to at least half. That means maybe could be reduced to around 2 to 3 years at the most. And I think it is doable because now most of the things have been standardized, particularly in some of the units, and these units can definitely take off. The regulatory processes and regulatory clearances come at a very, very short period of time. So if that happens, then probably 13 to 14 years can reduce to around 6 to 7 years, or maybe could be around 8 years, which is still going to be good. And as we go along, probably that needs to be further reduced for the faster development of nuclear in the country. What is more is from the fuel security point of view, definitely we'll have to very, very quickly switch over from uranium to thorium based, and for which the fast breeder reactors are already, the program is already on. And as quickly we move to thorium, probably that is going to be more and more promising, and our self-dependency, our dependency to other foreign countries will reduce much further. So, ensuring the fuel security, that means energy security, is very, very important in the development of this. Next point could be the vendor development. Definitely we need more and more vendors to come up. I think both the sides vendors are there. Either it is EDF or L&T or many more to join in future. I think we'll require more and more players to jump in this particular new area, wherein big opportunities is lying ahead. SMR, BSR definitely has been talked about. One more challenge that is going to be there maybe in the era of energy transition, wherein we are all the time seeing, and I think in inaugural also you must have heard, the lower tariff being discovered for hybrid or FDREs or other type of combinations. If that happens, then probably it is going to be a more challenging in terms of nuclear base, which is going to be of the order of 6 rupees plus as we go along. Right now, nuclear is in the category of must-run status, but as we go along and as the kitty of renewables nuclear goes higher and higher, we are already at more than 50% as of now. As it goes higher and higher, probably we'll have to have some kind of regulations to see that the tariffs are, either the curtailments or they have to flex, just like what we are doing right now in terms of the thermal base stations as of now. So tariff rationalization could be flexible operations, could be reduction in the timelines for the project development, regulatory risk, the how quickly we are able to amend the act so that private sector people can also start participating. Quick financing, financing at a cheaper rate. Probably that's again going to add to containing the cost of nuclear power in the country. So all these factors will definitely add to and enable us to meet the challenges of achieving the target of 100 gigawatt by 2047 in near future. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Dr. Kalirajan, you can share your views.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. After two speakers have spelled out the Himalayan task which is in front of us for the nuclear industry in India, moving from 8.78 gigawatt to 100 gigawatt in the next 22 years, which means there is a 12x growth which is expected to happen. EDF being a French company, we support Indian development in nuclear sector. It's part of our strategic alliance between India and France. And we are really happy to be here along with the Indian developers to promote this nuclear industry in India. Having said that, this requires, as rightly said by my previous speakers, a well thought of regulatory reforms are required to be thought of. The timeline with which the regulatory clearances are provided today has to be reduced. The second thing is the supply chain, which I think Mr. Anil Parab has already explained. There is one more dimension to the supply chain when we talk about. When we say 100 gigawatt, I'm sure it's not going to come only from PHWRs, indigenous PHWRs. We may have to import the reactors like EPRs from France. So when we go for different technologies coming from abroad, there's a challenge of developing the supply chain in India, catering to the specification standards of different countries. So the components which are manufactured for the same purpose in indigenous reactors are not the same in other reactors. When the technology changes, the component design will change. So Indian industry has to be, tuned to that kind of requirement. The next part is the manpower, training. Operating a nuclear power plant is one part, but developing a nuclear power plant, setting up a nuclear power plant is also another part. The design capability in India, the project management capability in India, the commissioning capability in India, and the operation and maintenance capability in India. Today, it is all these aspects are only within Department of Atomic Energy. When more players are going to come, more technologies are going to come, this has to also expand. That is our understanding. Coming to which type of reactor we want to select, we want to advocate from EDF side. As rightly said by my previous speakers, that getting a site for setting up a nuclear reactor in India is going to be a difficult task. We have been given by Government of India one of the sites in India, that is Jaitapur nuclear power plant near to Mumbai, to set up 6 EPR reactors, each of 1650 megawatt. Once it is completed, I am sure from one location, we'll be touching 10 gigawatt from one location. Taking that as an example, we also recommend or advocate to have more number of large nuclear power plants, as much as possible, as many as possible, so that the optimum utilization of the available sites can be made. That does not mean that we are against SMR. We have a 3-layered program in France. We develop 1650 megawatt reactors. We also have 1200 megawatt reactors. And we are also in the process of developing 400 megawatt SMR with a cogeneration facility. When Honorable Prime Minister of India visited in the last February 2025 to France, there was a letter of intent was signed between France and India to collaborate and co-develop the SMR technology. So we are still waiting for the companies to come forward for the co-development. We are also in discussion with Department of Atomic Energy to develop the design which will be suitable for India for the 400 megawatt SMR. To develop the technology in India, EDF has taken many steps. As I said, engineering is one, manufacturing is another sector. So our group companies, Arable Solutions, which has started their manufacturing facility in Sanand in Gujarat, they manufacture the turbines steam turbines for the nuclear power plants. And EDF has started an engineering group called EDF Nuclear Engineering India LLP, which is right now supporting our international design requirements from India. And last week, our another group company, Framatome, has opened an engineering office in Mumbai. And these are all the initiatives which EDF as a company is interested in bringing all this, supporting structure, supporting environment into India, so that when the program takes off, we are also available for the Indian industry to, support. EDF is really interested in developing a long-term supportive ecosystem which works in the entire life cycle of the project. It starts from the fuel and to the spent fuel and decommissioning. So we have technologies developed in, starting, we have companies, our group companies involved in fuel mining, fuel fabrication, and then technology development. And EDF has got more than 2,300 reactor years of experience operating more than 50 reactors in France, a long experience in operating nuclear reactors of various capacities. And we have our own design which can be, installed or given to any country. So in this regard, EDF again is happy to be associated with Indian industries. And as part of our development of vendor, we also started training the Indian industries for the French codes and standards, so that tomorrow if the order is placed for even the international requirements, Indian industry can supply from here to international requirements. So RCC codes are the French codes based on which EDF reactors or EPRs are developed. And we have started awareness programs and training programs for the Indian industries on these codal provisions. One such program was concluded last week, and this will be a continuous program initiated by EDF, and this is done presently with the collaboration of Bureau Veritas. So we are also collaborating with Indian industry, like L&T is one more collaborator for us, and there are companies which are already qualified for manufacturing certain components. I'm proud to say that L&T has been already qualified. And there is a requirement of ISO certification, which is specifically for developing a nuclear safety culture, that is ISO 19443. Happy to see that Indian company like L&T has already got certified, and we are encouraging other companies also who are into nuclear manufacturing to get certified, so that it will be easy for us to place orders later.
Thank you so much. I think definitely without EDF we cannot move further, and we value your partnership, and particularly the French partnership, and I think you are doing a wonderful job for the Jatapur power plants. Hope to see that comes as quickly as possible. I think since I have been told that since we are already running late and our session started much later, we had to finish the session by around 12 o'clock. We are already at 12:26 as of now. So I think we'll try to end up this session just now. Maybe if you have one or two questions, we can take it from the audience. Yeah.
Can I request someone from the console to please pass the mics?
Good morning to all. I'm Dr. Damodaran from Global Venture. My question is to Anil V. Prasadji. You talked about AI, artificial intelligence. So I am the background of artificial intelligence. Can you help us how you can support for business?
Yeah, see, artificial intelligence needs a lot of energy, and the data centers which they back up 24/7 clean energy. So nuclear actually plays very important role there. So that's the reason today most of the tech companies are restarting old nuclear plant and tying up with the nuclear technology players to come out with new designs.
Thank you, sir.
I think the only requirement there is a green power for which these will be helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, to introduce myself, my name is Sunan Sharma. I was formerly chairman of Alstom India and South Asia. At the time, we were starting this process of partnering with NPCIL. I walked in late, maybe you answered the question. Has the Article 17B of the Civil Nuclear Liability Damages Act been resolved about the liability of the machine supplier?
See, this matter, I think, is not currently in the public domain, but government has, in fact, declared its intention to resolve this matter related to supplier civil nuclear liability as per 17B clause. So I think we will have to wait and see, because this needs amendment to the act in the parliament.
Maybe we can have the further discussions off the table, if possible, because there are calls already coming. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our panelists, and from CII side, we express thanks to them by presenting mementos. May I request Tanya to be joining us from CII in presenting the mementos, the token of our gratitude, appreciation to our distinguished speakers, as we express thanks to Mr. Ghanshyam Prasadji, the Chairperson, Central Electricity Authority. Thanking Dr. Kalirajan. And Tanya, may I request you to kindly present it to Mr. Anil Parul? Mr. Ghanshyam Dasji presenting it to Shri Anil Parul. Thank you. A group photograph. We'll close with a group photograph this session. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving straight into our next session, as we've already said, running slightly tight on time. So we'll move straight into our next session. REC, PDCL, and Executive Director, REC. And we have Mr. Shri Nagesh Ramabhotla, the CFO and the President, OCR Energy. The session moderated by Mr. Vivek Srivastava, the CEO, India Business, Suzlon. So as we have been discussing, and the other eminent speakers have also highlighted in the other sessions, it's going to be strategic policy interventions and innovative financing mechanisms which are going to be key to the energy transition and for this smoother energy transition. So this session, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be putting spotlight on the collaborative models such as the public-private partnerships, blended finance, and the ESG-aligned instruments to unlock private capital and accelerate low-carbon investments. As I said, Mr. TSC Bosch, I'll just take the opportunity of also introducing as the stage is being set, so that as you join us on the stage, we straight away move into our discussions. Mr. TSC Bosch, the CEO of REC Power Development and Consultancy Limited, is also the Executive Director at REC Limited, having more than 30 years of extensive experience in the power sector project execution and infrastructure development and driving India's renewable energy growth. We have Mr. Shri Nagesh Ramabhotla, the CFO and the President, OCR Energy. OCR specializing in the green hydrogen and green ammonia projects, and as a CA he brings in strong expertise in corporate finance and project finance. And the moderator, Mr. Vivek Srivastava, the CEO of India Business Suzlon, leading India's wind turbine manufacturers and leading advancements in wind energy. So, welcome to all our distinguished speakers and the moderator. And with that, we are good to be starting our discussions. Handing over to the moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think the construct of this session actually reflects how things have been rolling on in the financing sector. We have a very experienced and elite set of speakers, of panelists sitting here to just give a context and summarize what are the issues that we are facing and what's the urgency. The urgency is, well, quite clear. India alone needs to mobilize at least 1.5 trillion in additional climate investments by 2030 across sectors like renewable energy, industry, transport, etc. The most carbon-intensive sectors, power, steel, cement, and road transport, will require 467 billion in new investment. RE stands at 57 billion. The magnitude cannot be met with current policy or private set of investments. So what is it that we should aim for? We should aim for blended financing in India. This has issues like budget burdening, etc. We are already doing sector-specific financing from institutions like REC and PFC. ESG financing, we need to build framework and robust disclosure mechanisms and solve some of the structural issues related to payment default risk, policy unpredictability, and contract enforceability. They have been already done, but more needs to be done. If I looked at putting a dimension to it and what is the investment need, India's decarbonization ambition among the growing economies matches that of one of the largest economies, and the country must mobilize at least 1.5 trillion of additional climate investments by 2037 across renewable energy, industry, transport, resilience, and adaptation. These are both new projects and retrofits. As I mentioned, $467 billion of investment required for just the 4 most carbon-intensive sectors: power, steel, cement, and road transport, with 80% of this being driven by the steel and cement industries due to the necessity of deploying expensive carbon capture and storage technologies sooner or later. Renewable energy, owing to rapidly falling cost, constitutes a smaller bite, about 57 billion by 2030. It's already there, while road transport's transition is expected to require 18 billion for vehicles and charging network. This magnitude cannot be met by public funds alone and requires significant private sector participation. If successfully articulated and backed with transparent sectoral participation and trajectories, this investment surge can deliver not only climate mitigation, but also job creation and long-term competitiveness for India's manufacturing and energy sector. What are the impediments in de-risking as the game changer? The single biggest determinant for private capital flows into India's low-carbon sector is risk-adjusted cost of capital. Investors continue to cite high payment default risk, policy unpredictability, and contract enforceability as the primary impediments to financing at scale, leading to weighted average cost of capital, the WACC, in India clean energy that are 200 to 300 basis points above those in developed markets. Each percentage point reduction in WACC achieved through effective de-risking policies such as payment security mechanisms, credit guarantees, viability gap funding, and robust central state policy alignment translates directly into billions of dollars in annual investable flows, and in practice can make the difference between project bankability or the stagnation that's starting to be seen in some of the sectors. The impact is not just limited to energy. Lower WACC ripples through infrastructure costs in manufacturing, storage, and logistics, making India globally competitive and unlocking major innovation investments. What do we need to do to strengthen India's climate finance architecture? For India to absorb such large tranches of private and global green capital, the financial architecture must evolve. This means not only scaling up existing instruments such as green bonds, with India now issuing over 2 billion in sovereign green bonds and ranking as the leading emerging market in total issuances, but also deploying sustainability-linked bonds, transition bonds, infrastructure investment trusts, InvITs, and new forms of maybe municipality, utility bonding to expand the sources and tenor of debt available. Securitizing future project receivables, hedging currency risk for international investors, and expanding the scope of domestic financial institutions like IREDA to act as climate lending intermediaries will further lower the cost of capital. By strengthening disclosure standards and ESG metrics, Indian issuers can access overseas pools at 1 to 2% points cheaper rates than conventional debt. Efficient financial architecture is not just a goal, it is a precondition for crowding in the blend of capital required to meet India's scale and speed targets for the low carbon transition. We are already leveraging sector-specific financial institutions to mobilize and innovate green capital. The REC Limited and Power Finance Corporation are doing a great job. Historically, REC has raised USD 450 million through green bonds in international capital markets, channeling these funds into solar, wind, and renewable purchase obligations, as well as project refinancing. PFC has similarly accessed global green finance platforms, issuing a 400 USD million green bond in 2017, and subsequently raising Euro 300 million via Euro-denominated green bonds in 2021. Financing renewable energy initiatives at competitive coupon rates. These landmark issuances underscore their pivotal capability in offering cost-effective capital for clean energy projects. Beyond capital mobilization, REC and PFC enhance the robustness of financial products by incorporating risk assessment and mitigation strategies that address technological, market, and regulatory uncertainties inherent in low-carbon projects. Their role also extends into driving regulatory framework development and market creation, aligning financial instruments designed with evolving policies, thereby increasing private sector confidence and investment appetite. One of the items that has been listed is to making the PPA and blended model deliver bankability. Traditional PPPs are insufficient in the face of new technical and regulatory risk associated with renewable integration, hybrid and storage-linked systems, and sector coupling. Blended finance, which deploys public or multilateral capital for first loss protection, political risk cover, or interest rate buy-down, is rapidly become the bedrock for scaling privately led investments in riskier state or new technology markets. India's experience shows that when well designed, PPPs and blended structures not only reduce upfront risk for investors, but also create robust funding vehicles that entice pension funds, insurance, and long duration global capital into projects ranging from wind and hybrid parks to offshore wind and transmission. Success hinges on clear risk allocation, strong termination and change in law clauses, and the ability to scale these blended facilities across diverse geographies and sectors. The practical conclusion is that thriving blended finance windows and PPPs, especially in wind-rich or less bankable states, are India's clearest opportunity to catalyze the next wave of private investment. While we talk about all this, there have been a lot of green shoots. For example, MNRE considering proposing tax incentives for investors in green bonds. The move aims to attract more private capital into renewable energy and climate-focused projects, enhancing the funding for India's clean energy transition. By offering fiscal benefits, MNRE seeks to make green bonds a more attractive investment avenue and accelerate sustainable infrastructure development. We should look forward to this development. Similarly, the National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development, we should look at, can the NIIF mandate be expanded to that of a sovereign fund that takes equity stakes in critical infrastructure companies? What will this entail? Globally, we are looking at some of the trends that you all are monitoring. For example, because what happened in USA in terms of the ESG bonds, the premium on the green bonds, etc. And I will let my co-speaker, co-panelist, throw some more light on that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. IECE is not only the non-banking financial company, but a public financial institution with infra-financing status, a Maharatna company, very well positioned in lending to various segments of power sector, plus renewable sector, and also infra and logistics sector. Out of the loan assets of 5.86 lakh crore, close to 10% is the renewable energy assets, around 65,000 crores. In terms of capacity, we have funded for over 46,000 megawatt. In gross terms, it was over 90,000 megawatt, but the projects on securing financial closure or commissioning the borrowing entities, they opt for low-cost refinancing. That way, the loan assets presently has come down to 65,000 crores. This is the position. Our credit risk as a ratio is CRA, or ratio is 23.98. Our net worth is around 79,000 odd crore, and our the non-performing assets, net non-performing assets, the lowest among the NBFC CPSUs, that is 0.24% in terms of 1,411 crore. So we are very well placed. We are fortunate to be the first CPSU in the country to have the access for the green bonds raised in the year 2017. We have so far cumulatively 4 series of ECB bonds we have raised, green bonds. ECB 25, ECB 69, ECB 79, and ECB 56, cumulatively totaling to some 16,000 crore. Now, the challenges what we face, there are various reforms, incentives available through Government of India. The viability gap funding, the local content Atmanirbhar Bharat element for the battery energy storage systems, for the pumped storage projects, exemption from CES clearance, and viability gap funding for the PLI, production linked incentive scheme for solar local domestic manufacturing. We, in our operations, for enhancing the RE in our loan assets, present from 9.5% to close to 30% by the year 2030, aligning with the 500 gigawatts. We have already, Government of India, our country, we have already crossed 50%. The remaining 50% at a rate of 50,000 megawatt per annum. We have aligned our operations. We wanted to see that minimum 3 lakh crore would be our loan assets in RE by the year 2030. We are targeting at least 17 to 20% of the RE capacity being funded by REC. Our terms are very, very competitive. But being a listed company, we are here to give more value addition to the shareholders. That is also there. So one approach we had only for the renewable segment, we approached the multilateral institutions. When you go for multilateral developmental banks, we being the AAA rated domestic rate and at par with the sovereign rating by the Fitch and Moody's, BAA minus, we get good funds from the multilateral development banks. But what happens, that requires Government of India's guarantee. That guarantee it gets added to, plus the fluctuations, foreign currency fluctuations. These rates, more or less, our domestic funds raised, what we are raising domestically, it goes slightly lesser. That's all. It's not with a great margin. So what we request is, what we look forward to is the exemption of the Government of India's guarantee fee. That would be directly passed on to the borrowers. So far, the external commercial borrowings, whatever we have taken up, had been dedicated towards 40 projects across the country, or dedicatedly for RE-based projects. We are the first CPSU to have environmental social governance policy, board approved policy in place. We approved it long back in October 23. The business responsibility and sustainability reporting mandate prescribed by the SEBI, we were first to comply. As a CPSU and BFC, we were first to comply. So the kind of projects, the kind of assets which are being created, the kind of mitigation efforts being done in terms of data is getting reflected, reported in our annual reports. Close to last year alone, our carbon reduction was to the tune of 6.11 million tons last year. So we have been quantifying. Now we have plans to enhance our RE space. Now the issues are the power sale agreement are not being achieved in time. The power purchase agreement from the utility side are not getting signed. This is number one. So we offer for the local content some incentives in terms of 10 bips minimum we offer in the financial our terms. For the timely completion of the projects also, we offer 25 bips if the project is completed on time, COD is achieved on time. Post completion, the borrowing, the various RE developers, do they come forward, avail the funds, achieve the financial closure? But at the end of the day, post commissioning, we are not sure whether that asset would remain with the financial institution, because it gets the rating of the entity gets enhanced, their market visibility is seen. There are other financial institutions, peers, they look forward to, they track for refinancing. So this is how it happens vis-a-vis. We also refinancing, we offer some 25 bips lesser if somebody, 50 bips we offer if other developer to come to us. So the refinancing part is one. Bankability of the project. The developer do come with a rating. They do not enjoy good rating. We go for sanction. But during the course of execution, if the credit rating agency, the credit rating of the borrowing entity goes down, that faces issues. the availability of the material, though the gestation period is 2 to 3 years for large scale generation project into RE to lower version, it goes up to say 3 years, not more than 3 years. 2.5 years to 3 years is the maximum cap. The long-term finance is available up to 15 years, including the moratorium. Some of the major projects they require, because the tariff discovered day to day is going down, the cash flow should be sufficient to meet the payment of interest and repayment of the principal. So it requires more longer period, say 25 to 30 years. The green financing, international green financing, they have that accommodate for the very longer period. In Indian context, it goes somewhere 15 to 20 years. So the cash flow strains due to the newer, lower tariff discoveries, these are the other challenges. Then the lower credit rating, we need to have to create dedicated RE credit rating framework for the RE developers. This is number 2. In the international fund, when we approach, we require government's support, tax incentivize. That, of course, now in pipeline, we need to say, but it should attract the 250 gigawatts by 2030. We should see that we are ahead of the curve, not that we meet by 2030. One of the important element of NDC, we have achieved 5 years ahead of time. We are always ahead of. So we need to see that 250 gigawatts is done not by 2030, but while in the course of 29 itself. So to that extent, we require incentivized green bonds to be made available to at least to those NBFCs which enjoy the sovereign rating. I think I stop with this. I'll allow the other panelists to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That was quite enlightening. Sri Nagesh, you would have some opening comments, or can I ask you something? Sure.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I am Sri Nagesh, CFO and President of Ocure Energy. So a few additions to what my co-panelists have mentioned. I think all of us appreciate that infra projects are long gestation period projects and highly capital intensive projects. I think a time has come where, compared to the earlier practices of debt-equity ratio, along with the DSCR, I think now we should shift to focusing on the DSCR as long as the project is able to service the debt and having some cushion for the purpose of any fluctuations. We should not be too much bothered about it should be 70-30 or 75-25 sort of a thing. That is the only way by which we'll be able to build large capacities of projects in the years to come.
When it comes to debt service coverage ratio, for the conventional projects, break-even is one that we know, but for conventional projects, we go for 1.5. But for RE projects, we go up to 1.05 minimum. That way we do take care.
No, sir, I mean, one is debt service coverage ratio, and along with the debt service coverage ratio, debt equity ratio, you should not be very particular as long as the reasonable level of debt service coverage ratio is there. That's one thing. I mean, certainly I know that, these are policy related and there may be a sort of some discussion and, some amendments have to come for the regulations. But I think these are 2, 3, 4 points which I'll share. Maybe you can keep it in mind for future this thing.
Yeah, when it comes to the leveraging ratio, like debt equity ratio, see, the more the equity promoter brings in, that shows the seriousness and the soundness of the promoter. If he comes with a 40%, we should we can see the soundness of the project. His commitment, his seriousness, that is very much in place. And also the upfront equity means nothing to say, because the fund releases would happen parallelly as per the milestones on proportionate basis. We are going for the RE projects up to 80-20. For the conventional projects, for the private sector, we go 70-30. But for RE projects, we are going up to 80-20.
Agreed, sir. I mean, no, please don't take otherwise. I think one thing what we have to appreciate is that all the developers are serious developers. And the reason why, how these things will help, from one side we are looking for competitive rates such that the product, ultimate product is going to be viable. You know, the selling price or the tariff will become very, very lower and lower. So when we are expecting that, these various factors, if you take into consideration, it will help. One is from the perspective of debt-equity ratio, another is from the perspective of DSCR. And the third thing is basically, when we talk of blended finance, currently maybe we are only looking from the institutional side. Maybe, looking at a possibility of creating some sort of a platform wherein the corporates or individuals who are having the surplus money, they should be able to, through some sort of an app, they should be able to commit their funds, which can be used for the sort of, infra project funding and all.
Nagesh, in fact, you brought in a very important point related to blended finance. Just as a context, globally, there exists an annual gap of over $4 trillion USD for financing per annum, I'm talking about, for financing the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the objectives of the Paris development. While it has the potential, but the total deal volume unlocked by blended finance over the past decade globally stands at just over $200 billion, far short of what is required. So, how do you think blended finance can deliver to its full potential? What are the barriers to achieving scale and bridging the knowledge gap? If I could pick both of you on that.
So, as I was suggesting, when we talk about blended finance, instead of restricting to few institutions, few specific institutions which are into the business of funding, we may call it green funding or we may call it whatever the nomenclatures. I think if we can extend to this facility of using the surplus funds available with different corporates, it could be pension organizations or corporates, public sector undertakings. A lot of institutions have a lot of surplus money.
Okay, kind of catalytic funds.
So those things can be sort of channelized to in some sort of instrument. But they can't be sitting into the appraisal or anything of that sort. So they need a sort of anchoring from institutions like IECE, PFC or State Bank, or various financial institutions, and basing on their appraisal and their commitment to the project, people can participate.
Let me get in Mr. Bosch on this.
See, the pension funds and the sovereign funds, they often face regulatory restrictions. So, over 2/3 of the pension funds are locked in special government deposits, limiting their ability to invest in alternatives assets like RE. So, one way out is expand the RE green bonds with the tax incentives, that is happening. Allow the phased diversification of EPFO corpus into InvITs, REITs and listed RE bonds. That could be a way out.
Okay. You mentioned green bond. So the green bond market has grown significantly since 2017 with annual issuances nearing 700 billion. As that context, the concept of greenium, for everyone's common take, refers to the premium investors are willing to pay for green bonds over conventional bonds. Just a few quick takes on what has happened in the past 1 year or so. Green bonds no longer provide borrowing cost benefits to issuers on a global average basis. The greenium has diminished over the past 3 years due to market oversupply and investor backlash. The median global greenium peaked in 2020 at 3.3 basis points, but flipped to a new issue premium by 2023, meaning insurers had to pay more compared to non-green bonds. Regional and sectoral variations exist massively, with the EU seeing the clearest new issue premiums, particularly for corporate issuers. Macroeconomic factors such as interest rate changes have significantly impacted the greenium. With this background, where do you see the trend for greenium moving in the coming 2 years?
Yeah, greener bonds, when the investors, they look at the compliances of the ESG norms in letter and spirit by the borrowing the entity, and also the dedicated, the destination project where it is going to be used, and the project developer. If, in fact, we at our EC level, we are offering incentives to the borrowing entity in our terms and conditions, in terms of a repayment period or in security or the debt equity. Incentivization is being done on cost of funds also, if the borrowing entity is also ESG compliant. So that helps us in projecting upfront to the international community, the international financial institutions, that such is the project, such is the state, such is the progressive state, where we want this project to be used, and this would be the carbon mitigation plan, this would be the quantified the outcomes, that is what going to come, with which we have been very successful so far. That's how we could able to, among all the NBFCs, we have raked in around 16,000 crores through our 4 series. More such series are going to, because we are also, as per the RBI's, the ECB, the limitations are there in going for accessing. Though given the present environment of the international fund market, very marginal. The kind of efforts which you need to make, the documents which you need to proceed, prepare and make it available, very cumbersome procedures, and very time constraints are there in availing such funds. So it's very lesser. But if it comes with the tax incentives, you can say that the mobilization of funds through greener bonds would be exponential in growth.
Okay. I know we are, the entire sessions were getting delayed, and we don't want to stand between lunch and the audience, but at the same time, there is an issue. We'll close with this, followed by questions from audience, if any. You mentioned about the ESG bond and ESG linked. Can you help describe, going beyond the compliances, describe the financial characteristics of the bonds that have been issued, how the proceeds have been allocated, the level of investor interest, the challenges encountered, and the lessons learned? Any of those?
These projects, the funds are channelized to 40 projects across the country, 40 projects of solar, wind, solar hybrid, battery energy storage systems, green hydrogen project, pumped storage projects. We are funding all segments of RE, almost all segments. This had been given to the 40 such projects. We take upfront the consent of the borrowing entity, mostly the state sector, because the ESG funds comes with extra cautionary terms, in terms of slippage would tantamount to penalization. So incentivization would be there, provided you achieve the milestones as per the schedule. So our feedback is that response from the borrowers are very positive, and we have also been very proactive.
Okay, thank you for the very enlightening comments. I've been told just now that in the interest of time, we would have question answers during the networking sessions. We can definitely use that. We are available. Thank you so much for your interest and participation.
Thank you very much to our panelists. May I request our moderator, sir, to kindly present the mementos expressing our thanks on behalf of CII to both our eminent speakers. Thanking both our speakers, Mr. T.S.C. Bosch and Mr. Sri Nagesh Ramabhutla. And may I request Tanya from CII to please join us here on the stage in presenting the memento to our moderator, sir, Mr. Vivek Srivastavaji. A group photograph of all our distinguished speakers, and then we close this session. Ladies and gentlemen, thanking you also for being a part of these discussions and deliberations. Unfortunately, because of the time constraint, we could not take any questions, but during the lunch break, you can interact with the speakers.
It's about the generations to come. It's why we are on a mission of setting global standards in infrastructure by building transformative projects that are empowering India with reliable, accessible, and clean energy infrastructure.
The energy choices we make today will shape India's tomorrow. We need to create a sustainable energy future that's based on a responsible transition. We've integrated sustainability into every aspect of our operations, proving that growth and environmental responsibility can go hand in hand. More than generating power, we are generating hope for a cleaner, brighter, and more sustainable future.
For over a decade, we've led India's solar revolution, developing some of Asia's and India's first and largest solar plants across diverse landscapes. Yet, our commitment to sustainability goes far beyond. Transitional energy generation is the core of our enterprise, supported by a sustainable business model that leads with responsibility. Our state-of-the-art facilities across the country exemplify this vision, where zero waste isn't just a goal but a reality, where every environmental impact is transformed into an opportunity and every action aligns with the UN climate goals. Yet, we firmly believe that true power lies in touching lives and empowering communities.
Corporate responsibility for us means going beyond business metrics. Whether it's modernizing agriculture, strengthening healthcare, or educating the youth, every initiative is designed to create a lasting and meaningful impact. Because we believe empowered communities build a powerful nation.
Through Project Safal, we modernize agricultural practices. Through Project Talim, we provide educational opportunities to thousands of underserved children in the communities where we operate. Through Project Mamta, we strengthen rural healthcare. Through Project Uday, we nurture responsible citizens. Because at Hindustan Power, we know that generating power isn't simply about energy. It is about empowering lives, catalyzing progress, and laying the foundation for a stronger, more sustainable India. With great power comes a great nation. We are Hindustan Power.
जहां हर कदम चलता है अपने अंदाज से, भारत करता है बात कुछ खास अंदाज से। हर सांस में हो जोश और उम्मीद की रोशनी, ऐसी एनर्जी कहीं नहीं, ऐसी एनर्जी सबसे ऊपर, जहां टीम वर्क से बंधा हर एक सुर, जुनून से भरा हर काम में है जान, मिलकर बनाते हैं उज्जवल जहान। ऐसी एनर्जी कहीं नहीं, ऐसी एनर्जी बठिंडा से भारत तक फैली रोशनी, हर दिशा हर चेहरे पर दिखे उम्मीद की किरण। ये सिर्फ ऊर्जा नहीं, ये है एक विश्वास जो थमे नहीं, जो झुके नहीं। हम हैं
In the year 2008, a monumental pipeline project spanning over 1,375 kilometers in length and traversing across 5 Indian states was completed. This was PIL's 48-inch diameter and country's single largest common carrier pipeline then. With this remarkable achievement, PIL then doubled the gas transportation capacity of the entire nation. It became the country's most significant project in bringing affordable clean energy to millions. PIL has given India a phenomenal lead by establishing unparalleled new opportunities for vast economic growth, eventually giving rise to a new era of energy for all.
When we care for the planet Earth, every decision we make is for a better tomorrow. Aiming to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045, zero waste to landfills, water neutrality, and no net loss of biodiversity, all by 2030. Together, as we are inspired by this mission, sustainable is attainable. Our renewable portfolio stands at 7.9 gigawatts with 4.2 gigawatts operational and 3.7 gigawatts at various stages of implementation. We are set to make significant investments of 40,000 crores in renewables over the next 4 years. Our solar cell and module manufacturing plants in Bengaluru of 530 megawatts and 682 megawatts capacity respectively are helping us achieve this vision. Switching to e-mobility is as simple as plugging into India's #1 and fastest growing public EV charging network. Lighting up 1 billion lives through sustainable, affordable and innovative clean energy solutions is what inspires us, because we believe sustainable is attainable.
In the heart of India's corporate landscape lies a story of resilience, growth, and unwavering dedication. It began in 1959 when the Torrent Group was founded by Shri U.N. Mehta with a simple purpose: happiness for all. By overcoming challenges and exploring opportunities, Torrent Group has become one of India's leading diversified conglomerates, focused on 3 key sectors of the economy: healthcare, power, and gas. Torrent Pharma, the flagship company of the group, stands as a testament to excellence with a presence in over 50 countries. It has 8 advanced manufacturing facilities, 5 of which are US FDA approved. Torrent Group has ventured into the city gas distribution business through Torrent Gas to meet another critical need: green fuel in various parts of India. Torrent Gas is present in 17 geographies spread across 34 districts, covering 7 states and 1 union territory, catering to around 7% of the country's population. Torrent Power is one of India's leading integrated power companies, with a full stack presence in power generation, transmission, and distribution. It has a revenue of over 27,000 crore rupees and a net worth of 13,800 crore rupees as of financial year 2024. Its total power generation capacity is 4.78 gigawatt, largely comprising of clean energy sources of gas-based power 2.7 gigawatt and renewable energy 1.7 gigawatt, with another 3 gigawatt of renewable energy under construction, and a target of achieving an installed renewable energy capacity of 10 gigawatt by 2030. Torrent Power, one of the major players in the power distribution industry, is leading the way by distributing over 30 billion units of power to over 4.13 million customers across 3 states, with one of the lowest distribution losses and highest reliability indices in the industry. To bolster this commitment to sustainability, Torrent Power has now set its sights on green hydrogen and its derivatives, as well as pumped hydro storage projects. In green hydrogen, Torrent has developed India's largest blending project in the city gas distribution network in Uttar Pradesh. This project marks a pioneering effort in blending 2% GH2 in natural gas, serving a vast consumer base of 9,400 households and 100 CNG stations. Evaluating green ammonia export prospects and developing end-to-end solutions for domestic clients in need of green hydrogen. Given the growing penetration of renewable energy sources in the power grid, energy storage is the need of the hour. Pumped storage hydropower has long been acknowledged as a cost-effective, well-established green storage technology that can stabilize the grid and balance the intermittent nature of renewable energy sources. Torrent Power has been allotted about 10 gigawatt of PSP sites in Maharashtra
and Uttar Pradesh, and has identified potential sites in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and Rajasthan. With its strong balance sheet and project execution capabilities, Torrent is well placed to execute these large and complex projects. Torrent is implementing one of the largest single location 3 gigawatt PSP in Maharashtra and has contracted 2 gigawatt capacity with Maharashtra State Discom, the largest energy storage contract awarded in the country through tariff-based competitive bidding. In line with the Government of India's ambitious target of setting up 80 gigawatt of coal-based capacity by 2031-32, Torrent Power is intending to set up state-of-the-art, ultra-supercritical coal-based power plants. Torrent Group renews its pledge to contribute to India's growth and prosperity by providing sustainable energy solutions by investing over 1.1 lakh crore rupees on energy over next 8 years.
बेटा ख्याल रखोगे ना हमारा? वाह मम्मी भूख अब इतनी सुबह सुबह। अरे भाई ब्रेकफास्ट मिलेगा? हाँ जी। ओए बस पेट भर गया भैया। भालो बिजली गई। बेटा गर्म पानी आएगा? हाँ जी। हीटर? हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी। तो अब क्या सूरज लाओगे?
जहां सूरज वहां रोशनी और जहां विक्रम सोलर वहां खुशियों वाली सनशाइन।
Darkness has always tested humanity. But every time, we rose with a new light. This is not just energy. This is hope taking shape. This is tomorrow shining today. 20 years ago, a dream was born. एक सपना, एक विश्वास, एक नई शुरुआत. And we chose the sun. And our light reached the skies, contributing to the world's first fully solar-powered airport. We dared to dream differently, converting our dreams to reality from one dream to millions of smiles. बढ़ रहे हैं हम, बढ़ रहा है हिंदुस्तान. But this is not only a story of projects and numbers. It is a story of every member believing in a brighter tomorrow. From Khavda's vast deserts to Chennai's energy, from USA to China and many more, to airports where millions travel on solar wings. Our light has traveled far. And our heart, it remains the same. To protect every tomorrow. Because even a single lamp can change a life. A rooftop can brighten a family's evening. A grid can transform a community. The vision was clear. Not just to build factories, but to build trust. Not just to generate power, but to create purpose. Not just to serve today, but to protect every tomorrow. For 20 years, sunlight has been transformed into smiles. Where there is darkness, there will always be light. Vikram Solar, Khushiyon Wali Sunshine.
fire, earth, wind, water. For hundreds of years, nature has given us all we need. But now, nature is calling on us to be more mindful about energy and to stop before it's too late. But who's listening? We are. We're answering the call by leading a transformation and giving it all we have. Our experience of 20 years, our limitless passion, our world-class operating standards, our partnerships, and our investments to double our business in the next 4 years. But energy alone won't be enough. That's why we're turning energy into action. Action that ushers a new age of growth for India. Action that lights up 1 billion dreams. Action that uplifts our communities. Action that sparks a movement of sustainable change. Action that saves the planet. Who are we? Agni, Prithvi, Ambu, Vayu. We are Aprava Energy, a diversified energy business here to help India transition to clean energy. We're born and shaped by the elements, so when the wind becomes stronger, the sun shines brighter, the fire flares, and when you take a step to give back more than you take, we're there with you. This is energy for India. This is energy in action.
What if we could turn back time? What if the damage we've done could be undone? Time doesn't rewind, but impact can. The energy revolution is here. Business leaders worldwide are moving away from fossil fuels. The future is renewable. The future is now. And that change isn't waiting. It's already here. At Avada, we believe business success and environmental responsibility aren't opposites, they are partners. Planet, people, profitability, that's our foundation. Carbon emissions reduced. Water saved. Forests replanted. Plastic waste recycled. And Avada is at the heart of it all.
Clean energy is not just a dream for Bharat, it is the way we want to build a modern India. We want to use the power of sun, power of wind, and water energy to power every home, every factory, every office, every education institute in India. And it's powering our data center, our factories, the train runs from it, the metros runs from it, and we are looking forward to the future where anyone who needs energy is dependent on green energy. Avada is building 250 projects across all parts of India, from every district in Maharashtra to places in Rajasthan to deserts of Kutch to Bihar to UP. So across India, solar, wind and pumped storage can be done. India is blessed with the trinity of water, sun and wind. Using these three natural forms of energy, we are not only creating millions of jobs, but we are providing the most affordable energy round the clock at every parts of India. The good part about green energy is that it is a democratic form of energy. It can be generated from every rooftop, and with PM scheme of rooftop solar, everyone can start doubling their income by using solar at their rooftop and selling the power to the grid.
But this mission isn't Avada's alone. As a responsible green business, we believe in empowering and energizing every individual to be part of the solution. Every choice you make, every action you take, every moment you choose hope over helplessness. The planet doesn't need more promises, it needs more action. It needs you to stop waiting for someone else to solve what we all created together. Mission impossible? Only if we're apart. But together, every countdown becomes a count up.
The journey from impossible dream to unstoppable reality, we call it Mission Possible with Avada.
Blue Pine Energy was created to lead India's energy transition with clarity, commitment, and values that don't waver. It began with a vision shaped by experience and a belief in doing things the right way.
We don't want to be just another IPP. We want to make sure that we are part of this very real and consequent energy transition that's taking place in India, focused on a few key things: governance, integrity, stakeholder trust, and sustainability. The vision was very clear: to create a full-service IPP that does everything from pre-development to commissioning of renewable energy projects all over India, exclusively in India, with the aim of targeting a 4 to 5 gigawatt capacity in line with India's renewable energy mission of 500 gigawatts by 2030.
From site selection to long-term operations, we remain actively engaged throughout the project lifecycle. Every project starts with our people.
We really believe that an organization can grow only when its employees grow professionally and personally. To build a culture where trust is built through action and not just words.
They plan, build, and run these facilities with one focus: delivering reliable, clean energy to businesses and communities that need it. Installed across coastlines and hilltops, our turbines turn wind into electricity. Built and maintained by teams who understand the terrain and the technology.
We start from the wind campaign, conceiving of the project, selection of the site, getting the regulatory approvals, selection of technology, which is very, very critical in our field because the project has to be stable for next 25 to 35 years. Construction portion, trying to get the best operation and maintenance contractor, that's also part of the team. We chose deliberately to stay away from the congested area. We are trying on a different area where the congestion or the competition is less. So our ability to navigate the system coupled with our fully authorized project team makes us, I would say, makes our team to run faster than the competition.
From capturing wind to harnessing sun, our solar installations are spread across open fields and arid plains, transforming sunlight into clean, reliable power.
We were almost the first movers in terms of shifting our supply chain from China to India. So when it was eventually forced by government, we were ahead of our competitors in terms, at least by 6-7 months. So our preparation levels were much better when this was eventually done.
Behind every unit of energy is a commitment to performance, precision, and responsibility. Because in India's diverse climate and challenging conditions, reliability isn't just expected, it's essential.
Safety is something which for Blue Pine is the topmost priority. If there is a cost overrun or there is time overrun, it still can be maintained. But there is no way out. We can build a project or operate a project in a manner which endangers the safety of our employees, our contractors, or even anybody else who's living in and around our plant. So the way we operate is safety first.
So CNI business is poised to grow. Indian manufacturing is clearly on a path of acceleration. Within the renewable energy space, we are technology agnostic. We have solutions around wind, solar as the primary source of generation, coupled with storage solutions. And whether standalone or combined solutions, depending on the state, customer requirement and the regulations, we work through solutions to offer green power to the customers.
We have a equity mandate from Actis of $800 million. Platform size should be around approximately 4 gigawatt. We are progressing towards that vision. We are ensuring that the projects what we are winning are actually moving towards carbon footprint reduction. We are also focusing on environmental studies so that there is hardly any, you can say, prospects towards environment which is going against the spirit of carbon footprint. So from that perspective, we are focusing towards ESG as well as financial due diligence for all the aspects of environment.
We have the duty to serve to the communities where we work for. And for that, we are very fortunate to have been running our successful skill development center. From the initial stage, within of 3 years, we were able to build up around 20 such centers across tier 2 and tier 3 cities.
Through these centers, we were able to give training to more than thousands of youth.
And the beauty of this initiative is 49% of them were women.
અને અમને આ બ્લુ પાઇન એનર્જી કંપનીના દ્વારા સોલાર પેનલનું શીખવાડવામાં આવેલું છે અને સોલાર પેનલમાં ઘણું બધું શીખવા મળે છે, જેમ કે સોલાર પેનલના પ્રકાર કેટલા છે, તેને કઈ રીતે ફિટ કરવામાં આવે છે, તેના ફાયદા ઘણા બધા છે.
We have a curated platform for our women. We call it WIBE, W-I-B-E, Women in Blue Pine Energy, for having a holistic development and career growth. We have different campaigns, initiatives which give them growth around mental health programs, physical health programs, financial literacy, leadership track records, succession growth plans, and so on. With all of these different initiatives and our operating plans around community inclusion, upskilling them, and climate change, we want to bring around an approach of social and environmental value proposition impact in the business.
Along with our investors and our stakeholders, we want to leave a legacy that ensures that the world that we leave behind for the children is a carbon-free, resilient and inclusive future. The more important aspect of this is making sure that the energy transition is just and citizen-centric and involves the communities that we work with.
Every turbine we install, every panel we connect, every family and business we power, it's all part of building India's energy future. At Blue Pine Energy, it's time to reclaim the earth.
To make our future look like this and sound like this, we at ENGIE, with our 98,000 transition makers across 30 countries, are striving every day to make the energy transition happen. For 150 years, we have been advancing industrial, human, and societal progress, moving forward together to shape the future we all want to see and hear. We produce and transport decarbonized, secure, and affordable energy. Our renewables and flexible assets produce green and smart electrons. Biomethane plants and hydrogen produce our green molecules. Our power transmission lines and gas infrastructures transport, distribute, and store this energy. Our district heating and cooling networks, on-site utilities, and energy performance activities deliver energy locally for cities and industries. We manage energy assets, bringing energy to our business and private customers. By 2030, we will offer 24/7 carbon-free electricity to our customers that request it with hourly matching. By 2045, we want to achieve net zero carbon across all 3 scopes. And that's why we want to be the best energy transition utility.
SR is a privately owned global investor, specializing in building and nurturing world-class assets diversified across the core sectors of energy, infrastructure, metals and mining, and technology and retail. The group has revenues of over $15 billion and employs 7,000 people. We have also fulfilled our corporate social responsibility through focused community uplift programs. With a proven global track record of over 50 years, SR has established integrated steel plants, comprehensive energy assets, power plants, and major infrastructure projects in India and around the world. Some of the greenfield assets we have built and monetized are Vodafone SR, one of India's most respected telecom operators with a huge subscriber base. SR Oil, among India's most advanced oil refining and marketing companies. IECE, in the league of the fastest growing BPO companies. SR Steel, one of India's largest single location flat steel manufacturer. We have played a vital role in the country's development, investing more than $20 billion over the years. SR's current portfolio spans critical sectors of the economy, driving growth and transformation across its diverse businesses. In energy, we are one of the foremost unconventional energy players in India, supporting the government's vision of making India a gas-based economy. Our Stanlow refinery in the UK is one of most advanced in Europe, supplying 16% of the UK's road transport fuels. Because of its expertise and experience, SR has been chosen by the UK government as a partner for the decarbonization of fuels in the United Kingdom. We have planned investments of over $1 billion to build a range of low-carbon energy transition projects, including 350 megawatt hydrogen capacity. Under SR Energy Transition, or EET initiative, we will be transforming the Stanlow refinery into one of the world's first low-carbon refineries. In its infrastructure portfolio, SR is known for building and operating world-class ports and terminals. The company is operating ports in India, United Kingdom, and Indonesia, with a focus towards green fuel storage. SR is a pioneer of India's private sector energy landscape. With over 25 years of experience in power generation and transmission, we are now focused on transitioning to a sustainable energy portfolio. As an engineering, procurement, and constructions company, SR boasts of over 5 decades of executing complex industrial projects globally. In the metals and mining sector, SR has a stellar record of building world-class assets across the entire steel value chain. We are leveraging our global steel expertise to build a state-of-the-art 7 million tons per year direct reduced-grade iron ore pellet plant in the United States, with operations set to begin in the second quarter of 2026. SR also plans further investments to develop direct reduced iron DRI facilities at the same site. Our vision for the sector involves building a robust ecosystem to support the world's growing demand for green steel. In technology and retail, we are leading the drive for green mobility, transforming road logistics in India by decarbonizing the sector with LNG-powered trucks. Plans are also underway to introduce electric trucks for short-haul transportation. Our investments span green truck manufacturing, fleet management, and the development of green fuel hubs for LNG, biogas, hydrogen, and electric energy solutions. Through its investee businesses, SR is among the fastest-growing global digital infrastructure integrators, providing cutting-edge network and system integration services. We are also participating in the digital commerce boom through investments in a rapidly growing platform that delivers fresh fruits and vegetables via a digitally integrated supply chain. Armed with a strong balance sheet and stellar leadership, bolstered by sustainable earnings from portfolio businesses, we are continuing our journey of investing in and operating state-of-the-art assets in India and across the world, creating value for all stakeholders. SR, blueprint of a green vision.
Hero Future Energies was founded with the vision of being at the vanguard of innovative clean energy solutions for a sustainable future. We commenced our operations in 2012, coinciding with the advent of India's energy transition journey. We were quick to carve a niche for ourselves through speedy and efficient deployment of wind and solar PV power plants in several states across India.
Looking back at what HFE has achieved over the last 10 years, I'm filled with pride to see how we have grown into one of the major players in the renewable space. It is our focus on innovation, continuous improvement, and a resilient spirit that has enabled us to come this far while establishing several benchmarks. Executing India's first hybrid project at Manvi, single largest rooftop installation of 1.5 megawatt for Hero MotoCorp, working on an innovative solar fisheries project in Bangladesh, which is the first by any Indian company, and winning the first ever grid-scale battery storage bid in Kerala, are some of our major milestones that testify to our capabilities.
Welcome to the world of tomorrow, where renewable energy powers every aspect of our lives. Gone are the days of polluting fossil fuels, as we now rely on the endless supply of solar, wind and hydroelectric power. We no longer have to worry about the negative impacts of fossil fuels on our planet, and can instead focus on creating a sustainable future for generations to come.
There are several promising technologies for renewable energy that are currently under development or in the early stages of deployment. For instance, energy storage, with grid balancing and power optimizing services, provides the right opportunity to unlock India's clean energy potential. Energy storage is going to be a critical contributor to the new power system architecture, as it addresses the issue of intermittency of renewable generation. While we increase our renewable energy installations and capacities, we also plan to produce and export low-carbon hydrogen and its derivatives at competitive economics.
We're also exploring using green power to charge electric vehicles and bulk produce green ammonia, green methanol and green ethanol. All these technologies are crucial for achieving net zero goals. Hero Future Energies is fully committed to doing whatever it takes to spearhead the fight against climate change. And the benefits don't stop there. Renewable energy is also more affordable and reliable, with advanced technology and storage solutions, ensuring that we monitor and optimize our energy use, assuring we have access to power at all times, and enabling efficient and sustainable use of resources.
The commercial and industrial sector will be an important thrust area for us as we aspire to be an end-to-end energy transition partner for our clients in their net zero
Welcome
journey.
back to all the people who have joined us post-lunch, people who are still in the lunch area. May we request you to please have your plates at your table itself and be seated so that we start with this post-lunch session. Just after this session, we have an important session wherein we have Shri Shripad Yesu Naik ji, the Honourable Minister of State for New and Renewable Energy, joining us. So we need to be in time for that session. He's going to be joining us at 2:45:3 and 2:45 or 3, and thereby we intend to start this session on time. Just requesting you all to be kindly taking your seats. So this is a session on under the track of Innovation for Sustainable Energy Systems, on the topic of emerging technologies for cleaner mobility. And as we all understand, cleaner mobility stands vital for India's energy transition pathway and towards achieving our net zero targets and being on the path of a more cleaner sources of energy and fuels. For the mobility sector world over contributes almost 1/3 to the global emissions, and thereby this sector stands extremely important as we achieve our climate goals. So the session is going to be exploring the future of alternative fuels like ethanol, of compressed biogas, SAF, green hydrogen, the next-gen battery chemistries, and the role of startups and the research and development collaborations in building a sustainable mobility ecosystem. We have our distinguished speakers here on the dais, the session being moderated by Mr. Tarun Sani, the Chairman of CII National Bioenergy Committee and the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Tribeni Engineering, who's championing bioenergy solutions to power sustainable mobility. We have Mr. B.C. Tripathi, the Vice Chairman, SR Group. Mr. Tripathi bringing in extensive experience in energy infrastructure and mobility sectors. And then Mr. Puneet Anand, the Associate Vice President, Hyundai India, driving innovation and clean technologies in India's automotive sector. So welcome to all our panelists here on the dais. Just requesting everyone to be kindly taking your seats. We are going to be closing for food. People who are still having, you can carry your plates and be seated. Thank you. And with that, I request our eminent moderator to be taking the discussions from here, handing over to Mr. Tarun Sani.
Good afternoon. As we all know, the conference theme, Driving India's Energy Transition, the Pathway to Net Zero, Engage, Energize, Empower, perfectly reflects our collective mission to build a sustainable, secure, and self-reliant future for India. When we talk about net zero or clean fuels, it is important to discuss mobility as well. The transportation sector accounts for nearly 25% of the global carbon emissions. For India, where mobility demand is increasing rapidly, adopting cleaner technologies is both a climate necessity and a national opportunity. Cleaner mobility means reducing dependence on fossil fuels, saving valuable foreign exchange, creating rural livelihoods, and strengthening the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Over the last decade, India has shown that bold policy action, industry innovation, and farmer participation can reshape the energy landscape. What was once an aspiration is now an achievement. In August 2025, India reached 20% ethanol blending nationwide, a milestone attained by only a few countries. This is not the culmination of our journey, but the foundation of a cleaner, self-reliant, and technology-driven mobile future. India's ethanol economy illustrates the transformation. Installed capacity has reached over 1,800 crore litres a year across approximately 500 distilleries, up fourfold from about 518 crore litres in 2017-18. The impact has been significant. Up to July 25, ethanol blending saved 1.44 lakh crores in foreign exchange, substituted 245 lakh metric tons of crude oil, and cut 736 lakh metric tons of carbon dioxide, equivalent to planting 30 crore trees. At 20% blending, farmer payments this year alone are expected to top and exceed 40,000 crores of rupees, with forex savings of nearly 43,000 crores rupees. Alongside ethanol, compressed biogas, popularly known as CBG, is becoming another pillar of clean mobility. Under the 6th CII scheme, 108 operational CBG plants now produce up to 600 tons per day. More than 1,000 letters of intent have been issued to entrepreneurs, 230 projects are under construction, and more than 700 are in the implementation stage. a very, very important achievement. Prices have been aligned to 85% of prevailing CBG levels, about 74 rupees per kg today, with a 10-year offtake agreement and transport cost reimbursements which ensure viability, not just today but going forward as well. Sustainable aviation fuel is also emerging as a strategic priority for our nation. Production facilities such as the Indian Oil Panipat refinery are preparing to commence supply by 2025, supporting the National Blending Roadmap. This will position India as a leader for green aviation fuels, not just in the region, but globally. Alongside biofuels, next-generation battery chemistries, beyond lithium-ion, hydrogen fuel technologies, and hybrid solutions will shape India's mobility future. CII is actively fostering collaboration between industry, startups, and academia to accelerate research and development in these areas, recognizing that no single technology will deliver the transition. Multiple pathways must progress together. Cleaner mobility is about more than reducing emissions. It is about empowering farmers, energizing rural economies, strengthening energy security, and ensuring inclusive growth. With stronger relationships, greater innovation, and supportive policies, India can lead the Global South in developing resilient and sustainable mobility ecosystems. So we're here today with a very distinguished panel to talk about some of these challenges, to talk about the investments on the ground, to talk about challenges that we face in the Indian economy as entrepreneurs and as part of members of this entire ecosystem. I'd like to first invite Mr. Tripathi to come and join us and share his opening remarks. And then we'll have opening remarks from both panelists, followed by a question and answer session. Please.
Mr. Sani, my fellow panelists, distinguished guests here, good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be part of this kind of format where we are talking of energy transition. Especially when you talk about mobility, I think, as Mr. Sani has very aptly set out the foundation, that the road transports followed by air and sea are the major cause of pollution, which contributes almost 20-25% over the carbon emission in our globe today. When you talk of mobility, especially the road mobility, and if you talk of the trucking system, in the country today we have almost 4 million trucks which are operating, and this segment is growing, and by 2030 it should be almost 8 million trucks running on the road, which is the major cause of concern when you talk about CO2 emission and pollution is concerned. A lot of development has happened over the last 10-15 years. There has been a lot of support coming from the government for multiple fuels, as Mr. Sani told you. In passenger car, scooters, auto rickshaws, a lot of push is there towards e-mobility. But when you talk about heavy-duty trucks, which are the major guzzler of diesel, we import almost more than $150 to $200 billion worth of crude every year. And when you see the whole geopolitics around energy, you see how import dependent we are. Almost 40 to 45% of our crude goes for conversion to diesel. And out of that, almost 60% diesel goes into heavy-duty trucking. So at SR, we are trying to address this particular piece, which is the major contributor of consumption of crude and guzzling of diesel and emission of CO2. The two pathways we are trying to address through that, one is LNG in heavy-duty trucking, and second is the electric trucks. and that I am talking about heavy duty trucks which are of 50 tons and above capacity. I'm not talking about normal trucks which you see in our cities and towns. The trucks which are carrying heavy loads for steel, cement, iron ore, transporting goods from port to all over the hinterland, which is the major cause of concern. And here, when we are converting these trucks from diesel to LNG, it is reducing carbon footprint as high as 40%. SOx is almost zero. NOx is also down by almost 40 to 50%. So it is helping in a large way in terms of decarbonizing the heavy-duty trucking system. In terms of economics, it is almost 20 to 25% cheaper today when you see the total cost of operation from owning the trucks, fueling them and running for over a period of 3 to 5 years. The payback period is as low as almost 3.5 to 4 years times. So on one side, we are gaining economically. On the other side, we are trying to reduce the carbon footprint significantly. Going forward, the pilot project is already launched today, which is running in Vizag, where electric trucks for 50 to 55 tons have already been launched as a pilot project. Next couple of months' time, we are going to have a major launch of electric trucks operating out of Mumbai port, which will be carrying heavy containers and heavy-duty loads. Thereby, we are trying to create an ecosystem where we will be able to decarbonize heavy-duty trucks. In terms of scale, as I mentioned to you, almost 4 million trucks are already operating and should be going to almost 8 million trucks. There has been a good amount of thrust in the Government of India to reduce our logistic cost. This is a major challenge for all the industry today, that in terms of logistic costs, we are one of the highest in the world. Significant effort has been done where the logistic cost has come down. So a lot of emphasis is being paid to build the ports, to build the highways, to have the connectivity with the port in the name of Sagarmala, which is going to create demand for large heavy-duty trucking, which is going to reduce our logistic cost. So it is one of the most important aspects for us to address this segment of the e-mobility. The second part, you talk about biofuel. Of course, a lot of work is happening on CBG, but in terms of aviation, the aviation, sustainable aviation fuel, we are setting up a biofuel complex with the name of SR Future Energy, which is going to set up 1 million ton biofuel refinery in Gujarat, which will be meeting the requirement of blending for the aviation fuel as well as for the export purpose, which should reduce the carbon footprint into aviation also to a large extent. Coming to the overall mobility, I think as a country looking into the scale, the biggest challenge is for us to provide that enabling infrastructure. We talk about electric mobility, we need a lot of charging stations. I think they are coming up. When we talk about CNG, now all over India, CNG stations are being rolled out. A lot of OEMs are launching their CNG vehicles. So it's already taking up, and this sector is also growing at a rate of almost 10% every year. Now the next segment, you talk about CBG. A lot of support is being given by the government in terms of bringing CBG and providing this as a part of the transport fuel. I understand my previous organization, GAIL, has been mandated to buy all the CBG and bring it as a pool to supply to all the city gas company, which is going into CNG and PNG and is being supported to a large scale. What we need today, a massive infrastructure, both for CNG stations, LNG stations, CBG stations, and as well as the logistics to transport these fuel to the point of consumption. It is not that we'll only be looking at just going into the electric charging. You need a combination of all. When you talk about long-haul heavy-duty transport, which means carrying a 50 tons load, 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, from the mines to the port, from port to the different consumption point, the LNG trucking offers a great immediate opportunity for us. A lot of efforts are being done in India to increase the import of LNG. We have LNG terminal on the west coast, on the east coast. Now we need to create this LNG dispensing infrastructure pan-India basis. In SR, we today have almost 6 LNG dispensing stations, and we intend to create almost 100 LNG dispensing stations. I know a lot of oil marketing companies, gas companies, city gas companies, everybody is trying to put LNG dispensing stations. So like CNG, like petrol, diesel, you will have availability of LNG on pan-India basis. So this is a time for us to create these infrastructure on a massive scale on pan-India basis, which will help us to go into this transition, which is from liquid fuel to gaseous fuel, and from gaseous fuel ultimately go into your electric mobility, and maybe in near future to go into hydrogen as a fuel for the mobility. I think that is the pathway which we should adopt, and that's the effort which SR is trying to do with the name of Green Line, where whole ecosystem is being established. They have a manufacturing facility for electric trucks, manufacturing facility for LNG trucks, dispensing stations, and owning and operating those trucks. With that end-to-end solution, we are trying to provide the decarbonization to heavy-duty trucks on a scale on a pan-India basis, which will not only help to grow this energy transition, but will help the industry and the society at large to decarbonize our mobility system. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to take on your questions if you have anything, and from the audience. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Tarun Sahni, our session moderator, for setting the tone right. Mr. Tripathi from SR for sharing some of the valuable insights as far as the mobility in the commercial segment goes. Today, the topic which we are deliberating upon, the emerging technologies for the cleaner mobility, couldn't have come at the right time. Today is 22nd of September. Is the beginning of the auspicious period for the entire country, and also a landmark reform, GST 2.0, also kicks in today. This sets the tone for the future of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat, a dream which has been envisaged by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. But to achieve this vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, I think mobility will play a very vital role. But by mobility, we don't mean just transport. We here are talking about sustainable mobility. Today, India is a cusp of a big change. I remember those times when, largely speaking, we were talking only of ICE vehicles, petrol and diesel. Then came the era of CNG. And today all we know that there were queues and queues of cars standing outside CNG stations waiting for their turn to get CNG filled. But under this new government, setting up of 10,000 plus CNG stations has really reduced the time, and therefore the adoption and the affordability of alternative fuels is also becoming very strong. 2001, under Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, another area of multiple mobility solutions were launched, and that was blending ethanol with the traditional gasoline. And come April 2025, entire India has switched on to E20 blended petrol. Now this era defines how we are becoming self-reliant India, making our energy in India itself, using products which are made in India. This also sets the tone for the adoption of future mobility solutions. From ICE, we have moved to CNG, we moved to battery electric vehicles, we are talking of flex fuel vehicles, we are now looking at E22, E25E, and later on, flex fuel vehicles. And very strongly, under the National Green Hydrogen Mission, times are not far away that when our cars and buses will be powered by hydrogen, which will be the true reflection of sustainable green mobility or a zero-emission vehicle. In fact, Mr. Sahni rightly said that because of the adoption of these multi-fuel options in India, we are not only supporting our farmers, but we are also adding to our foreign exchange earnings. The kind of money which is going into the farmers' pockets and the kind of the forex earnings which we are saving by reducing our consumption of the crude oil itself is a testimony that dreams are not far away. Viksit Bharat 2047 or even earlier than that is very much achievable. And to do that, the entire country, the entire system, especially automotive manufacturers, OEMs, the value chain, commercial manufacturers, all of us are looking and working along with collaborative people like the SIAM, CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM to see that how we can become energy sustainable. And it's a very important moment for us, especially starting today, to see how this dream can be stitched together. At Hyundai, we have always been a proponent of multi-fuel options. You remember way back in 1998 when the first Centro was launched, it ushered in a new era of multi-point fuel injection because we were traditionally a carburetor-driven economy. And then the Centro brought change into the power consumption and the MPFS was launched, which was followed by CRDR or the Common Rail Direct Injection diesel technology. And Hyundai was also the first company to launch the first electric SUV, the All Kona, in 2019. But these are all histories now. We should be looking at the future. And I'm very happy to share with you, and you may be aware, that we are now ushering in a new era of hydrogen mobility. We have recently tied up with IIT Madras to set up a Hydrogen Valley Innovation Lab, which will help us to harness the energy of hydrogen over with an investment of more than 200 crores. Here, the purpose will be to ensure that the refinement of the hydrogen, which goes into fueling the future vehicles, the cost of that should be reduced to the present value right now what it is. Now, if that is achieved, I am sure the adoption of hydrogen as a mass fuel for the mobility will also become possible. It is already possible. In Korea, for example, our country, in US, in Canada, Europe, hydrogen is already being used as some of the alternate means of transport. But yes, the challenge only is to how to harness hydrogen at a cost which makes it more affordable and more meaningful. And under the National Green Hydrogen Mission, I am sure with technology, R&D and the support of the government coming in, the days are not far away when hydrogen will also become a fuel of the future. Therefore, for OEMs and for customers, it is very important to look at a technology agnostic approach. So whether it is an ICE vehicle, whether it is a CNG vehicle or a EV or a hybrid or a hydrogen power vehicle, we should be looking at different power needs for the entire country. We are a large country. The needs are different. The aspirations are different. The logistic cost is a challenge. Approachability is a problem. Rural areas, how to supply energy solutions to them. All these things I think needs to be stitched together, and therefore it is the time when policymakers, government bodies, trade bodies, all of us come together and start developing that complete ecosystem which will usher in that era of new science of mobility. At Hyundai, we have always believed that future will always be stitched together by great collaboration. And therefore, all of you sitting in this room, I am sure, will work together, will develop ideas, we will create synergies, we will create collaborations, and will ensure that the future of this country becomes the most brighter, and India will be the most developing economy and the most fastest working economy as far as the future of mobility is concerned. And our dream of carbon neutral by 2070, which our Honorable PM has already laid, I think should be achieved even earlier than that. That's the dream, and I think today, again, a very, very august moment for all of us. I again wish you very happy Navratri and also the GST festival which begins today. This is an era where consumption will increase. This is an era where people will be able to, really enjoy these important needs of their life at a cost which will become more affordable. And we at the auto industries have also ensured that the cars which are actually considered as a status of luxury should actually become meaningful and more affordable. So I will be very happy to answer any queries which we may have after the end of the session, and look forward to working together with all of you to create energy and to create India as a Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you.
So we're pressed for time. We have about 10 minutes, and I've got a lot of questions, actually. We won't be able to cover all of them. Let me firstly thank my fellow panelists for a very interesting perspective about the future of mobility, some of the challenges, etc. Let me first come to Mr. Tripathi. You talked about LNG dispensing stations, etc. Can you give the audience an idea of how many are required? Can you talk about what is the opportunity for entrepreneurs and what is the future value of this ecosystem? And how does, what are the sort of soft, low-hanging fruit for people to get involved?
So, as far as the whole gas into the mobility is concerned, I'll start with CNG. You have seen on pan-India basis how the opportunity has been given. Multiple companies are today operating in this ecosystem, which is today almost 50,000 crore kind of a industry which is operating around city gas, which started almost 25 years back with first a test station in Delhi and Mumbai. Now going into the LNG today, I think it offers much better opportunity as compared to CNG because it is easy to transport, it is easy to carry large amount of energy in the liquid form. And when you talk about heavy duty vehicles, it consumes much more amount of energy than the passenger car. So LNG offers a great opportunity today. Now, the truck which we are operating in SR, in one tank, it can take you almost 1100 kilometers. As compared to diesel tanks today, normally at 250 kilometers, 350 kilometers, depending upon the size of truck and all that, you need to do a refueling. And if you go with the double tank, which we are trying to now start, you can go to 2400 kilometers in one charge of LNG. So that's the best part of the LNG when it goes to heavy duty trucking. Now, you need a lot of LNG filling stations. Today in country, almost 20-25 are there. Some of them are operating, some of them are not operating because you don't have the vehicles running on LNG. In SR, we have set up 6. We are going to go to 100 stations. Likewise, different oil marketing company, gas companies are setting up the LNG dispensing station. This offers a great opportunity for people to have those LNG dispensing stations at a critical location where you see the heavy duty load. Beyond that, you see the load or demand coming from the large mining sector, agriculture sector. These are the areas where it can be easily used for heavy machines which are consuming large amount of diesel and other oils, where LNG can replace. In overall energy terms, if I give you as a country perspective, rather than importing crude, we already import almost 85% crude or even 88% crude now. The gas import is almost 40-45%. In the energy term, for the country, it is cheaper to import gas rather than importing oil. So therefore, the policy of the government to go increase the share of gas in our energy basket is the right approach. We need to import more gas rather than oil because we save in the energy terms. We save in terms of efficiency. We save in terms of the carbon emission. So that's the way it offers huge opportunity for people to go into mining sector, heavy duty transport sector, industrial application. And the next development which is going to happen is LNG as a retail. Today you see the LPG cylinder being used for the industry. A time will come when you'll be able to use LNG cylinder. So you need to have a lot of cryogenic manufacturing facility. Today a lot of these things are being imported from China. We have a huge opportunity. A couple of people have set up their shops here in India, making those cryogenic whole ecosystem in terms of vessels, in terms of tanks, in terms of pumping station, in terms of measuring stations. So these are the opportunity which is going to open up in the LNG space.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi. I think that's very exciting, to be perfectly honest. Mr. Anand, let me ask you about a subject that's very close to me. The government has talked about its pathway to E27 and also looking at E85, E100, whatever gets notified. If you can shed your thoughts quickly on what is the perspective of the automobile manufacturers? This is the vision for the government. How will industry comply to these initiatives? What is the pathway? And perhaps what are the challenges that one may see along the way?
Well, I think it's a very, very vital question, and I think we have seen the success of E20 program, wherein we've been able to achieve our energy compliance even by April 2025. And yes, we are looking at E22, E27, and going forward E85. But just for the benefit of the audience, I must tell you that Brazil, where Hyundai is already flex fuel compliant, we have almost one of the largest share. So we have the technology ready. And during this Bharat Mobility Show in January 2025, we had actually displayed our flex fuel E100 Creta, which is almost ready, but also depends upon how the distribution from the OMCs or the oil marketing companies will happen. Well, you mentioned about some of the challenges. The challenges only are because India is a very vast economy. We are a large countryside, and availability of fuels, pan-India basis, because this is something which is like a commodity. Today you go to a shop and you buy a toothpaste or a toothbrush. Similarly, a gasoline or a fuel should be that kind of easily available. Therefore, the pan-India distribution of these fuels, which now government and OMCs are very strongly working upon, the phase for the next blending, next level of blending should happen somewhere post-October 2026, as we've been told by the oil marketing companies and Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. But at the same time, we also need to look at the compliance as far as energy is concerned. Because we all know that whereas ethanol is a good fuel in terms of carbon sequestration, there is also a challenge because the calorific value of ethanol is little less. Therefore, there has to be certain norms which are to be bought for the CAFE. You all know that CAFE 3 is coming to be practical from 2027. Therefore, we have already gone ahead and requested the government that there should be some calculations given on for the energy compliance as far as CAFE 3 for flex fuel vehicle is concerned. That's one area where we as a very socially responsible organization along with SIAM have already gone. Second thing is, we also need to look at the parity as far as the various other fuels are concerned. So we have CNG, we have gasoline, we have flex fuel vehicle, we have EV, and to ensure that the affordability of flex fuel also is as good that of an EV, because ultimately that's how the customer will also choose that should he choose an EV, should he choose an CNG, should he choose a flex fuel, or should he choose hydrogen or hybrid for that matter. There should be a parity between the prices of all those products. And therefore, I'm sure government is working very strongly towards ensuring that there is a rationalization of the fuel prices based on various grades of fuel which are there. And the third important thing is, in terms of compliance, we all need to also ensure that there should be some choice also given to the consumer. In fact, we had a very interesting session a couple of weeks back where there were some questions asked about that in case if I want to use E0 fuel, can I have that kind of a liberty? Therefore, government is working on all these areas, and as an industry, this is also our recommendation, because being a very large country, there should be choice given to the customers wherein he can either choose to be a E20 or a E25 or maybe a flex fuel vehicle. Depending upon the cost of the fuel, whichever mode he wants to choose, he or she wants to choose, they can choose it depending upon their own choice. I think these are some of the areas if you are able to work together very strongly. And auto industry has already gone on record on saying that the first flex fuel vehicle, say from Hyundai or from other OEMs, should be available from 2026, 2027 onwards, when the fuel will also be made available. Now that the government made E20 available pan-India across the country, I am sure once the next grade of fuel will come into place, we should also be ready to give our consumers new technologies and new products.
Thank you so much. We have a minute left. I'm going to ask you two questions. I would request you to give me a 1 or 2 word answer. What is the single biggest mistake that Indian automobile makers are making on clean mobility?
Charging infrastructure is something which I think it's not a mistake, but it's a speed. Unless and until we do not democratize the charging infrastructure, the sustainability and the growth of EV, which is the now fuel of the future, will become dormant and redundant. Right now, we are at around 2 to 3% of EV penetration for the passenger vehicle. And if this thing happens, and I think everyone has to come together. It's not the auto industry, it is the government, it is the state bodies, it is the trade bodies, and it is the OEMs who have to come together to ensure that there is a democratization of charging infrastructure.
Thank you. And let me ask you, what is the average payback period for Hyundai EVs versus ICE cars in comparison, very quickly?
I would not like to, really talk about the payback in the sense, but I would like to be talking about the responsibility. See, we have taken this onus of Hyundai will be carbon neutral by 2045, and Government of India has already given 2070. I think it is our endeavor to ensure that our customers should adopt more and more energy compliant vehicle. And therefore, our desire is to reduce the cost of ownership of these vehicles as much as possible, and therefore we are doing huge amount of localization by setting up battery chemistries, by setting up local charging infrastructures to ensure that today a consumer should feel as happy buying an ICE vehicle than more than a EV. Therefore, the EV will become only true when you are able to compare the cost between the traditional ICE to EV. And that's where the cost will come down, and I think everyone can calculate the cost in terms of the upfront ownership and also in terms of the fuel which will be used. That's the choice in front of the consumer.
That's a very diplomatic answer. Thank you for that. Mr. Tripathi, very quickly, what's more important right now? Building charging infrastructure or making cheaper EVs, in your opinion?
Both.
Which one?
Well, I see the EV prices have really come down significantly. As a customer, if I want to buy a car today, but I do struggle in the charging infrastructure. That's true. So if you want me to prioritize charging infrastructure first and subsequently EV. But I guess once you have sufficient charging stations, the scale in EV production will bring the cost down. That's what I see.
And as an important member of the bioenergy and energy ecosystem, do you have plans of making batteries at SR Group at any point?
Not at this moment, but when we are talking about electric trucks, we are going to have battery as a service, where we are going to have modular swap stations at every 150 to 200 kilometer, where a truck comes and battery is changed in 5 minutes. There's a robot which is going to lift the battery from the truck and going to put the charge battery there just in 5 minutes. So we are having that kind of system in place, and already first pilot is running in Vizag, and shortly we are going to launch that. To reduce the cost and to make it more economical for the consumer, we are thinking of going battery as a service. And then maybe ultimately we may migrate to energy as a service. So that's the way pathway is. But today, as I said, the first pilot has already been launched in Vizag, where we see it is very good response. Now we need to build those swapping stations as well as roll out this. And then we talk about battery as a service or energy as a service.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end on this, to this important session on clean mobility. I want to thank my two panelists for a lively discussion, very diplomatic answers, I might add. Thank you for that. We could carry on and talk about many other interesting things, because this is something that affects our daily lives as consumers, etc. But for now, we'll just have to draw it to an end. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Sani, and may I also request you to kindly present the mementos to both our eminent speakers of the session. If you can present the mementos to Mr. B.C. Tripathi and to Mr. Puneet Anand. So both of them sharing their company's perspective and the approach towards more greener mobility, the promise of LNG, the promise of green hydrogen as the fuel of the future. And yes, Mr. Tripathi, thanking our moderator, sir, Mr. Tarun Sani. A group photograph. May I request you, gentlemen, to kindly step forward for the photograph. So mixed fuel basket also for the mobility sector, more greener fuels where we see green hydrogen, LNG, SAF as the aviation fuel, the flex fuel vehicles also by 2026 as was mentioned we are going to be seeing. So India moving also in the mobility space towards more greener growth. And with this, we move on to our next special ministerial session, which is on the track of enlarging basket to foster efficient energy access. This is on the topic of transforming energy storage for a resilient grid. This session joining us will be the Honorable Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy. So this is, as they join, I'll just set a little context to this session. And storage has been, and in fact it has emerged as a critical enabler for ensuring round-the-clock supply of renewable energy. So this session with the Honorable Minister, in which we'll also have a panel discussion, is going to be exploring long-duration storage technologies, innovative solutions to strengthen grid stability, address integration challenges, and support energy transition. Discussions are also going to be focusing on scaling up the storage infrastructure, leveraging digital tools, and unlocking the potential of diverse storage options. So with our panelists and our Honorable Minister, sir, as they join, we take these discussions forward, and in this session we are also going to be witnessing the launch of a report which has been prepared by CII, and that's going to be released in this session. So the format of the session is going to be as we have the Honorable Minister, sir, joining us. We'll have the opening remarks from the moderator of the session, the report launch followed by the Honorable Minister's address, and then we are going to be moving into our panel discussion, having extensive discussions and conversations with the industry leaders and the other stakeholders who join us in the panel discussion. And as you know, ladies and gentlemen, in the morning, the discussions were kick-started by our Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy joining us in the first session. And now we have the Minister of State joining us. Okay, we have, let me invite, yes, our speakers as they join us, Mr. Paul Smith, the Senior Vice President of Energy Dome, Mr. Sajay KV, the CEO of Gilestra India, Mr. Kashif Khan, the Vice President and the Head Business Expansion, Hindustan Power Projects Private Limited, Mr. Subir Sen, the Director, PGCIL, and the session is going to be moderated by Mr. Neeraj Menon, the Partner, Tri-Legal. So as the Honourable Minister, sir, I'll just give a quick introduction of our distinguished speakers. Mr. Neeraj Menon, as I mentioned, is going to be moderating the session. His partner, Trilegal, a leading legal expert on energy and infrastructure, moderating the session. We have Mr. Paul Smith, the Senior Vice President, Global Sales. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome Shri Shripad Yesu Naik Ji, our Honourable Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, joining us in this special session on transforming energy storage for a resilient grid. Thank you, Honourable Minister, sir, and a very warm welcome to you. And as we open the session, I would like to request our moderator, Mr. Neeraj Menon, the partner Trilegal, for his opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, Honourable Minister, and my esteemed panelists. I thank CII for this opportunity, and I hope this will be an interesting session. So we are going to talk about, energy storage and how that integrates with our overall grid system to make it more resilient. We have heard earlier in the day various discussions on increasing our renewable energy capacity, along with the generational capacity, also increasing storage systems so that it does not cause any concerns for the grid as a whole. Of course, the role of the grid is very important, and it makes it even more important given that grid resilience is of paramount importance for the country. So we have a very knowledgeable panel for this session, and without further ado, I'll begin with the session. But before I do, just wanted to request Honourable Minister, sir, if you would like to say a few words.
Namaskar. Shri Paul Smith Ji, Senior Vice President, Global Sales, Energy Dome. Shri Sanjay KV Ji, CEO, Jalestra India. Shri Kashif Khan Ji, Vice President, Head Business Expansion Hindustan Power Project. Shri Subir Sen Ji, Executive Director, PGCIL. Shri Neeraj Menon Ji, Partner, Trilegal. Distinguished guests and friends, ladies, dear friends of media, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar and good afternoon to you all. At the outset, on the occasion of World Energy Storage Day, I extend my warm greeting to you all. I am delighted to be among this distinguished gathering at the 6th CII International Energy Conference and Exhibition 2025. I thank CII for creating this timely platform that brings together policymakers, industry leaders, innovators, and global partners to deliberate on this India's clean energy future. The theme of today's session, transforming energy storage for a resilient grid, is both timely and critical. As our Honourable Prime Minister has envisioned, India is moving determination towards becoming a Vikasit Bharat by 2047, a developed nation on the centenary of our independence. The energy sector lies at the heart of this vision. Our Panchamrit commitments at the COP26 achieving 500 gigawatt of non-fossil capacity by 2030, sourcing half of our energy from renewable, reducing the emission intensity by 45%, and reaching net zero by 2070 define our path. Today, India's installed power capacity stands at nearly 49 gigawatt, with more than 252 gigawatt, or about half already, comes from non-fossil sources. Solar has crossed 123 gigawatt and wind 52 gigawatt, placing India among the world's top 3 renewable energy market. Another 152 gigawatt of projects are under implementation. This is impressive progress, but with increasing share of solar and wind variable by nature, energy storage has become the backbone of this resilient grid. Energy storage provides multiple benefits, reducing the curtailment, enhancing the grid stability, enabling the peak shifting, and providing the ancillary services for deeper renewable integration. According to the CES National Electricity Plan 2023, India will require about 60 gigawatt or 336 gigawatt hour of storage by 2030, including 19 gigawatt from the pumped hydro and 41 gigawatt from battery energy storage system. Our base alone is projected to grow to 208 gigawatt hour by 2030 and to 36 gigawatt hour by 2032. Meeting this energy storage demand will require investment of nearly 3.5 to 4 lakh crore. To enable this transition, our government has launched some of the world's largest storage initiatives, such as a 43 gigawatt hour base program with 9,160 crores VGF support, which is the largest globally. Tender for 12 gigawatt hours have already been awarded. Transmission charge of ISTS waiver for co-located base commissioner and PSP projects awarded by 30 June 2028. The ACC PLI scheme with an outlay of 18,100 crore, fostering 50 gigawatt hours of domestic manufacturing capacity, including 10 gigawatt reserved for grid scale storage. Budgetary support for PSP infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and the transmission lines, targeting 50 gigawatt of project by 2028. A single window clearance cell is CA to expedite the PSP approvals. India already has 6.4 gigawatt of operational PSP, 8.3 gigawatt under the construction, and another 73 gigawatt in advanced stages of planning. Our overall PSP potential stands at nearly 200 gigawatt. On the base side, while project of 505 megawatt hours are already operational, capacity of 71 gigawatt hours is under the tendering, and the domestic market is projected to grow at over 20% annually, reaching nearly $30 billion by 2030. The opportunity for industry to participate and expand is immense. We are also fostering R&D and innovation under the National Mission on Advanced and High Impact Research, or MAHIR. Developing alternatives to lithium-ion batteries has been identified as a priority area. Sodium-ion batteries, flow batteries, and other chemistries are gaining traction and could diversify supply chain while addressing the critical mineral security challenges. Friends, as we scale up, challenges persist. Be it higher upfront cost, land acquisition for PSPs, access to critical minerals, or regulatory hurdles. This must be overcome through innovative financing, international collaboration, and a supportive policy and regulatory ecosystem. Equally, digital technologies will play a transformative role. AI, machine learning, and advanced analytics can optimize the storage deployment, improvement forecasting, and enhance demand-supply balancing. Circular economy approaches like battery recycling and second life application will reduce the cost and import dependence while ensuring the sustainability. Another frontier is the transport sector, which will add the new demand stream for batteries as India accelerates towards the e-mobility. Building a strong domestic advanced chemistry cell manufacturing ecosystem backed by secure supply chain and global partnership is therefore critical. To complement of storage, India is expanding its transmission capacity to 650,000 circuit kilometers by 2032, ensuring 24/7 reliable power and smooth renewable integration. Cyber security, digital resilience, and cost optimization will be integral to this transition. Friends, India's energy storage strategy is not just about the megawatt and gigawatts hours. It is about the resilience, sustainability, and energy security. Our government is fully committed to enabling the policies and support mechanism, but the true success of this journey will rest on collaboration among the government, industry, and the research institution. Together, let us make the energy storage the bridge that connects India's renewable energy ambition with our net zero vision by 2070. I call upon industry to continue investing, innovating, and partnering so that India not only meets domestic demand but also become a global leader in storage solution. I once again thank the CCI for hosting this important dialogue and wish the deliberation great success. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, sir, for sharing with us government's renewable energy mission and towards it, the India's energy storage roadmap, and thank you for making energy storage as the cornerstone of India's journey towards climate resilience and towards energy security and Viksit Bharat. Thank you. And may I now request you, Honourable Minister, sir, to kindly release the report on India's transmission sector. For the release, I would like to also invite Mr. Arun Sharma, the CEO of Sterlite Power, to please join us here on the stage. May I request all the dignitaries also to please join us as we release this report. This report, ladies and gentlemen, outlines major challenges including grid reliability, regulatory uncertainty, financial constraint, and right-of-way issues. It recommends actionable solutions such as developing a national reconductoring framework, standardizing voltage levels, and easing supply chain bottlenecks for HVDC components. The report also advocates for streamlined approvals and greater private sector participation. Thank you, Minister sir. And with that, we now begin with the panel discussion. I request our moderator to take now center stage.
Thank you. So I think I'll probably start this discussion from the panelists on the farthest left of me. So Mr. Khan, a quick question on, let's begin this session talking about a few of the challenges and then we'll come to the opportunities. So, alternative storage technologies such as, hydro, natural gas, green hydrogen, they all can very well supplement battery energy storage systems in the grid, right? The government has done enough in terms of rolling out various policy measures to incentivize these sectors and to sort of help with build out of these capacities. Having said that, what do you feel in terms of technologies and adoption of technologies that can result in reducing the high upfront costs that the industry still faces when it comes to these storage technologies, and anything in particular that you would like the government to consider in addition to what they've already been doing?
Yeah. So you start with the challenges, not with the opportunities, so that's interesting. But then I would say that if we look at it in a different way, probably I'll take 1 minute to explain. If we segregate the battery energy storage system, not the battery, the energy storage system, I think we should segregate into 3 buckets. One bucket is where we should immediately attack on the grid disbalance, where you need to attack on the peak power requirement, where your charging and discharging is very quick, and that's where the lithium batteries are they are getting deployed, and then they're meeting the purpose there. But then if we see long duration energy storage system, there could be 2 different ways. One is the peak shaving, which is the storage for shifting the energy from daytime to night time. So effectively, it's not just 2 hours or 1 hour or frequency management. Rather, it is shifting the whole renewable energy, say, from solar, from daytime to nighttime. Similarly, the third is when you shift the whole, the farming up of your renewable energy from one season to another season. So you need a storage where your seasonality factor can be reduced, where your, say, wind energy is coming in some particular season. You store that energy and shift it to another season. Now, when we are saying the upfront cost for, say, pump hydro storage or green hydrogen, I think we are mixing the 2 different kind of storage system into one bucket. We should look at them in a different way. We shouldn't compare it with a lithium battery, which has a different purpose than a pump hydro storage, which again has a different purpose or role there to shift the daytime probably to night time. Now, coming back to the point that how to reduce the upfront cost, I mean, as a developer, and since we are a developer into renewable as well as thermal generation, I would say we are not shying away, or any developer is not shying away investing more capital there for the technology. The only thing what we require is the return of that, capital expenditure along with some kind of, return expectations on that. Now, how we can reduce it? Probably there could be 2 ways. One is we have to spread the cost over a larger base of energy. So one way is the duration of the PPA can be increased there, because you are amortizing your whole cost over a longer period of time. Instead of, say, 15 or 20 years, or it should be replaced with, say, 35 to 40 years, which is the life, or more than that is the life of these projects. Second is not just taking 2 hours or 4 hours or 6 hours of supply from these projects. These projects are meant for supplying you consistent power for 8 hours and 10 hours also. So we need to increase the base there to spread it across the larger base of the energy. I think these could be the 2 ways. Obviously, the cost of capital depends on the longer duration. If I'm getting a 40 years of PPA, the financing can be done for a longer duration. So all these things are correlated, and that's where we can probably reduce the cost there.
Sure. Thanks. Sajay, may I come to you to also get your perspective being here in India. Kashiv mentioned about longer duration PPAs, more storage hours. Do you feel there are any other measures that can aid bankability or improve bankability of these projects and reduce uncertainties? I think one of the line items in your overall financial model is also how much do you price risk. So are there any aspects that you would want to talk about where either the government or the industry can think about ways and means to reduce risks and uncertainties? Yes.
Yeah, it's the most difficult thing to cost a risk which is not as visible as today. But I think one of the best solution is pump storage for the energy transition perspective, from storing the energy and then shifting as per the peak and firm requirement of the off-taker. Having said that, because, for example, lithium has, like they say, 10 years, 12 years, 13 years, 15 years replacement of the cells or racks. The advantage that PSP has is that the life is expected about 40 years. The only uncertainty there is probably the availability of the hydro turbines and the evaporation of the water in the reservoir. So from that perspective, that's a better technology, mature technology. It's more electromechanical, whereas lithium-ion is more electrochemical. But the progress in the lithium-ion storage has been phenomenal. I was in the market to buy about 100 megawatt hours. By the time from RFQ to finalization, we saw 10% reduction straight away. But most important, I think PSP is going to be one of the main storage technology going forward when we scale up the storage part of it. And there I would request the Honorable Minister and the government that, like the solar park, where right now this PSP is being done by 4 or 5 companies, and these companies are probably doing it for themselves, for their future requirements rather than for the market. So if, like the solar park development, because PSP involves a lot of stakeholder management, it needs about 7-8 years, though people say 3-5 years. So if, like the solar park concept, there can be a PSP park concept, where 50% is the government role and the 50% is people who can develop this technology. And we as developers can actually bid for that at the concept stage and say there is 1,000 megawatt PSP being developed. We can say, because I don't need more than 100 megawatt as of now. So I can block 100 megawatt, I can pay the down payment for that, reserve that capacity. So the person who's developing the PSP also sees the visibility of this getting sold after 5-6 years of the construction period. So that's something which is, I think, need of the hour, because otherwise the current 10,000, 20,000 megawatt that we see in the market is being all developed for their own personal use. So there we spoke to SJVN. So people like SJVN and HPCU have been very strong on the hydro side. If a product like this tender like this can be rolled out, it will be useful for us to shift on a long-term basis. Yeah.
No, so I think, no, thanks for that. I think, look, long duration energy storage, I think, is a reality that we need to look at. But currently, as we speak, the regulatory landscape does not fully either align with long duration energy storage, or they have not even sort of contemplated that to its fullest extent. And maybe here, Paul, I'll come to you, and you can sort of also give from an international, experience. What are the sort of regulatory impetus that is required to enhance or enable long duration energy storage contracts and projects? Any thoughts from your experience?
That's a great question. Just a couple of highlights from our recent experience. Energy Dome is a long duration energy storage technology company based in Italy, but we've started our first project here. Very honored to have had our first contract in India with our anchor customer, NTPC, which is now under construction. But to answer the question, the things that are really driving this globally, we're active across the US, Europe, Australia, India, of course, are things like the drive towards clean, reliable, 24/7 energy. What the Indians got ahead of the curve a little bit and invented this beautiful term of RTC, round the clock, which is now, you probably don't know that that's now in the world market, the sort of way people are talking about 24/7 clean energy. So we just attracted an investment from Google, who did that because we have a pipeline of projects that we've developed with them, for them, to provide that long duration energy storage service so that when they procure renewables, they can firm it and therefore provide clean energy to their 24/7 data centers. So that's one very good example. You need companies that want clean energy, first of all. I mean, it's not just regulatory, it has to come, and some of that's been driven, of course, by consumers more than politicians or regulators. Then on the regulatory side, on the market side, that's actually more difficult because you really don't get those spreads on markets until you have a very high penetration of renewables. And therefore you have a chicken and egg situation that people don't want to invest in renewables, which may not be operating for 30% of the time. That needs regulation. So you do need to get ahead of the curve and start putting this kind of assets into the market to absorb that renewables. They need to happen hand in hand. So there's a consumer-driven, sort of visionary, customer-driven part, and there's a clearly a very strong regulatory driven part as well. Yeah.
But given the scale of at least projected renewable energy addition in India, and so there is clearly a pipeline, and I would think that the government has also rolled out various measures to give some confidence and comfort to the sector that, sorry, of the pipeline. Now, how does international storage developers such as yourselves get more confidence from that path of capacity addition in renewables, the timelines for the capacity addition, and how does that sort of play into your own model, your own business model on how you want to increase your presence here?
So we come to the market with two hats. One is indeed the investor's hat. So we do develop our own projects. Our first project just commissioned is our own investment, European Investment Bank with us. And ENGIE, who's actually on the board here as a sponsor, is the off-taker of that project. So we look for bankable off-takers in that respect. And it could be a large utility like ENGIE in Europe, or it could be a Google, or it could be a state utility backed by the government, of course. All tier one, very investable. That's, as far as we're concerned, that's fine. You know, from our point of view, we're happy with the technology. We developed it. We know how it works. We can take that risk. And then, you know, assuming that the regulations are not getting in our way, we can happily invest into that kind of thing. And then, of course, we're equally keen to support clients who want to be first movers and get ahead, because let's face it, that's where the money is made in most markets, by companies who see an opportunity and get ahead of the curve and invest into it.
Okay, thank you. So let's also now talk about costs and how costs, you know, sort of are playing out in this sector. So according to a latest report by an Indo-German energy forum, the battery energy storage technology prices have seen approximately 90% reduction in the last 10 years. And even the recent concluded bids sort of reflect this drop in price. In a very recent amendment to the electricity rules 2025, the energy storage systems have been defined either as an independent energy storage system or as part of generation, transmission or distribution facility. In addition, the amendments also state that the system may be co-located with a power plant or operate as a separate grid element. So what the policymakers are also trying to do is to create a more vibrant, diverse market for energy storage systems. But given all of this push, and given all, even if you take into account all the PLI schemes and the viability gap funding schemes that have happened in other sectors, do you think those, and this question is to you, Kashif, what are your thoughts on bringing in those kinds of incentives in addition to these amendments to further support the sector?
Yeah, so lots of schemes have come, including VGF, and all these supportive schemes are in place. But definitely we need to again see it from a development of these projects, and not only at a larger scale, but also at the smaller, which have been implemented deeper at the different voltage levels. I think we need to go to that level to further increase the reach of the battery energy system there. So one is the costing part, to reduce the costing part. Second is how to reach to each individual substation level. Probably these are the 2 points one we have to think of. And then if we see, compare it with from the solar experience which we have in the last 15 years. So we have seen different schemes being implemented for facilitating the solar projects also at the time when the tariff used to be 17 rupees and now bringing down it to say less than 2 rupees. In fact, there was a tender which 1 rupee 99 paisa also. So not only BGF was also in place for solar, then there were different schemes where PLI was also there for the solar. Then a couple of more schemes were there. For example, like there was concessional GST later on when GST was implemented. Then there was accelerated depreciation which was there for solar. I think then net metering definitely has helped to increase the reach for the solar there. Probably these are the things can be replicated here for the battery storage systems as well. Today, we see only 15% depreciation rate as per Income Tax Act for batteries. If that can be increased to 40% as an accelerated depreciation. In fact, some of the solar projects get 60% also. So maybe that could be one way to increase or maybe to reduce the cost and to further reduce the tariff for these projects. Similarly, a concessional GST could be there. Then there could be, for net metering perspective, if we see only solar projects, rooftop projects are into there. But then if we add on the battery there as well, probably that could all these steps probably increase the reach and reduce the cost at the same time. Probably these could be the measures apart from other regulatory measures.
Thank you. So I think we are all sort of been saying that scaling up our battery energy storage systems and the sector is extremely vital and critical for this entire clean energy transition that our country is hoping for. Paul, I'll come to you here. In that context, what would your advice be on the best practices to manage supply chain risks in the current geopolitical environment that we are in? Because that forms, I think India is, especially in this sector, very heavily reliant on factors and stakeholders outside of our own control.
I mean, that is actually the million-dollar question for any new technology coming to market, and especially energy storage, which typically relies on critical minerals and battery metals. I think the key piece of advice, and I'm sorry, you all know this already, is control your own destiny. If you can do it competitively in your own country, and even better export it, then that's something that's going to make a lot of sense. That's what we're doing. I mean, we're fortunate in using standard components from the oil and gas and conventional power industry, so we have a very broad supplier base, but the first project with NTPC is already 70% indigenous, and we can take that fairly easily up to a full indigenous product. And by that, I mean, we are actually going to be rolling the plate at Jindal as well. This is real, ground up, genuine value add for the economy. Plus, we're already assuming that India sorts out its issues with Mr. Trump over the next few weeks. We'll also be exporting from India to the US on our first project in India. In the US. So, yeah, control your own destiny and look at what makes sense to be investing in. How do you make it competitive? How do you scale up? All of those kind of things.
So I think just taking a cue from what Sajay mentioned earlier, given that we will rely on more than 90% of imports for the sector, how do you think from a national security standpoint, an energy security standpoint, how will pumped hydro storage sort of fare with or compete with battery energy storage systems, especially given that we are all pushing for long duration energy storage systems? Any thoughts on that, Paul? I know it's going to be a conflicting response for you given your organization, but...
Look, energy, we need lots of energy storage and a rather diverse, a certain amount of diversity within that. So pumped hydro, I'm a big believer in pumped hydro, I always was. It makes a lot of sense. And then you have to look at the limitations of various technologies as well. So there are technologies emerging. Ours is one which sits in between the modularity of lithium and the non-modularity of pumped hydro. So we can put a system with similar characteristics to pumped hydro practically anywhere on the grid. Not saying by any means don't do pumped hydro. Do it well on the good sites, do it quickly, get the regulations right for that. And for lithium as well, by the way, you know, because there's just so much energy storage needed to make it work and make it competitive for industry.
I think we are also seeing that in every sector there is a bigger and more stronger role that AI is playing, and makes you wonder how AI is going to transform the energy storage sector and also storage linked to grid management. Sajay, maybe I'll come to you if you have any thoughts on, you know, what is, even from your own organizational perspective of what's happening in the market, how do you think AI is going to drive this sector?
I think the way at least I see AI in our organization is like, it will be more initially about the automation and the digitization that we need to do as a entity or as a developer. But I think the most important advantage of AI is going to come in is the handling the deviation settlement mechanism. That's where we feel that the differentiator is gonna be. If you really see the only two differentiators that we can see from one IPP to the other IPPs, one is the execution capability and the DSM capability. And in the DSM, there is a lot of data which has to, a lot of big data is coming in, like we have like say 160,000 tags coming from each plant, and a lot of AI potential is there to keep on evaluating, monitoring, analyzing, reanalyzing and reforecasting. And all this is getting actually complicated because the kind of quality of data and the quantity of data and the long historical data that we have in India is not yet there. So my feeling is that AI and ML is going to play a big role, this part of it. The other ones are like low-hanging fruits and probably just improving the process for any IPP. But the differentiator is going to be in this phase, and this is a differentiator for all the IPPs, especially the renewable energy. Because right now we are getting into shorter and shorter band without getting any, or rather the policy is so that we are facing the brunt of this continuous change which doesn't come under the change in law as well, you know. We are never costed for this. For give an example, last month Rajasthan saw a very unusual rain, and most of the IPPs have paid something like 50-60 lakh rupees of deviation settlement penalties. It has went as 5%. And today it is a very crude and frugal way of controlling this by doing an aggregation where you do a substation level aggregation, you just increase the denominator so that it's shared. But eventually I think this needs to be built in as a science where a lot of data has to be collected and analyzed at a cloud level and also at on-ground level. We don't have enough weather monitoring stations, we don't have enough met mass, we don't have any reference data for last 20 years. And you know, any weather forecast, you need at least 20 years historic data to forecast on-site. There is a cloud data available, but on-site. So I feel that's the game changer.
And maybe I'll ask you a controversial question. So do you think this is a grid operator's problem and shouldn't be a generator's problem?
You're bang on. I think this is something because we have never put or costed this risk because it was never coming. But having said that, the grid operator is going to treat us like the conventional power. Because unless they do that, the whole journey and energy transition and the intermittency factor that renewable energy has will not be going away from the discounts, the off-taker's perspective as well as from the grid operator's perspective. Unless we design a product which is answering these two customers' requirements, we'll still be playing just another green generator, which is not the way it should be. So I agree that it has to be there. But what I disagree is that this should have been factored in the PPAs and the tender process where we could have costed. Most of us assume about like 0.5 to 1.5%. And today it can go up to 3 to 5%. And God forbid if you are a substation where only few players are there, then it can go as to as 5%.
So, thanks, Ajay. Paul, if I may ask you, how are other developed jurisdictions dealing with this issue, and how integral is their planning on storage capacity augmentation linked to this, building resilience in the grid?
That's. I'll go to the US as the most interesting example of what's happening currently, because it's a very large market where the political system generally is against energy storage, or rather against renewables at the moment, and promoting conventional, fossil fuels. So the US currently is seeing a massive boom in gigascale data center capacity build, very simply because I did a quick search this morning. I needed 27 seconds to get an answer back on a simple little search, as opposed to getting, they say it takes 10 times more energy. I think it takes probably 100 times more energy to generate that than a standard search. The demand for energy in the US is going through the roof currently, and it's rather localized into certain jurisdictions. There's PJM, there's Arizona, but within those jurisdictions they are crying out for firm capacity almost at any cost. And so whoever comes along with firm capacity at a very good cost is going to be in great shape. I'm not sure how that's mapping onto other, let's call them developing countries, emerging markets like India. It's quite possible that over the next decade, that part of the market starts competing for energy with conventional industry, and I think then you do start to have a real issue. So this is really complex, and it's driving actually demand for our products and our services in the US much more than you would normally expect given the political environment, which is great. Just shows that things are happening anyway.
So thanks. Kashif, Sajay mentioned how this whole, proposed amendments by the CERC, or rather I would say they pretty much will happen as firm amendments of treating renewable energy as general thermal energy by 2031, right? That's their wish list. Now, what Sajay was mentioning is that, look, that is going to be a challenge, but as an organization that is looking to develop and go into energy storage as a part of your business plan, would you not see that as an opportunity? Because that is not going to happen in practice unless there is a very robust energy storage system complementing the given intermittencies of renewables.
Definitely, I agree. I mean, that's a big opportunity, I would say. And then it's not only the opportunity for the renewable energy also. I mean, it's a forum for renewable, but then I would say even for the thermal generators also, it's a big opportunity. Because, for example, if you see one of the latest notification which came from CA for the thermal generators is that they have to ramp up and ramp down their capacity, and then they have given a target that the generators have to ramp up 3% of their installed capacity per minute. I mean, that's huge. And even if, and that becomes a challenge when the thermal capacity is already operating on a technical minimum capacity. And then suddenly increasing, ramping up becomes a challenge there. While 3% has been given there, but then practically if we see that's really a challenge. And that's where it is important to install a battery storage there to probably under flexibility scheme or maybe some other schemes there, but then again, it becomes need of the hour to go with these battery storage systems. So if it is a requirement, why not to convert it into an opportunity? So definitely it's a big opportunity, I would say.
So in terms of, that's one on the commercials, but from trying to make the ancillary services better managed or in a more predictable fashion, how do we bring this, or how do we treat storage and recognize the multiple value stack, right? Paul, any thoughts from you on that?
That was for me. Yeah. I mean, so we're based in Europe. There's a very sophisticated ancillary services market. It's functioning, I would say, in general, quite well. Over the last 5 years in particular, they've adapted that to accommodate and encourage batteries to participate in those ancillary service markets. And they're actually pretty complex, right? Typically, you've got 12, maybe 14 different services that you can actually bid into. That's been very positive in terms of encouraging short duration batteries and flexibility onto the market. Let's forget batteries. It's encouraged flexibility in the system. It's even justified some thermal generators adding flexibility to their generators as well, which is all positive. So, yeah, I mean, that's one element that is clearly very important, to be rather market-driven. I mean, at least in the experience of countries that have now quite well developed in that sector.
Okay, thank you. I've just been told that we are probably out of time. So, but thank you very much. This has been a very interesting discussion, learning for me at least, and I hope for the audience. I once again thank all of my panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and our apologies, we are really short of time. But thank you for sharing your insights. And I would like to invite Ms. Soma Banerjee, the Deputy Director General of CII, to please join us here on the stage in presenting the special memento to our Honourable Minister, sir, to Honourable Shri Shripad Yesu Naik ji. Now requesting everyone to kindly step forward. We'll have a group photograph and then we'll close this session. Thanking all our panelists for these key discussions and sharing their perspective on long duration storage solutions for ensuring 24/7 renewable energy supply, overcoming the integration challenges, reducing the storage costs to drive wider adoption of in the energy sector. And then also on leveraging AI, we are also going to be having a separate session tomorrow, that's in Mumtaz Hall, on AI and leveraging AI towards in the energy sector, and thanking them for the other details and more insights into this sector which they had shared. Thanking once again the Honourable Minister, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving into our next session, which is on strengthening critical mineral supply chains for energy security. We'll just take a minute to be setting the stage towards that, and then we start with our session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be starting with this panel discussion, and this is on the track of manufacturing for India and the world. As we are all aware, the Honourable Prime Minister Modi time and again has mentioned that India today is no more just content to be part of the supply chain, but now wishes to be a leader in global supply chains. And that is where our discussions in this are going to be focusing on strengthening critical mineral supply chains for energy security. We all agree that a resilient and a secure critical mineral supply chain stands very essential for India's clean energy mission, clean energy transition. So this session with our distinguished speakers of the sector is going to be focusing on strategies to secure key minerals like lithium, cobalt, rare earth, reduce import dependency, and build more domestic manufacturing capabilities of India. We're also going to be exploring more global partnerships towards it, the trade agreements to ensure long-term material security and support India's energy ambitions. So this session, as the distinguished speakers join us, is going to be moderated by Ms. Jyoti Mukul, the Chief Energy, CII. Some of the discussion points are going to be on reducing, as I said, reducing our reliance on imports through domestic manufacturing, global partnerships like Code for cooperation on critical minerals. We also have a discussions which will be on recycling and circular economy solutions for material security, exploring possibilities of strategic mineral asset acquisition, and then enhancing battery recycling and second life applications for sustainability. We are throughout the day in the other halls having various state presentations also. We have just had the presentation from Madhya Pradesh, and later in the day we also have from Bihar and Karnataka. We at 4 o'clock also in Mumtaz Hall have the session on India-Germany Energy Partnership, Make in India, Solar, Wind, Storage and Skills for Global Clean Energy Market. So there are sessions on also in the Mumtaz Hall. And the AI session, as there is a lot of buzz around AI and leveraging on AI. So AI and digital solutions for next-gen energy reforms is a session which we have tomorrow at 3 o'clock. That's going to be in Mumtaz Hall. I'll just take this moment also to be introducing our speakers as they then join and take center stage. We are going to be joined in this session by Mr. Sanjeeva De Silva, the Councillor, Energy, Resources and Climate Change from the Australian High Commission, especially as we are talking about building these cooperations with the other countries, Quad and the others. And he has been working on strengthening India-Australia partnerships in clean energy. Mr. Mahavir Singhvi joins us, the Joint Secretary, NEST, under the Ministry of External Affairs. This division serves as a nodal body for India's engagement in global technology, diplomacy, new and emerging strategic technologies. Mr. Arun Sharma also going to be joining us. He's the CEO of the Sterlite Power, leading innovations in transmission and renewable integration. And then we have Dr. Bartosz Prizvara, the Councillor, Energy, Climate and Environment, Delegation of the EU to India, working on advancing India-EU cooperation on green energy and climate action. So we stand good to be starting with the session, requesting people to be back at their respective seats. And please join me as I invite our distinguished speakers taking center stage. Mr. Sanjeeva De Silva, the Councillor, Energy, Resources and Climate Change, Australian High Commission. Mr. Mahavir Singhvi, the Joint Secretary, NEST, Ministry of External Affairs. Also inviting Mr. Arun Sharma, the CEO of Sterlite Power. Dr. Bartosz Prizvara, the Councillor, Energy, Climate and Environment, Delegation of the EU to India, and the session moderator, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Jyoti Mukul, the Chief Energy, CII. These are energy sessions which are taking place. So let's have some energy in the hall, and with a round of applause, let's welcome all our dignitaries here on the dais. Thank you. So we begin the session, and I request the session moderator, Ms. Jyoti Mukul, for her opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the afternoon session, which is very critical, I must say, to energy transition. The entire energy transition, if I may say, depends on supply chain security. And beyond energy transition, if we have been listening since morning to various speakers, transmission connectivity, whether it's transmission equipment or whether it is manufacturing, critical minerals and supply chain are very integral to ensuring energy security. A few years back, or rather a decade back, when we used to talk about energy security, it was more about securing oil and gas assets overseas. But now when supply chains are talked about, it's more about manufacturing supply chains, how certain things, certain products, certain minerals, the supply chain is dominated by one country. And when there are, we live in a very dynamic geopolitical situation, and when that happens, supply chains do get affected. We have also been witnessing the tariff war, which is another kind of a geopolitical challenge. But at the same time, countries are talking to each other on how to secure and move together in this whole energy transition process. I have with me a very esteemed panel, and before we start a Q&A and a question and answer, we are joined by Mr. Mahavir Singhvi. He is with MEA, and he leads the MEA's NEST division, which is into very critical technologies in the sector, and that division also looks at collaborations with other countries in this particular area. May I request Mr. Mahavir Singhvi to please give some opening remarks? Yeah, sure. You can, sir, go there. Or
Thank you, Jyoti. Distinguished industry leaders, esteemed investors who are present here today, fellow policymakers, if any of them are here, members of the diplomatic community, friends, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon. It's very difficult to speak perhaps in the afternoon session, obviously because all of you must be pretty tired, or maybe after the lunch it becomes very difficult to stay focused. But nonetheless, I'll try and say whatever I can to do justice to the topic, which is very important in this context. So let me begin by thanking CII for organizing this International Energy Conference and deliberate on some of the most important challenges being faced by the humanity in recent times, that is energy security and energy transition. And I must also mention that the division which I lead in the Ministry of External Affairs, and you can see the logo here, that is the New Emerging and Strategic Technologies Division, has had the privilege of extending its support to this conference, because we see this gathering not merely as another industry forum, but as a platform where ideas, policies and partnership converge to shape the future of energy security, not only for India, but also for the world. And for me, obviously, it is an honor to deliver this keynote address on a topic which is of seminal importance in our quest for energy security and energy transition, that is strengthening critical mineral supply chains for energy security. And I think the topic really goes to the very heart of our shared ambitions for a sustainable and secure energy future. Now, friends, if you look at discussions around energy transition, you will find that we often speak of the energy transition in terms of gigawatts of renewable power, millions of electrical vehicles, or billions of tons of carbon avoided. But what is behind every solar panel, every wind turbine, or every EV battery which makes them work? And behind all these, there is a silent but indispensable factor, and I'm sure all of you know what that factor is. I'm talking about critical minerals. Terms like lithium, cobalt, nickel, rare earth elements, these are no longer obscure names buried in geology textbooks, but rather they are the building blocks of our clean energy future. And if we do not secure them, our energy ambitions risk becoming castles built on sand. Now let me ask a very fundamental question in the context of India, whether Indian clean energy transition be powered on its own term, or will it be subject to external dependencies? And if you look at the present scenario, our import dependencies is rather very stark. For lithium, cobalt and nickel, the very core of modern batteries, India is almost entirely import reliant as of now. For rare earths, we may have resources, but not the kind of processing capabilities that turns ore into usable industrial inputs. And this dependency exposes us not only to price volatility, but also to the vulnerabilities of geopolitics and supply concentrations. We know that as of today, one particular country, you all know that processes nearly 90% of the world's rare earth and dominates global refining of several critical minerals. And that is not just an economic fact, it is a strategic reality. So what we need to do and must do in this scenario, in this context, if you ask me, I would like to frame our approach around three imperatives. That is, explore, manufacture and partner, EMP as I call them. So let's look at them one by one. The first imperative, as I mentioned, is explore. What I mean by that is that we need to accelerate domestic exploration of critical minerals. The National Critical Mineral Missions, as you are all aware of, which was launched recently, is our blueprint in this context. And it is backed by 16,000 crores rupees of planned investment, and it seeks to unlock India's geological potential and move us from being a price taker to a value creator. The Geological Survey of India and our public enterprises are already mapping new reserves, and promising deposits of lithium have been identified, and I'm sure you are all aware of that, be it in Rajasthan or J&K. But ladies and gentlemen, exploration is not enough. The discovery must also lead to processing and also to value addition within our borders. Extracting ore without refining capacity or downstream manufacturing only shift dependency from one point in the chain to another. So that brings me to the second imperative, that is manufacture. And friends, our real energy sovereignty will come not from exploring ores, but also from producing battery-grade chemicals, advanced components, and finished products. We need to therefore build clusters of refining and processing capabilities and capacities, attract private and foreign investment into battery cell manufacturing, and foster R&D into alternative chemistries, such as sodium ion, that reduces dependence on the scarcest of minerals. And in this context, the government, as you all know, has already rolled out production-linked incentives for advanced chemistry cell batteries. And I would say that these must be seen as more than subsidies. They are in fact signals to the market that India intends to capture a share of global battery value chain. And for investors in this room, the message is clear. The window of opportunity is now. And now let me talk about the third imperative, that is partnering or forging partnerships. Friends, no nation can be geologically self-sufficient, and we all know that. That is why partnerships are the third and perhaps the most crucial pillar. Through Khanij Videsh Nigam Limited, Kabil, as you all know, India has already entered into agreements in Argentina for lithium exploration, Discussions are also advancing with some other countries, and these partnerships are not mere commercial transactions. They represent strategic hedges, diversifying our supply bases and insulating us from shocks. At the plurilateral level, initiatives like the Quad Critical Mineral Partnerships and the Mineral Security Partnerships with the US, Japan, Australia and others opens door to the co-investment, technology sharing and transparent market practices. So for India, being inside these frameworks is also about more than access. It is about shaping the rules of the game. But let me also point to a fourth imperative, one that is often overlooked but very important, and that is recycle. And recycling is very, very important. And in this context, as you are aware, Government of India has approved a dedicated incentive schemes worth rupees 1,500 crores to promote critical mineral recycling from batteries and electronic waste. And this is transformative. By recovering lithium, cobalt and nickel from end-of-life batteries, and by promoting second life applications for EV batteries in stationary storage, we not only conserve resources, but also build a domestic loop of material security. So urban mining, that is recycling, must become as important as geological mining. And this is not only about minerals, it is also about sustainability. The global investor community is increasingly focused on ESG standards. Our ability to recycle and recover will be a market of our credibility as a responsible energy provider and a power. Now let me turn to another very important aspect of this debate, and that is, should we be looking for assets in resource-rich geographies? And the answer is yes, strategically and responsibly. Kabil's overseas projects are a start. I would say that our resource diplomacy is also as important as energy diplomacy. But of course, this must be done with sensitivity, respecting host countries, ensuring community benefits, and adhering to the highest environmental standards. Only then will such proposition be welcomed and sustained. And ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget the power of innovation, and that's very important. Technology can change the calculus of mineral demand. As chemistry evolves, cobalt light or cobalt-free batteries, sodium-ion technologies, and advanced recycling can reduce dependence on scarce input. So we need to have greater investment in this frontier. And as I would say, here lies an opportunity for public-private collaboration, for research labs and startups, for venture capitals and seed funds. If India becomes a hub for next generation strong R&D, we not only reduce its vulnerability but also create intellectual property and exportable technologies. But friends, all this is easier said than done. We must be honest about the challenges, and the challenges are many, which to my mind includes long gestation exploration projects, high upfront capital requirements, complex regulatory clearances, environmental and social sensitivities among mining, and last but not the least, the need for better alignment across stakeholders. But challenges are not excuses. Rather, I would say that they are roadmaps. We need to create a coherent ecosystem that de-risks investment while safeguarding sustainability. And as you know, Government of India is already working in this direction and has been working in this direction. Now, for industry leaders and investors who are present here in this conference today, can I suggest a target? Can India by 2030 aims to cut its import dependence on the most critical battery minerals by half through domestic exploration, overseas assets, recycling and innovation? Can we by 2040 aspire to near self-reliance in the key inputs needed for our clean energy industries, while still engaging as a responsible actor in the global market? So all industry leaders and investors who are present here today, your role will be pivotal in this journey. This is not a journey that government can or should take alone. It is industry that builds processing plants, scales technologies, and innovates new business models. It is investors that provides the capital to make long cycle projects viable. The role of government and diplomats is to open the door of cooperation, secure the agreements, and create an enabling policy climate, and that is being done. So each has a role, but the synergy comes when we all act in concert. So colleagues, the question is no longer whether critical minerals are important. The question is whether we treat them as a strategic imperative, as critical as oil and gas were in the 20th century. There is a lot being done from the government side in this direction, with the launch of critical mineral missions and other steps, as I mentioned earlier. Now it is for the industry and the investors to take it forward and scale it up. And as I keep saying, if energy defined geopolitics in the last century, minerals will shape it in this century. In fact, if you closely scan the recent geopolitical events, the importance of minerals in this context will be apparent. Now let me close on an aspirational note. The minerals beneath our soil, the partnerships which we forge abroad, the recycling industries we nurture, and the innovations we seed in our labs together, these will decide whether India's energy transition is secure, affordable, and sustainable. They will also decide whether India's growth story becomes a sort of resilience, a story of resilience. And in this context, this conference, I think, is a moment to align industry, government, and diplomacy. With your partnerships and with urgency of action, I have no doubt that India will not only meet its energy security and energy transition needs, but will also emerge as a leader in building a global, transparent, and sustainable critical mineral economy. Thank you once again for inviting me here and looking forward to hear the views of others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singhvi. And indeed, your explore, manufacture, and collaborate, that's the mantra he's given. Of course, he represents the new and emerging strategic technologies division in the Ministry of External Affairs, and therefore the emphasis on collaborate. We would first like to hear from Mr. Arun Sharma, and he represents the Vedanta Group, which is one of the biggest mining company in the country. They are also getting into critical mineral space, and of course they are present in the transmission sector, which Mr. Sharma represents here. Transmission sector, Mr. Sharma has been facing certain supply chain issues, especially with regard to CRGO steel. It may not be a critical mineral, but of course it's part of the supply chain and has been in the discussion during the morning sessions as well. Could you just give us a brief outlook on how do you see these supply chain issues impacting energy sector, especially your transmission sector?
Thank you, Jyoti, and a fantastic keynote address. Thank you so much. I think he rightly brought out my co-panelist, nickel, cobalt, lithium, the critical minerals. But at the same time, the way the transmission sector, which is at the is anchoring the decarbonization, at the same time green energy penetration as well. Therefore, transmission is sitting right at the crossroad of collaborating with everybody. Unless the transmission is successful, the transition will not be successful. That's what has been said. Now, what do we need? Starting from aluminum, copper, CRGO, steel, zinc, silver. I think those are the critical items that the country needs. And all of us know 500 gigawatt is the target, which means another 300,000 kilometers of circuit kilometers of line have to be laid in the country. And massive transforming capacity has to be built in the country, which means if you, in the current year, will I face problem in doing the transmission lines? The answer may be no. But if it has to be sustained for next 5 years, up till 2030, whereby 3 lakh kilometers of transmission lines have to be laid for only 500 gigawatt, then probably we'll end up in trouble. Why? I think India's aluminum capacity today, production is about 4.2 million tons. Consumption is 4.4 million tons. That's the current. Which means we are still slightly an importer of aluminum, which is the raw material for my conductors. Copper, which is largely the transformers. India's production is about 550,000, 5 lakh tons. Consumption is about 750,000 tons. Therefore, we are a net importer of copper. And 90% of copper concentrates are imported. Third, if you look at the CRGO, which is the raw material for the transformers, consumption is about 4 lakh ton. Production is about 50,000 tons, almost 10 times gap. There is a big need for ramping up. Look at silver. We produce about 700 tons of silver. The consumption is about 7,000 tons of silver in the country. Look at the silicon wafers and the semiconductors, where HVDC is going to be big because there is no connectivity until 2032. If you go ask for connectivity in any one of our locations, after 32 only there is connectivity, which means we need HVDC projects to come up in India. What do they need? They need thyristors, IGBTs, all of them. These are silicon semiconductors. Still short on this. Zinc, about 1.1 million tons, and this is going to increase to 2 million tons. We are again, just bordering on self-reliancy. So the point is, aluminum, copper, CRGO, silver, all of them, which are the regular stuff, have to be ramped up. And is the country doing enough? I think, taking cue from the national mineral policy, I think most of the developers, most of the manufacturers are ramping up their capacities. Vedanta is setting up a smelter, trying to expand the capacities, and therefore there's a big need to step up all this. Now, government's National Critical Mineral Commission, which has been established, I think will take full advantage of this. Otherwise, the whole expansion, which all of we are looking at so closely, 2030, is unlikely to happen. And after 500 gigawatt, I'm sure there will be another program which will take us to a 1,000 gigawatt of renewable energy, which means we have to start investing, planning well, and taking this forward. And to CII, I think on the CII Power Committee, I'm a part of that committee. I think the way we we published this report today on the industry, on the issues on transmission industry. I think a focused approach, a focused task force on minerals is something that we should do. And from the industry, I think we'll be willing to partner and bring out the key issues which the transmission sector is facing. Because even if the other sectors are successful, the RE sector is successful, the C&I sectors are willing, but if the transmission is not done, then you don't bring the clean energy to the consumer. And therefore, apart from the critical minerals, the main backbone of aluminum, copper, CRGO, silicon, silver also needs an equal focus. And I think currently we are okay, but we will have to struggle, if we have to reach the target which the country has set out for. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I would now move to Bartos, and EU is a major bloc, and EU is dependent for its energy needs to outside of the bloc. At the same time, you have very important technologies which globally are acknowledged, very big, in fact, technology companies that use critical minerals. How do you look at the whole approach of having strategic mineral assets overseas, or as the Indian government is looking to collaborate with different countries and with different trade blocs for critical minerals? How do you look at that approach? Do you think that's working, or we need to do something more?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thanks for inviting me here to this very, very important event, very important conference. In fact, it was very interesting to listen to the keynote speech of Joint Secretary Singhvi to learn what you are doing in the field of critical raw materials, and to compare it with, and now I can compare it with what we are doing in the European Union, because well, at the end, well, we may be quite far away from each other on the map, but our issues, our relation with the critical raw materials is quite similar. We both need the minerals to satisfy the most basic needs of our societies, of our economies, in particular in needs of growing demand for energy. We also need to remain competitive, globally competitive in terms of technologies, of digitalization, of green transition. So basically the processes that will define who will be the winner in the 21st century. And both of us are, let's say, not very lucky in terms of the natural supplies which are available in our soils. So yes, we need to purchase we need to process these critical raw materials. We need to buy them from abroad, which becomes more and more problematic given the today times of, let's say, geopolitical turmoil and the monopolization and the weaponization, even to a certain degree, of these minerals. So yeah, it's problematic. There is an issue. However, there are definitely the ways to overpass, to a certain degree at least, this issue, and of course not become the fully self-reliant, but at least to reduce the dependency to the highest possible degree. So what we are doing in the European Union, well, we have, well, I'm sure that all of you know, we have our big strategy of a Green Deal, which is the idea of transforming the European Union into the modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy. And energy, and more generally speaking, the resources, are in fact a crucial element of this strategy, of this puzzle, let's say. And when we talk about energy and critical raw materials, I would say that our strategy, our policy relies on three main pillars, or three main policy streams, which is the energy strategy, which we call Repower EU. Then we have a legislation on circular economy, which was also mentioned here already, and which is growing in its importance. And we also have very recently a specific law, a specific act on critical raw materials as well. So we are also going in this direction. Very quickly on those three pillars. So first of all, the Repower EU. This is our energy strategy. It was introduced in 2022, shortly after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and it has the three main objectives, or three main, let's say, activities. We want to save energy, we want to diversify energy supplies, and we want to produce ourselves clean energy. Yeah? So we save energy mainly through the energy efficiency measures, such as strict building regulation standards, smart grids, improved industrial processes. So basically this way we reduce demand, and we can devote those limited resources into other more challenging uses. The second element, we diversify energy supply. So as I said, Repower EU was implemented in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the politicization of energy flows, of energy trade. However, the overall purpose is not only Russia. Basically, the general purpose is to avoid such dependencies as we had from Russia, but to avoid such dependency from any country or any entity in the world. And that's why we are actively negotiating energy supply deals with several partners all around the world. Yeah? And the third one, we produce clean energy, of course. It's, again, something similar to India. We invest massively in production of our energy. Of course, it's mainly, almost entirely, renewable energy. So we have wind, solar, hydro, biomass, which of course also contribute all to our commitment to decarbonization and to the global climate action. But then, of course, to produce our own energy, to produce those renewables, we still need the inputs. Yeah? And for that reason, the second pillar of this strategy is the implementation of circular economy all across the sectors of economy, in particular energy and critical raw raw minerals. So we all know what is circular economy. It's a model of production, it's a model of consumption, where we reuse, recycle, refurbish, and so on, materials and products so that they stay as long as possible circulating in the economy. We reduce waste to the minimum, and all that is waste is becoming raw material again. And this strategy is defined since 2020 by the Circular Economy Action Plan, which introduces both legislative and non-legislative measures along the entire life cycle of products and of materials. So it goes from product design, economy processes, sustainable consumption, well, all the cycle. But for the moment, it just provides a framework, a kind of general strategic framework for specific legislative acts. But as from next year, in 2026, hopefully we will have one legislative act, which we hope it will be called Circular Economy Act, and which will address the issue of circularity across the entire EU economy in one piece. But for the moment, as I said, we have several acts aiming at different sectors of economy, and the most representative of them is the batteries regulation, something that we all of course know. This regulation prescribes how batteries are collected, reused, recycled, with the aim of minimizing the environmental impact and of reuse of the raw materials. So here we are exactly in this domain of trying to reuse what is already there in our products. And since this regulation tells us how to recycle batteries and how to obtain these raw materials back to produce the new ones, here we are coming to the third pillar of our strategy, which specifically addresses the topic of critical raw materials, which is the Critical Raw Materials Act. This is a very young, very new piece of legislation. It entered into force only last year in May 2024, and it aims at ensuring a secure and sustainable supply of critical raw materials for the EU. So of course it defines what are critical raw materials, it defines what are the strategic raw materials. There is a small difference. It sets the benchmarks for 2030. In 2030, we are planning to cover 10% of our consumption by our own extraction capacity, 40% of our consumption by our processing capacity, and 25% of our consumption by our recycling capacity. So in fact, our circular economy is expected to provide 1/4 of our needs, of our consumption. Yeah? And of course, also with respect to the geopolitical challenges, we also aim at the target of 65% of each consumption. No more than 65% of each critical raw material being supplied by one entity or by one country. Yeah? So we also aim within this act the diversification of imports, and for that reason we are negotiating bilateral strategic partnership with our partners all around the world. We want to develop sustainable trade, investment agreement, and currently we have so far 14 such partnerships. So far not with India, but as we all know, the FTA is being negotiated. Okay, I don't know. I cannot say whether critical raw materials will be part of the FTA. But yeah, we are currently in the process of discussing those issues with India. And last very important point, in parallel with this new legislation, the Commission also launched a call for application with a view to select the strategic projects along the critical raw materials value chain. And earlier this year, the Commission has picked up a list of 47 strategic projects to boost domestic strategic raw material capacities, and also the list of 13 strategic projects which are located outside of the European Union, so in our partner countries. Again, for the moment, India is not there, but well, maybe in the future, yeah, of course, we are very happy to negotiate to see whether such projects can be also done here. So yeah, so that's our overall strategy. It's not so much different from the Indian one. Maybe a little bit different accents, but in general, the strategy is the same. We have the same issues, and we try to solve them with the similar ways. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a very important point you made, that 1/4 of your requirements EU is going to meet through the circularity, and that's a kind of a benchmark you set for other countries to follow. Let me come back to Mr. Singhvi, and India has discussed critical minerals with a lot of other countries, including the Quad group and US. And we do have some, we have seen that recently, not just about maybe 2 months back, there was a lot of crisis in the Indian automobile sector when China banned magnets. Of course, that we have been able to overcome, but one country is in a position to pull the plug, is what worries most manufacturers or consumers as far as supply chain is concerned. So, Mr. Singhvi, how are we looking at these things globally, and how are we trying to strike this collaboration part of your mantra?
Thank you. I think I addressed the query in my remarks earlier. But yeah, the way forward is obviously collaboration and cooperation. And we have been doing it with different countries, trying to explore wherever partnerships are possible. You know, as I said, we have gone to Argentina. We are also talking to some other countries. We have created this special vehicle called Khaniz Bidesh Nigam Limited, Kabul, which is exploring where we can partner and trying to see where can get access to some of these mineral resources. Obviously, in wherever now, we are talking, whether at any level, critical minerals is an important part of all our bilateral diplomatic discussions. We try and see that, how can we secure ourselves and also the others in terms of the criticality of these important minerals in the economic activities and growth. So I think as we go forward, not only in energy transition, but also, so many other things. You look at the semiconductors also, some of the kind of important elements which are required there is again very important for us. And we are trying to see that we get access to this. The critical mineral mission is a step in this direction, and we hope that we'll be able to do it. We are trying to put our efforts for more and more exploration within our countries, if we can find all these, assets within our countries and see that we also acquire or develop over time the processing technologies as we go forward. So various kind of strategies are being adopted going forward to see that we are able to achieve some sort of, I would say, we can cut down on some sort of dependencies on others if possible. But obviously, as you know, the present situation is not like that. We have to deal with it the way we are dealing with it, and we will find a way forward, I think. That's what I would like to say. Thanks.
Yeah. Now, coming to Sanjeeva, and let me mention that Australia, of course, is very rich in minerals. And we are looking at that part of the world when we speak to him, which has been in this business for a long time, and India has been importing a lot of different kinds of coal and other minerals from Australia. and the industry there is fairly developed, the mining industry. So Sanjeeva, do share with us the experience of Australia in how does the country look at the critical mineral challenge, and also what kind of partnerships India and Australia could strike in terms of developing new technologies and securing the supply chain.
Thank you. So let me first say that it was an absolutely excellent scene setting that we had from the Joint Secretary in terms of mapping out the strategic importance and the context for the conversation we're having. This has importance well beyond the economic into the strategic. And in fact, a lot of our economies are dependent on a few supply chains, particularly in the renewable energy sector, which we must secure. And any business with a long-term vision would do the same to secure its supply chains, to not have them vulnerable to particular bottlenecks. So in terms of what Australia is doing, let me just address this in three parts. First, having identified this aspect of the need for this strategic security, we have, number one, created what the Australian Prime Minister has termed a critical minerals strategic reserve. For the first time in the history of our country, we are looking to compartmentalize and hold back some of our critical minerals from export so that we can guarantee that our own industries and also our like-minded and close trading partners can have the minerals that they need. Now, the contours of that critical mineral reserve are still being determined by the government, but certainly that is an important step towards recognizing that a simply free market approach is not going to get us where we need to on these strategic issues. And this is a big step for our country, which has, of course, benefited greatly from free market global trade in these commodities. But if we look, for example, at lithium, throughout the comments I'll make, I'll choose lithium because I think if we look at too many supply chains at once, it becomes very confusing. Each one has its own nuances. So if we choose lithium, Australia exports about half the world's lithium, but 95% of our exports, fully 95% of our exports go to China, and that get transformed, and they go to China as raw product, effectively 4% to about 6% lithium. So we are sending it to China in a raw concentrate form. China is then converting it to lithium hydroxide and lithium carbonate, and they are in turn dominating about 85% of the world's production in that context. And I'll come back to why that is really important. The second thing the Australian government has realised is that we are exporting many of our minerals without any processing or very limited value addition onshore. We want to strike partnerships with countries that want to support value addition onshore in Australia. And I can tell you all of the discussions I have had with my Ministry of Mines colleagues, but also private sector in India, is that India is very keen for us to add as much value as we can onshore and then bring it to India so that India can add the rest of the value. Because I think India also has been trapped at the other end, effectively assembling Chinese imports, inputs. So the second is around value addition. And so we have a whole suite of measures, tax incentives, funding, and other things that are encouraging onshore processing. The final, and this is in my mind the most important, is around collaboration. I want to let the Joint Secretary know that Kabil, I have been in discussions directly with Kabil for now 3.5 years. And at this very moment, isn't it incredible? At this very moment, there is an opportunity in front of the consortium of mining companies, including Kabil and Oil India, Coal India, ONGC, Videsh and others, that would secure enough lithium to secure twice the lithium that India would need by 2030 to meet its highest aspirations in terms of battery manufacturing. So while it is important that we have these conversations can also lead to action. And in fact, right now, we are at a very crucial point in that partnership where all of India's lithium concerns could be solved in a single investment effectively. So, it's hard to imagine, but, in my country, a lot of these mines are very, very large operations. Greenbush Mines is the largest by several factors of lithium production in the world. So single investments can make big impacts for countries. But it is very important that at that execution phase, we see it all the way through, and make these things happen. Why I say that is collaboration can, in certain respects, with countries like Australia and India that have complementary interests, because Australia is not going to be a massive producer of batteries. However, we have aspirations to be a massive producer of lithium carbonate and lithium hydroxide, which can come to India, and if India develops its cathode active material processing, then India can value add, and we can sort of meet in the middle on that supply chain and go very quickly to global scale. But to make that happen, and this is the final thing I'll say, is that my producers have said to me there are 2 degrees of support that government will need to bring in the near term to become competitive with Chinese production as it stands. And that is both on CapEx, which I described what Australia is doing. We are providing major support at a CapEx perspective, but there is also the issue that price fluctuations can completely undermine these investments if they are to be made. So governments have to come together and think, how do we support our producers on a CapEx and operational expense price, by setting price floors and price ceilings for our producers. It's a very complex setting. I hope that was useful.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjeeva, for flagging the important issue of price fluctuations, and of course both these capex and price fluctuations need a de-risking of investments and some kind of a government policy that helps in de-risking investments in these. Of course, both Mr. Singhvi and Sanjeeva underline the need to build the cluster of refineries unless India does that. We may not be able to meet the critical mineral demand from the country itself. It has been a really interesting discussion, getting a perspective from EU on how they're going about incorporating sustainable practices as well as trying to secure their energy supplies, and more than that, the supply of critical minerals which go into the manufacturing of renewable energy components. And we did get a very good perspective from Australia as well on how India and Australia are looking to collaborate, especially with regard to the value chain in lithium. With these words, I thank you all for joining us today, and we have the remaining sessions. I would request you to please come up forward for a group picture, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
So many thanks to our panelists and eminent speakers of this session. We'll close the session with a group photograph. Thanking once again Mr. Mahavir Singhvi, the Joint Secretary, Mr. MEA, Mr. Sanjeeva De Silva, the Councillor, Energy, Resources and Climate Change, Australian High Commission, Mr. Arun Sharma, the CEO of Sterlite Power, and Dr. Bartosz Praswara, the Councillor, Energy, Climate and Environment, delegation of the EU to India, along with our moderator, Ms. Jyoti Mukul. We now are going to be moving to the next session. This is on the track of collaborations for greener future. Just take a minute to set the stage towards that. And the topic for the panel discussion, decarbonizing through energy transition. So this session, as the name very clearly elucidates, is going to be exploring India's path to net zero, focusing on industrial electrification, CCUS, green hydrogen, and global partnerships for decarbonization. We are going to be examining some enabling regulations and policy frameworks to facilitate a smooth energy transition, electrifying industrial processes to transition from fossil fuels to renewables, deploying carbon capture, utilization, and storage in heavy industries. Also discussing on using green hydrogen in sectors like fertilizers, refineries, steel, cement, and shipping. And then discussing on introducing targeted financial incentives for low carbon industrial innovations. Joining us in this session is going to be the Chairperson CERC, Mr. Jishnu Barua, who is going to be delivering his special address, and then we'll have the session moderated by Mr. Sumesh Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I invite our distinguished speakers joining us. Joining us presently on the stage, Mr. Girish Tanti, the Vice Chairman, Suzlon, and Member CII Renewable Energy Council, who has been instrumental in incubating Suzlon's renewable energy business since 1995. Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Mishra, the Managing Director of Apraava Energy and the Co-Chairman of the CII National Committee on Power. Mr. Sumesh Kumar, the partner EY, who's the leading voice on energy transition, is going to be moderating this session. Joining us, Mr. Manu Srivastava, the Additional Chief Secretary, New and Renewable Energy, Government of Madhya Pradesh. He, ladies and gentlemen, has led many key projects like the 750 megawatt of Viva Ultra Mega Solar Power Project and is recognized for driving renewable energy growth in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Just waiting for Mr. Jishnu Barua joining us, the Chairperson of CERC, who's leading India's power sector regulation and ensuring a very balanced and progressive energy market. Welcome to you, sir. Thank you for joining us in this session. And with all the eminent speakers here on the dais, I now request our moderator, Mr. Sumesh Kumar, the partner EY, for his opening remarks.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to all my esteemed panelists. I think I have a very, very eminent esteemed panel here representing very well-balanced from policymakers to regulators to actually the industry players. We won't waste any time, just go into the topic directly. And the topic for today's panel discussion is decarbonizing through energy transition. It's a topic which actually I think both the two things mean the same thing in a way. I mean, we are looking at energy transition just for decarbonizing the sector. But I think what we'll do in today's discussion is to have some more nuances around decarbonization and energy transition and how the two are linked. So just before I invite my esteemed panelists to give their opening remarks. Just a few points, a few facts and figures to set the context. If we look at industrial emissions, industry still contributes about 30% of global CO2, and of which cement sector alone emits nearly 7 to 8 GT annually, so almost 15% of the global total. Then, as we all know, there are hard to abate sectors like steel, cement, fertilizers, petrochemicals. They are hard to decarbonize, tough to decarbonize. Not just because they rely on electricity, they also rely on high heat and chemical processes. So which makes them tough to actually have fuels for replacement, and that's why hard to abate. Then we have been talking a lot about various new inventions and new technologies in the renewable sector. Of course, green hydrogen for industry is one of the key ways that it's a very promising way which has been coming up for decarbonizing the sector. India targets 5 million tons per year by 2030. There are several pilots already underway. We still have some way to go in terms of the costs and the offtake arrangements there. But nevertheless, we have missions like National Green Hydrogen Mission and various states also coming up with various kinds of policies and tenders to procure green hydrogen and ammonia. One of the recent tenders which has happened for green ammonia has really shown path-making progress by bringing the cost down to almost $50, 50 rupees, which is like really something which the world also is looking at India now, how that has happened. In terms of CCUS development, there is the global CCUS capacity is, there are different figures, but somewhere, it's around 50 million tons CO2 per year. With over 40 projects in pipeline, India is planning CCUS hubs near refineries and industrial belts. But, currently still, this is in a nascent stage, and a lot more needs to be done for carbon capture. In terms of, another way of decarbonizing industry is to actually introduce energy efficiency in the industries. So various mechanisms like advanced kilns, waste heat recovery mechanisms, digitalization, these can actually cut industrial energy consumption by as high as 20 to 25%. Indian cement plants probably are some of the most well-performing across the globe. So, we can learn and introduce in other industries as well. Then if we look at renewables, the role of renewables in manufacturing, I think my panelists will talk more about it. So industries are increasingly sourcing power from captive solar and wind, whether it is rooftop or it is other ground-mounted projects also, but somewhat captive. So there is an increasing emphasis on greening the power which is being used in manufacturing. And then lastly, a point on financing this transition. So I think, it's very good to talk about all these technologies coming in, but where does the money come from? That's a very, very important point. So industrial decarbonization in India requires, by estimates, almost 10 to 15 billion annually by 2030. We've seen, green bonds being issued as a first step. There is actually, as we hear, there is no dearth of capital which is chasing that, but it just has to be channelized and brought together rightly. Also, the projects have to be bankable, and as we were discussing, the more risks you take out in the development phase of a project, the more economical, more cost-effective it becomes. And that's where, financing also becomes easier and more cost-effective. So I think these were just some of the facts, figures, which I just wanted to leave here. And now I would just invite Mr. Barua, who's the chairperson of CERC, for his keynote address, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you, gentlemen, ladies, industry leaders, regulators, and international delegates. It's a matter of profound privilege for me to be participating in your conference today and to be asked to speak on India's energy transition, which is a subject of vital importance for all of us. India, as you all know, has embarked on an extremely ambitious clean energy transition pathways ever. We have pledged to achieve 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2070. Which are targets that demand at an unprecedented pace and scale. I'm tempted to share with you some of the milestones achieved so far. Importantly, India's energy transition stands out as something distinct. It aims to balance multiple objectives while charting a steady course in the context of global uncertainties. India's progress in energy transition, if I may say so, has remained unwavering. So what are the characteristics of this transition? I shall dwell on 4 characteristics of our transition. Firstly, energy transition reaffirms the country's strong climate commitment. Notwithstanding the global policy changes and upheavals, India's formal targets under the Paris Agreement has remained fixed and unshaken. Indeed, India has already crossed this milestone as of this year, 5 years ahead of schedule, highlighting its firm commitment supported by an effective strategy and execution. Second, another important characteristic of India's ambitious energy transition is its deep inclusivity. Inclusivity begins with the consumer, which is visible in the ethos of PM Kusum scheme, empowering farmers through solarization of agriculture feeders and solar pumps. Over 600,000 solar pumps have already been installed, and millions of other grid-connected pumps are being solarized. This logic is also embedded in the PM Surya Ghar Yojana, the world's largest and the most extensive rooftop solar program for subsidized rooftop system, which aims to provide assistance to and also lead to the installation of 10 million households by 10 million units in 2027, by 2027. And this, it is believed, that will cut down the bills by 20 to 30% for participants, and also inject surplus solar into grid, which is not necessarily a very good thing, given the grid requirements. Third, India's energy transition is certainly a driver of growth. Indeed, the rising investment in clean energy are opening up new and innovative industries, new opportunities across the value chain, from manufacturing solar panels, wind turbines, and batteries to building smarter grids and digital energy services. Investments in solar, wind, and biomass support are diversifying our country's reliance on imported energy, insulating our economy from global price shocks. Clean energy is therefore becoming a driver of growth, not a barrier. Fourth, India's energy transition should be viewed as an opportunity to reform the power sector in India, since it touches on generation, transmission and distribution, storage and digitization or digitalization, and indeed every link of the power sector's value chain is seeing investment and innovation. Robust decision-making and close stakeholder engagement will put us ahead at the pole position, leading the global energy transition. In addition to regulatory policy transmission action to promote generation and manufacturing of RE system, there are schemes such as VGF for energy storage that support emerging and innovative verticals in the power sector value chain. Reforms in energy, in transmission and market access, integrated EV systems, smart meters, rollouts, and digital platforms further enable sophisticated demand management and digitalization of the sector. But this process of energy transition is not without its challenges. Friends, every transformation has an adjustment phase, and India is no different. Key is to be proactive, incremental, and pragmatic. There are three challenges, key challenges for energy transition, which revolve around maintaining flexibility and reliability, ensuring reliability of manufacturing supply chain, and attracting adequate capital and investment. The first challenge is of grid stability and reliability. Very recently, the CRC has taken up upon itself of engaging with the systems operator in various regions. We have had meetings in Guwahati, Calcutta, Lucknow, Bangalore, and Mumbai, covering all the 5 regions. And there, the point was driven home that grid security is one thing that cannot be taken for chance. And we cannot ignore this in case many of the steps that need to be taken are not taken. Increasing variable and intermittent RE demands rapid ramping and balancing, which requires flexible assets in the network. And this is already happening. And today, of course, the thermal generators not here. They have a long litany of woes about how they are so adversely affected by all the changes that are taking place. The need for storage is about, on an average, around 60 gigawatt by 2030, in addition to flexible thermal and gas resources. And as we had discussed earlier with the panelists informally, India doesn't have gas to meet that requirement. So we have to depend on imported gas, which is very costly. So, and this has to be supported further by emerging interventions such as demand response. This is one thing that we have not yet tried, and it's worth trying very vigorously, and it has to be done in the near future. India is also preparing thermal generation for balancing in addition to catering to the base load generation requirement. I come to the second challenge, which is to maintain the supply chain and availability of critical minerals. Solar, wind batteries, and EVs rely on lithium, rare earth elements, and high-grade silicon. As the global demand surges, India aims to secure access to resources through partnership, domestic exploration, while also enhancing domestic capacity through production-linked incentives for PV and advanced chemistry cell manufacturing. The third challenge is that of investment and financing. It is obvious that meeting the 2030 goals requires large annual capital flows. But India is well positioned to mobilize the required finance. There is strong policy continuity and predictability in the context of global energy transition and regulatory uncertainty in transparent tariff processes, open access, strong payment security, and predictable market rules, all of which support lowering the risk premium on emerging clean energy projects. Furthermore, dedicated schemes for viability gap funding for storage also de-risk the innovative and emerging assets in the new energy ecosystem. Given the energy transition scenario that I have narrated so far, I must add that there are multiple concerns of the industry stakeholders. It is therefore essential for us to address the concerns of industry stakeholders and facilitate the ease of doing business to achieve the goal of energy transition on time. Regulations here will remain the critical and crucial enablers. The Central Commission's role in enabling this transition as the apex regulator is at the forefront of aligning regulation with India's sustainability goals. Given going forward, CERC's regulatory approach will be shaped around 4 key themes. Number 1, market liberalization and competition. CERC has established power exchanges, open access, RECs, real-time market, and the green day-ahead market, and now there is discussion going on to include green real-time market as well. Battery energy storage system as market participant, giving storage clear revenue pathways for frequency control, reserves, balance, energy and carbon market are also extremely important. To further strengthen the market, the Commission is moving towards developing capacity market, CFD. Electricity derivative, which has already been, a step has already been taken, but in future, who knows, it can lead to greater, it may lead to more ambitious steps. And ancillary market for a more efficient system. Encouraging cross-border electricity trade and positioning India as a regional hub for clean power. The second point is grid reliability and flexibility. With the rising share of renewables, grid stability is of paramount importance. We are acutely sensitive to the threats to grid stability which have been seen in Chile and Spain in the recent past. On 28 April, there was a massive shutdown, a huge grid event in Spain, which completely stopped supply for about 24 hours. And power was restored only in the morning at 7 a.m. of the next day. And it had a cascading effect on all systems. Metro stopped, trains stopped, the hospital stopped functioning, internet didn't work, everything was shut. And remember one thing, Spain has 60% of its generation from renewable energy. And to that extent, this is a kind of a warning signal to all countries which are relying on these renewables particularly. Given that example, I think we all have to be very careful. To transfer 500 gigawatt of RE power to load centers, India is expanding and modernizing the grid at a record pace. CERC's GNA reforms creates flexible, non-discriminatory interstate access to unlock efficient use of transmission order. I need to explain here how this is an improvement over the earlier system where scheduling had to go through a particular course and particular route. Now you have that flexibility, and all this has been of great help, particularly for renewables. Going forward, our regulatory focus will be on flexible generation resources, and this is already happening to a large extent in thermal sector. Time of use tariffs and demand response. And demand response is something that we all need to take very, very seriously across the board, from Central Commission to the state commissions. Strengthening the green energy corridors, promoting battery storage and pumped hydro, and also ensuring the best cybersecurity standards are deployed. And I'm afraid this is one of the things that we ignore, cybersecurity, which is one important chapter in the grid code. And even very recently when we had problems in the neighborhood, our system were also under attack. Various multiple attempts were made on our system. So cybersecurity is what we have also been stressing upon in our meetings with the grid system operators all across the country. Third point is digitization and consumer empowerment, which includes rollout of smart meters, demand response, peer-to-peer trading pilots, which are collectively poised to transfer consumers into prosumers in the grid. And all this, of course, is being conceptualized in the India Energy Stack, or the digital energy grid, where there is a task force already engaged with it. Digital platform will enable greater transparency, efficiency, and innovation. The entire EV ecosystem, including charging, battery swapping, and grid integration, is also opening new services and startup opportunities for innovators. The last point, the fifth one, in financial sustainability of utilities, particularly DISCOMs, remains, to my mind, critical to our energy transition. Without viable, functioning, financially sound DISCOMs, energy transition cannot go very far. Regulatory intervention like performance-based regulation, loss reduction incentives, and rationalization of tariffs will ensure long-term sustainability. All these steps are being taken and have been taken. So, conclusion. Friends, as India scales up renewables, reinforces its networks, enables storage and flexibility, and empowers consumers, we are also confident that we will not only meet our goals, but also exceed them. Let me conclude by emphasizing that India's energy transition strategy is distinctly pragmatic. We are not pursuing green goals in isolation or at the expense of cost and reliability. Instead, India's objectives remain balancing sustainability with energy security and affordability at every step of the transition journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very, very comprehensive comments. And I think you already answered most of the things that I had thought I will ask you later on. So probably there is no more question for you left. But thank you so much. I think everything was covered in that very, very comprehensive comments. Let me move on to Manu, sir. So Manu sir has been a veteran of energy transition. I myself have witnessed him leading this effort as a policymaker for several years, and spearheading this work now in Madhya Pradesh. So obviously, sir, my question to you is, and of course you can add your remarks more, is what initiatives are you taking, have taken or planning for energy transition and decarbonization? And particularly, sir, do speak about the recent spectacular bid that you shaped and the response that you got of ₹2.70. How did you make it possible? And what more are you planning for energy transition and decarbonization in the state, sir? So over to you.
So thank you for giving this opportunity. And yes, since I came here, a lot of people have been talking about this 270 tariff that we got. So yes, it's fairly recent as well. The tender was on Friday, really the last working day, and it started at 11 in the morning. It continued almost till 11 p.m., almost for 12 hours. And we got a wonderful tariff of ₹2.70. Just to explain, it provides power during the solar hours for 2 hours in the evening, the peak power, and 2 hours in the morning. And the interesting, why it is a difficult tender, though it has got good rates, yes, is that the level of supply during the solar hours is the same as it is during the peak hours. Till now, whatever tenders we've had in the country, the supply during the solar hours is double. So either it's been 2000 megawatt during solar hours and 1000 megawatt during the peak hours, or 1200 megawatt during solar hours and 600 megawatt during the peak hours. In our tender, the level of supply is the same. 440 megawatt during solar hours, 440 megawatt during the evening peak hours, for 40 megawatt during the morning peak hours. And the reason why we have kept that is the question that you asked, that what are future plans? So we are planning to increase the duration of storage in our coming tenders. And finally, we aim to go for a 24-hour flat block. And when we go for a 24-hour flat block, then we cannot have a situation that the supply in solar hours is higher and that during the non-solar hours is lesser. So since our final goal is there, that is why we have kept a same level of supply during solar and non-solar hours in our project. The second factor which makes it a difficult project is that we have kept annual availability of 95% rather than 85%, which has been the norm in all such FDRE sort of tenders in the country. So we have kept annual availability of 95%, which is far more challenging. But in spite of these two challenges, we have got a low tariff, which I suppose is, I mean, broadly speaking, is something which the developers here would appreciate, that we have tried to make our projects bankable, viable. We have tried to reduce the risks and uncertainties that developers face. I think philosophically speaking, the attitude that we have is most organizations in the government that run tenders, if you go to them with a request, the standard answer is no. That you can't change a tender document unless there is a strong reason to do so. In our case, the standard answer is yes, unless there is a strong reason why we can't do that. So we try to accommodate as many reasonable requests of the bidders as are possible, as are fair, as provide equal playing ground to all the developers. And this has been a pattern with us. Even the Riva project, when we got the rates, there was similar level of amazement or incredulity about the results. At that time, when Government of India companies were giving subsidy to get a tariff of 4.5 rupees per unit, we had got a first year tariff of 2.97. So even this time, Murana, we are confident that we should be leading to successful projects. And I said, we are planning far more projects. They are in the pipeline. They will be issued in the next few weeks, wherein we are talking about longer storage, single cycle 4-hour, single cycle 6-hour, apart from solar, single cycle apart from solar again 10-hour, and the final goal is a flat 24-hour block. Apart from this, we are also focusing on what Jishnu Barua sir mentioned about decentralized projects. We have come up with one of the biggest tenders in the country, or perhaps anywhere in the world, of decentralized solar. 18,000 megawatt has been the tenders that we have got. And this is a feeder solarization. And we have got some very interesting technical innovations there, which we have already submitted to SIR and CRC and to the FOR. One is that we are ensuring that the injection is on the 11 kV side. That virtually increases the capacity of the distribution transformers without any investment at all. So it's like a 5 megawatt substation. Now, if you are injecting power from the top, the capacity of the substation remains 5 megawatt. But if you're injecting 5 megawatt from the low voltage sides, during the solar hours, you have virtually increased the capacity of the substation from 5 megawatt to 10 megawatt. There's 5 megawatt coming from the top and 5 being supplied from below. So you can supply to 10 megawatt of customers downstream. So you avoid the expenses on upgradation of the distribution and transmission infrastructure. Discoms, as we know, are cash strapped. More importantly, you enable supply of real-time solar power to all your customers, especially agricultural customers, because otherwise you cannot do it without spending money on the upgradation of your transmission distribution infrastructure. So that is one. And the second is, as any one of you who have traveled outside South Delhi and Central Delhi, there's a huge problem in villages, in small towns of the country of low voltage. Now, this can be addressed if the distribution companies invest in capacitor banks, which they are unable to or they are unable to manage. So we are implementing a reactive power solution of that problem. So we are using the inverters not only for injecting active power, but for injecting or absorbing as necessary reactive power. And this is an OPEX solution rather than capacitor banks, which is a CAPEX solution. So this is an OPEX solution which would lead to system stability, better voltage control, and preventing the expenditure that's necessary on the reactive power management. And this is need-based. In case the voltage is low, then the developer would be encouraged to inject reactive power. They would be compensated for that. In case the voltage is high, they would be encouraged to absorb reactive power. They would be compensated for that. So these are innovations that we are trying to bring. I must add that this innovation has been tried, has been tried only in the transmission space. We are the first, not only the state in the country, but internationally, to be doing this in the distribution space. And we are doing it through a incentive-based mechanism rather than merely a regulatory direction. So these are, and we have gone to the regulator to include it in the state regulations. And as I shared with you, we've already submitted it to the CRC and to the Forum of Regulators so that this innovation can be considered in other states as well. We are also coming up with an interesting policy at the state level. I talked of a 24-hour flat block. We are coming up with a policy of setting up data centers in the state, where the data center would be assured of power from the 24-hour flat block project that would be set up. So that would also be an interesting point of consumption for RE, because there is always this challenge that RE is getting cheaper, but still utilities never seem to having that much demand of RE as perhaps they should. So this leads to a demand for RE, as also being a fillip to industrialization and development of the state. So that is again something interesting that we are planning. And finally, I would just like to say that this issue was also mentioned in the beginning, that where does the money come from? I don't think that is a challenge. If we set up bankable projects, if we set up viable projects, all RE projects in the country, almost all RE projects in the country are being set up through the PPP, through the OPEX route. If, of course, the if is important. If we set up bankable, viable projects, there is no dearth of capital. There is no necessity of having things like green bonds. Investors are very secular to what they're investing in. If it's a good project, they would come and invest. All our projects have seen wonderful participation. The Morena project that we talked about, there were 16 parties bidding for the project. We had a project which closed also a few weeks back for solarization of all the government buildings in the state. It had 17 bidders who came for the project. So whatever is the project, if you have de-risked the project, if you have made it safe for the investors, I see that there is sufficient interest that investors would show, and flow of money would not be a challenge. Our projects have always recognized there is global infrastructure facility set up by the G20 and the World Bank. They have always been showcasing RIVA project as an ideal project, which ring-fenced the project from the wider uncertainties of emerging economies. And we have tried to replicate the same principle in our Morena project, and we would be doing the same in the upcoming solar and storage projects. And I would request the investors who are here to participate in our upcoming projects as well. And thanks to this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manu sir. And congratulations once again for achieving such a remarkable tariff. I'm sure, I mean, the mantra that you gave is incredible, that, unless it cannot be done, you will do it. So I think that's the message which should be carried forward, and that's the sentiment, I think, which the state comes with, and very, very encouraging for all the investors, I must say. Thank you so much, sir. In the interest of time, I will move on and would like to bring in Girish Bhai, so who's again has been a real veteran of this sector, particularly the wind sector, and he's seen the journey, ups and downs, everything, from developing to manufacturing. So in the context of decarbonizing and energy transition, how do you see industries particularly decarbonizing, and what more initiatives do you see going forward which can help move towards energy transition?
Thank you. So I think here we at Suzlon kind of take a multi-pronged approach. First, of course, is walk the talk at home. So I think the important element that comes is right at the design stage. So the product, I think our current flagship product of 144 3 megawatts which we sell has been kind of certified as amongst the lowest carbon footprint wind turbine across the world. So it's important that at a design stage itself you capture the carbon footprint. In our case, it's as low as 6 grams CO2 per kilowatt hour that gets generated from a Suzlon turbine. So I think this, first of all, helps us and also helps our customers in further reducing their own carbon footprint when they use our product. The other element that we deploy is with our entire supply chain. So we work very closely at the design stage itself on our supply chain to make sure that the sourcing is sustainable sourcing, the partnerships that we create, and also work in decarbonizing the approach with which our vendor base is developed. So a very strong ecosystem of sub-suppliers. Almost today wind supply chain is close to about 2,500 MSMEs across our country. And lastly, I think purely from the business practices, because it's the whole life cycle management and the environment life cycle management of the whole project, which is a 30-year project. How do you make sure that, from a sustainability point of view, your carbon footprint remains low, as low as possible? So I think we have instilled that from the beginning, and therefore I think that's a good starting point for the company. When we look at the industries, I think what we've seen is that with the opening up of the regulated market for open access and also the benefits that have been given for open access for C&I customers, there has been a huge adoption of renewable energy today, almost by all industries. Today we work across all the tough industries, be it cement, steel, aluminum, power. Customer base is where almost all the customer base. Today, if you look at just the C&I market, almost 100 gigawatts of renewable energy demand is already there from pure private sector who have set their own decarbonization journey. So I think we work very closely with all these customers to make sure that we help them develop the right solution. And as the market has also moved from just a pure wind or a pure solar project to an FDRE project, as sir was saying, to manage the flat block, or to go, in case of our customers, to manage the load profile of the customer demand. I think we work very closely with customers to design the right combination of wind, solar and storage to deliver the least cost option for the C&I customers. So I think this way, being it ourselves, being it with our vendors, or be it with the industries, I think we are seeing a very good adoption. And I think the tipping point has been is that purely on cost per kilowatt hour, I think today wind and solar has turned out to be the cheapest source of energy for anyone in our country. And I think there is no reason for someone not to switch green. It just economically makes sense. And added to that, when there is a sustainability element, I think it just, the incentive is significantly high for anyone not to make it. And that's the reason we are seeing that, the adoption is moving much faster. So while we have this target of 500 gigawatts of, non-fossil fuel energy by 2030, I think with the C&I market and also now kicking in of the PSU, the government PSUs themselves are decarbonizing this market, I think we will significantly move ahead in achieving our energy transition goal as a country.
Thank you, Girish Bhai. Significant role played by you in bringing the costs down over the last number of years, what we are seeing today. And as you rightly said, now economically also it makes the most incentive. You take out the sustainability part, just on the pure economics, that's what. But, the role that you've played over the number of years, you saw when the tariffs were, where 16, 20, and now where we've come. So great journey you've been part of, and, big role there. Thank you so much for that. And moving on to Mr. Mishra, not last but not the least. Again, you're playing a very, very important role in energy transition in the country through your organization. And particularly, I want to ask you to comment on that, what you're doing and what you feel or believe are the next steps of your important things in energy transition and decarbonization. But Manu sir also mentioned, and Barua sir also mentioned about financing. So, particularly you've been raising financing, so something more from your side on, how we can get this as part of climate finance, or so to say.
Thank you very much, Ramesh. I feel humbled to be speaking with some eminent company. I think the speeches we have already had have really given the big picture. But as an organization which started on the thermal end and is moving, now we can only do that bits of the electricity sector which does not generate carbon dioxide. I think I can probably present an investor's or a developer's point of view of energy transition. I think first and foremost, I would say in any new area, 4 things are required, 3 or 4 things. First is establish clear regulations, and thereby, preferably reduce risk. I think Madhya Pradesh is Exhibit A in that particular aspect on project after project. The second is demand creation. And I'll come back to that vis-a-vis pump storage project developers. But that is also essential. We have seen in wind and solar, once the government clearly announced that bids of X gigawatts per year will be compulsorily announced. In later years, they have broken down into quarters, moving up to the 500 gigawatt target. Then we have seen how, 24, 25, nearly 30 gigawatts of renewables were added, which is astonishing given where we started in 1 year. So I think demand creation cannot be overstated. Third, I would say, is bring in private competition. I think we can now say that the country itself has benefited from, in sector after sector after sector, wherever regulations were clearly established, demand was created, and competition was brought in, we have seen lower tariffs. From an investor point of view, a conflict of interest declaration here in the bid on Friday, we were one of the participants and lost. I was only up till 10 p.m., sir. But one thing I would say is the following. No matter where, first thing is that since decarbonization, there is a great degree of dependence on commodities market. Solar and battery storage and many of those components do follow a commodity cycle. Sometimes they go up and sometimes they go down. In the case of solar, we saw one bid go for 199. They kept on going down from 15 rupees until they went up a little bit. Sometimes they go down. But that is a part. What tariff you discover and what will or will not work in the long term is a different matter. But one thing remains unambiguous. If you set the regulations clearly, if you reduce the risk, at any point in time, you will get the best tariff. If the market itself has made a mistake, they will suffer. If they have made a lot of money, they will laugh their way to the bank. But at same point in time, you reduce the risk, you will get better bids. And I cannot speak highly enough of that. And even if I may, in due humility, bring in my international experience, I have had the opportunity to live and work in 4 different countries. That has always proven to be correct. So those things are important. I just wanted to expand on the demand creation bit. Speaking to some of my fellow colleagues, we had a CEO's dialogue with the Honorable Union Power Minister earlier today. You know, for instance, I live in Mumbai, in the state of Maharashtra. Lots of people are investing in large pump storage projects, but there is still no bidding, you know, sort of a demand creation. In a way, obviously they have made educated guesses, but in a way, a lot of investment is going on the basis of hope and expectation. And that is dangerous in a sector because that is one part of our electricity supply chain and decarbonization effort which does not depend on supplies from neighboring countries or external countries. So for energy security, that is very, very important. So I would say that, you know, so storage is required, obviously, in hourly basis, diurnal storage, seasonal storage, and year-by-year storage, all kinds of durations are required. In each of those, demand creation is quite important. Finally, given the paucity of time, I just wanted to cover the area on financing. You know, in 2003, I managed to, living in Thailand at that time for my parent company, financed a 1,400 megawatt imported coal-fired power plant purely by Thai banks at 4.5%. What we do here, at that time in India, we were paying 13%. The technology in solar wind transmission remains the same all over the world. What differs is the cost of capital. So everything that we can do to reduce and broaden the pace of availability of debt capital, which is crucial in our sector, will be helpful. What can we do? I have got a bee in my bonnet about the foreign rating agencies. In 20 years, India's rating was improved for the first time, 20 years, to a level which, with due respects to our Greek friends, to a level which Greece has had. Now, it's not about against the Greeks. They had problems. They were at near default. They had to be bailed out by the ECB several times. And good luck to them. They are the progenitors of the Western civilization, so the whole world owes a lot to them. But the point is that you compare that against a country which in 80 years post-independence has never defaulted, ever. When the things were most difficult, the country basically sent its gold to the Bank of England to ensure that we did not default. And such a country after 20 years has gone to BBB from BBB minus. Now, why is that happening? That is happening because the international rating agencies have a huge weightage on per capita income as opposed to the total economy. Since we fail over there, we have 1.4 billion people. It will take us years before we get to A minus, where we can start raising debt internationally at such level. So you know, keeping the pressure on, keeping our fiscal deficit under control, keeping our track record under control, and keeping the pressure on international rating agencies are very important. That is for the foreigners. Internally, a couple of other things we can do. You know, as one of our colleagues, I happen to co-chair the CII Power Committee, who's a senior member of the legal fraternity, keeps on saying that what an irony that Canadian pension funds and insurance funds can invest in Indian power sector, but Indian insurance companies cannot. So our own regulations, I'm no expert on insurance regulations. I do know that investment in debt products, for instance, are restricted due to, you know, credit rating reasons and all, and more can be done to get in insurance companies. That is important because this is a sector where, as Srivastav sir would say, we have to commit for 25 years or 12 years or 35 years, depending on the kind of project. You go to the banks, they tell you annual reset. So there's a huge residual risk on the investor. And for that, you know, the bond market, strengthening and deepening of the bond markets is crucial. That is how infrastructure is financed all over the world. There is no reason why we should remain the Indian exception. So I hope I covered some of the points.
Thank you. Very, very valid and, you know.
I would just like to respond to two comments. Fully agreeing with what you said. I would say that, I mean, whatever are the views of the Western world and rating agencies to India, perhaps it's not in our place to be changing that. But what we perhaps do need to do is to ring-fence our projects from the wider uncertainties that do exist in India. I mean, one does realize the strengths of our country, as also the challenges, especially in the electricity sector. But I suppose, for example, one of the things we have done is that MPs' discoms are not the best. They are not like discoms of Gujarat. 2 are loss-making, 1 is just surviving. But we have to set up projects in terms supplying power to those discoms. But we have set up a very elaborate payment security mechanism, going much beyond what SECI does and so on. So the point being that we have to address the challenges and perhaps need to ring fence the project from the wider uncertainty that exists. And secondly, I would say that I would fully agree with you regarding the comparison. It's a very interesting comparison. I never thought about it, but yes, about the Canadian pension firms, funds and insurance firms here. But perhaps we need to recognize that in India, perhaps the IRDA sees investment in oil and gas exploration and solar energy at the same level. They need to recognize that a solar project, especially after it's commissioned, there is hardly any uncertainty. And you can't be putting in the same basket as KGD6, which is a huge had opportunities but it didn't really die down later. So perhaps they need to be seen separately. Yes, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for adding to that. So ultimately, it all comes down to risk management, right? I mean, how well can you manage the risks, whether they are developmental risks, whether they are supply chain risks, like you mentioned, whether they are regulatory risks, and also, revenue risks. So, I mean, the more or the better you can hedge the risks, the better outcome you will get in terms of tariff, in terms of response, in terms of the investors who are willing to come in. So ultimately, it's all about, as he said, ring fencing and hedging against the risks, which will bring you results. So thank you so much. I think in the interest of time, do we have time? Maybe if there are 1 or 2 questions in the audience, we can open it up, and please identify yourself. Keep your question just to the question, very brief, and please, who do you want to address it to? So just 2 questions, if possible. One hand I see there.
This question is anyone from the panelists. I am Vikram Javeri. I am from Prince Group. We are into the renewable space, basically solar and wind. So, Honorable Minister, Mr. Prahlad Joshi mentioned that the tariffs have really brought to a very low level. So, how would that affect the supply chain and the manufacturing part and all those parts? So, that is also one concern. I just wanted to just have the panelists throw some light on that. Whether it is actually justifiable, I wouldn't know.
Girish Bhai, would you like to take that?
Okay, I'll attempt. So I think, I think it's a very pertinent question, and we've seen cycles of, growth and lull periods. And I think as manufacturers, you are always wary of, will you be able to remain competitive as prices keep going south to the speed at which things are happening. So I think the way to manage this is that, first of all, any manufacturer, whatever you are planning to manufacture, you need to aspire to be globally competitive. You cannot just produce for India. At the starting point, that should be the thought process. And only when you build something that can be globally competitive, both in terms of performance, quality, as well as price points, then the market shifts of different natures wouldn't affect you. Otherwise, that problem remains. I mean, you will have few years of good years, few not so good years in certain geographies, and you could get into problems. And when you are making large capital investments, you need that stability. And the way things are going, it was because of that particular mindset that we wanted to make the world best technology and make it here at home and have the IP and mindset of being the best in the world, which helped us. And we had certain tough years in India. We expanded geographically outside India and kind of managed there. So you will see cycles coming in, and you have to kind of make sure that you design not just for India, nothing from government. Wind has never received any such support. And that allows us today that we are able to export as an industry almost by 2030, 10% of global supply chain will originate from sub-suppliers, not just Suzlon, but entire value chain of sub-suppliers of wind, which have been built up, almost 2,500 MSMEs that we have. So I think that those are some of the two things that you could look at, that try to design products without any subsidies or any kind of benefits, and other is de-risks your markets also.
Sir, my name is Dr. KSS Ravikumar from National Power Training Institute.
Where are
my
you?
question is National Power Training Institute, Deputy Director. The question is about the regulations. There should be more trainings. What I request, my addressing is about we have to conduct more trainings. I request CERC people, I can coordinate with them, see that NPTI can be given some opportunity to conduct some trainings in regulations, sir.
Okay, you're saying that there should be more trainings for people in regulations.
Yes, sir. We are ready for that one, sir. From National Power Training Institute, the apex body from Ministry of Power, we are ready to conduct the trainings.
So you're ready to offer trainings or?
Yeah, offer trainings provided CERC will help us.
Okay, so
You want more trainings to be conducted. So
Exactly.
By NPTI.
Yes, sir, exactly.
And I think NPTI is having a fairly good deal. I think most of the programs for PSUs are being done by you. And you've been getting a very good, I would say, support from all the PSUs. What you can now do is some of the latest ones,
yes, sir,
the latest regulations, especially on connectivity and GNA, I think you have to make everyone up to date. And all the stakeholders should be, that way can be sensitized to the changes that has happened recently.
No, sir. In the other way, I want to ask, sir. You give me training to train us.
Oh, you trained NPTI?
No, I'm talking about you. You train us much more, conduct trainers for training, then we'll do it.
So you have to invite us. You have to invite us to your institute. And
see that you can sponsor some trainings.
Yeah.
Sir. Thank you very much. Kind of you, sir.
Thank you. I think I'll just have to close. A very short one, very quickly.
Thank you. Very enriching panel discussion. I see that when we talk about energy transition, there is an overwhelming focus on the supply side of the power sector. I don't see that much progress on the demand side management, like the DR. I mean, Mr. Badua mentioned about the importance of DR. But if we see the on-ground implementation, there is no progress as such. If we see, say, smart meter rollout, it is also very limited. And DISCOMs look at smart meter solutions.
Always, try to do interesting things which also provide a solution to that. Our first project, Riva, we supplied to Delhi Metro. So, I mean, my point is that if there are PPAs and the DISCOMs are not willing to sign on the PSAs, then we can go beyond DISCOMs to other customers. So we have always tried to do that. In our first project, apart from MP, we supplied to Delhi Metro. In the second project, apart from MP, we supplied to Indian Railways. And Indian Railways is using the power in 9 states. We have set up another very interesting project on, on the same point of view. Madhya Pradesh has high demand from October to March. So we know what to do with the power during those months, but don't know what to do with the power in the monsoon months. UP has a converse problem. UP has a high demand from April to September and a low demand in the remaining 6 months. So we have come together, setting up a project in Madhya Pradesh, injecting in ISTS, supplying to MP for 6 months and UP for 6 months. Next a few weeks, we should be issuing the tender for that. So there are ways of increasing the demand, and I think we need to be finding solutions to that. I'm also keep on asking this question to myself and to other friends as to why we don't do more of that. And I personally have tried to do the same, yes. Thanks.
I know, point taken. I think more needs to be done on the demand side also. So I think even distributed solar, sir, is I mean it's something which is pushing energy transition on the demand side. So I mean there's a huge thrust on that. So that's one of the ways, not enough, but yes, one of the ways that are being targeted. So thank you so much. I will just bring this to an end now. And I'm sure you found it interesting. Thank you to all the panelists for such enriching discussion. I think it was a very well-rounded panel. We had regulators, policymakers, industry representatives. So, thank you so much for coming and sparing your time. And hope everybody found it informative. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to our panelists. May we request you to kindly step forward for a group photograph, and then we close this session. Thanking Mr. Jishnu Barua, Mr. Manu Srivastava, Mr. Girish Tanti, thanking Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Mishra, and to Mr. Somesh Kumar, our moderator. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the last session of the day. We have spoken in the inaugural session also, opening session also, that as we build this robust and we are going to be discussing and deliberating on some of the very key and essential topics of skilling and training for deployment operation, maintenance of DRE systems, including the advanced and emerging energy technologies, developing workforce capabilities for grid maintenance, ensuring equitable access to clean energy, skill building across gender, regions and socio-economic groups, and then promoting entrepreneurship in energy-enabled livelihoods like cold storage, food processing, and electric mobility. So, human capital across sectors for further promoting energy access and just transition. So the stage stands ready for the discussions, and I invite our panelists to be taking center stage. Dr. Rodney Rivera, the Cluster Coordinator, GIZ India. Joining, ladies and gentlemen, our panelist, Dr. Rodney Rivera, the Cluster Coordinator, GIZ India, who's advancing private sector development and skill building for the energy sector. Mr. N. Venu, the Managing Director and CEO of Hitachi Energy India, leading innovations in transmission and grid solutions for renewable-rich future. We have Mr. Nirav Nanavati, the CEO of Blue Pine, a leading renewable energy platform in India established by the global investment firm Actis and shaping sustainable energy businesses and clean technology ventures. Also on the stage, Dr. Mohammad Rihan, the Director General, National Institute of Solar Energy, who's spearheading solar research, innovation and capacity building. We are going to be also joined by Dr. Sangeeta Kasture, the Scientist G, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, contributing to the policy and scientific leadership in renewables. And then we have our moderator, Mr. Samir Gupta, the co-chairman of CII RE Manufacturing Council and the chairman and managing director of Jackson Group, driving India's renewable manufacturing ecosystem, and the moderator for the session. So with that quick intro of all the panelists, I hand over the stage to our moderator.
Very good evening to all of you. Truly a privilege to be part of this important discussion on skilling, especially as it relates to energy access and just transition for all. I think we are at a turning point in India's energy journey. While technology is advancing rapidly, be it solar panels, electric mobility, green hydrogen, electrolyzers, etc., I think it is not technology alone that will drive this transition. It's the people who will drive the transition. Energy shift is not about gigawatts or megawatts. It's about millions of livelihoods, millions of homes, and the people who will build, operate, and maintain these systems. Across India, we are seeing rapid growth in decentralized renewable energy systems, electric mobility, clean cooking solutions, and grid modernization. But despite this momentum, we face a serious gap in skills, right from system design and installation to operation and maintenance, especially in rural and last mile areas. If we want a just transition, we must ensure that no one is left behind. Whether it is a tribal youth in Jharkhand, a woman living in Himalayan village, or a solar technician in rural Africa. Everyone must have the skills and should be able to support by participating in this green revolution. I think there are 4 key areas where we need to together focus on. First one being strengthening skilling for renewable energy technologies. Second one being developing the grid maintenance workforce. That's going to be a huge focus, as we all know, on the grid strengthening, and that's where we need people to maintain it and develop it. The third focus needs to be making skilling more equitable and inclusive. That's another area where I think India has a huge potential to work on. And the last area where we need to give importance is around need to promote entrepreneurship and green livelihoods. So it's not only about skilling, it should result in creating livelihoods for people. I think skilling must go beyond just jobs. It should be able to unlock entrepreneurship. There could be concept of providing livelihood bundles, complete kits like solar dryers, EV charging stations, or food processing tools can also be provided. Not only providing the kits, there could be linkage with market and financing which will promote entrepreneurship. I would say skilling is not just about filling jobs. It's about unlocking dignity, economic growth, and climate justice. A truly just energy transition must be able to build on 3 pillars: technology that is affordable, policies that are inclusive, and most importantly, people who are empowered. Let us use this platform to build new partnerships between government, industry, civil society, and training institutions. Let us invest not just in infrastructure, but also in human capital. Having said this, I'm happy to share that 2 years back, I was chairing Skill Council of Green Jobs, and during that tenure, I got opportunity to interact with many stakeholders, many companies, where we do all of us understand the importance of skilling, but I do believe the kind of impetus which should be given is still lacking. In our interaction with Honorable Power Minister today in the morning, I gave 3 or 4 suggestions, and I will like to share the 3 suggestions which I shared with him today in the morning. One is, our current skilling ecosystem is fragmented. While many youth are being trained, a significant portion is not job ready, especially for emerging technologies like green hydrogen, battery storage, and smart grid systems. I think we need to shift from volume-based skilling to outcome-based skilling with clear industry linkage. That's something at least I have found pretty missing in the entire ecosystem in this country, where linkage of what private sector is doing versus what government is doing is not there. That's where I think we need to sincerely work on. Second suggestion what I gave to Honorable Minister was, Industry and Skill Council of Green Jobs must co-create curriculums and certify skills together. Skill Council of Green Jobs is supported by Ministry of Skill Development and MNRE. I think it's time to have joint ownership through industry-led center of excellence. Unless and until industry participates and commits to skilling, I don't think it's going to be a success if government and industry continues to work in isolation and in parallel. Objective is to have skills aligned with real industry needs. The third suggestion what I shared in the morning was, I think government can also think of incentivizing skills like it incentivizes manufacturing. Skilling can perhaps be seen as a national investment. Tax breaks, CSR credits, and even co-funding models to motivate industry to invest in skilling is going to be essential for making this a success. I think it's time to make skilling a boardroom agenda rather than just a compliance task. Today, evidently, I feel when I talk to industry in various forums that it's more of a compliance thing, be it on the government side or on the private sector side or on the industry side, rather than taking it seriously as a agenda item on the boardroom. I think this will truly lead to becoming Atmanirbhar Bharat. I think skilling is going to be a very important pillar for this country to be truly self-reliant. With this as a context, I have not put any questions as such. I would request each one of the panelists to share their views, talk about what they think is more appropriate for this country, how can we really bridge the gap on the skilling what we have, and thereafter we can have some discussions and take some questions from the audience as well. With this, I would request Mr. Rodney Revere, Cluster Coordinator, Private Sector Development, Skilling and TVET, GIS India, to kindly share his views. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir. Good afternoon and good evening to the fellow panelists here, as well as then to all of your participants and hopefully participants when it comes to questions and answers. I'm going to react real quickly maybe to something that Samir said in terms of incentivizing. How can the government do this? When I look at the German model of dual system of training, which is a very famous one around the world, well renowned for producing high quality skilled workers, in Germany, it's a private sector initiative that's supported by the government. It's a true partnership that integrates the real world needs and the real world practice with the theory that they can get into the schools and in the TVETs. So the system works in a very interactive way. So here's a proposal that's building on what Samir said. Let's turn it on our heads, turn the system on its head. Let's take the good initiatives from the private sector. We are all aware that there are very many excellent training institutions in India. Many of those are run by private sector. Why don't we identify those as best practices and then support with public funds the expansion of those best practices by the private sector? Not taking over with the government, not imposing a bunch of regulations, but take those effective initiatives and roll them out, scale them up under the leadership of the private sector. That would be a revolutionary idea on that, I think. Because when we're talking about the scale and the importance of skilling in the renewable energy sector in India, and we also talked about the just transition, there are 20 million people approximately whose livelihoods depend on coal. As we scale that, what happens to that 20 million people? What do we do? How can we soft landing? Obviously, we want to help them find other jobs. And one of the key things to do there, of course, is, and the hot topic of the day is skilling and reskilling. But when you're coming to the issue of skilling, any capacity development effort, the first question that you have to ask is skilling for what? What is the alternative economic potential for the areas where the coal mines are going to be closed down? What can we do to promote economic growth in that area? Then we can identify the necessary labor that we need for that. This is something that often, I don't hear talked about very often, is what is the economic potential? People want to jump straight to the skilling. Is it the skilling is going to solve the problem? Skilling is part of the solution, but we need to know what we're going to skill them for. And so then, when we add the other element of the decentralized renewable energies, which is one of the themes of the conference here, we see that part of the answer is already there. Because we know that if we are going to be building up decentralized grids, decentralized generation of power, we know that they are going to require certain types of labor. So we could actually start there, incentivizing and skilling in those areas where we would need to support and build up decentralized renewable energies. That's obviously not going to reach all 10 million people that will be affected directly, but it's a start. And as the economies start and we get the seeds of growth, then other economic activities can build on that. Anyway, I'll close with my comments here and pass it back to Samir.
Thank you, Rodney. I think what you said about best practices or the scale are very relevant points you have brought in. And you said skilling for what? That's a very important thing. I think it's economic growth, as you rightly said, it's inclusion. It's also about the fact that dignity is also equally important for the diverse workforce what we have. Gender inclusiveness is also, I think, going to be on the focus. And above all, I was talking to one of the panelists in the room. I think you're operating in 9 states at the moment, doing various IPPs. The quality standards of those IPPs vary from state to state. So I think it's equally important that we have, some kind of quality standards which are comparable across states. So I think skilling has a huge role to play for us to really create a sustainable ecosystem which is going to last for next 25 to 50 years as far as energy is concerned. Thank you for your views, and with this I would request Mr. N. Venu, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Hitachi, to kindly share his views. Thank you, Venu.
Thank you, Samir. Yeah, thank you, Samir. First of all, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you, CII, for organizing this wonderful session, and especially skilling, which is extremely, extremely important, and less talked about it. And I would say that we are also not doing enough compared to the other topics so far. Energy transition, when you're talking about, because this is an energy conference, it's important that we start from the energy transition. There are a lot of topics comes, there is no transition without transmission, it's true. And there are also supply chain bottlenecks, there are financing issues, etc. So those things are absolutely a lot of focus, which is the right way so. But skilling is also extremely, extremely important. The whole energy transition is so much of, challenges. I've been saying this consistently. The challenge of the energy transition is so huge, it's bigger than one individual, one organization. If I say so, it's bigger than one nation as a whole. What we need is to working together, collaborating, co-creating, bringing the technology at a scale and speed, and also ensuring that our workforce are upskilled and cross-skilled to ensure this transition is meaningful and also the transition is, democratic. So that's extremely, extremely important in that. So if I take 2 data points, the Niti Aayog has projected that by 2030, there will be a job creation in the energy sectors to the extent of 1 million new jobs being created. So as all know that the renewable energy will create more number of jobs compared to the fossil fuels in that. So there is also another report, IEA, the International Energy Agency, and they're talking about globally by 2030, 14 million jobs will be created with this energy transition. But the next point is extremely important. The 6 million of existing workforce globally will become irrelevant if they don't upskill themselves. So upskilling on the existing things is a paramount importance for all of us, not only the government and also the private sector, the academia. Everyone has to come together to upskill it. The why we need to upskill, it's a very, very simple thing. The energy transition, every element going into the energy transition, a lot of semiconductors are there, and a lot of automation is going into that. And with the AI coming in, with a lot of, predictive maintenance, predictive analysis, and also, a lot of foresights coming in, that needs a different set of, skills. Even people use it. India as a whole, generally, we are a technology absorption country, right? We are less producing the technology, but now things are changing. Innovation is being, a lot of things have been added about it in that. So if I come back to my comment, I think it's not possible to do in a similar way what we have been doing it. We need to have a different mindset shift. So how do we do that, My colleague has talked about, vocational training. As you know, Hitachi Energy, we are part of ABB. We also, started this Swiss vocational mindset. What is required for that? You train the workforce. Okay, you start training the workforce, and then again doing the cross training and upselling in that. similar to upselling, cross-trainings in that. So this vocational training is extremely important, unlike the conventional way of doing it. Now you get the degree, and then afterwards your career progression will take you there. But here, you need to do a different set of trainings, and in Hitachi Energy, for example, we call as a lifelong training. Okay, we have a mandatory training for all employees, right from the top to the bottom. Everyone has to go through, minimum 20 hours in a year to learn something new, different from what they have been doing in their job. So this needs to be done, in a very, scalable manner across the things. If I give you a second comment, and then I hand over to you, Samir. When NIT Warangal 3 years back, when they came back with a proposal of starting an MTech course in the smart electric grid, so we taken that idea and we have engaged in that, and we are sponsoring that particular program and also designing the curriculum which is required for the industry as a whole. And since then, a lot of our experts go and teach them. We created the, new smart grid laboratory in NIT Warangal. And today, those students passing out of the curriculum are available for in the industry for industrial use in that. So this needs to be multi-level. It should happen and should be scalable in that. It's a very important topic. It's extremely important, but we need to scale up all these initiatives in that. CII kind of forums can really add lot of value in this, Tamir. Thank you.
Thank you, Venu. I think the common point which came up both from Rodney and Venu is on the scale part of it. So that's evident that how important it is to the industry. I think what you said is correct. Skilling is extremely important, keeping in mind energy transition. And the good part today, ever since morning, every state session, country session has been talking about skilling. This is one big change, at least I see, which was not the case in the past. I think all stakeholders are beginning to realize the importance of skilling now. And yes, another important point that you brought up is the changing technologies, be it elements of AI or automation, etc. So upskilling or reskilling will be equally relevant. So thank you, Venu, for bringing this up. With this, I'll turn to the third panelist, Mr. Nirav Nanavati, Chief Executive Officer, Blue Pine Energy, to share his experience and talk about this topic, please.
Thank you, Samir. I know it's been a long day for everyone in the audience. We're the last panel standing before you and dinner, so I'll try to keep my comments brief and light. Let me start with an anecdote. I was having a difficult... So, by the way, we build plants, we own plants, and we operate plants. We are in 10 states. And we do everything from land acquisition to construction to supply chain management, procurement, commissioning, and operation. So I was having a difficult discussion with one of our contractors at one of our sites. And my 14-year-old daughter was doing a renewable energy project in school. And she overheard this discussion and she came to me and said, why can't you make it easier? Why can't you use technology to build plants? So I told her, so I said, what kind of technology? So she said, what about ChatGPT or Perplexity? So I said, well, I actively tried to dissuade anybody from doing that because me and my entire team and many others in the industry will be out of a job. So she laughed. But really, I mean, we are in the midst of two transitions, not just the energy transition, there's an information transition happening as well as we speak. And that's happening very rapidly, faster than we can see, faster than we can feel, and faster than we can imagine. But unfortunately, it hasn't percolated down to the levels that we need to percolate it to. That will still take some time. What I mean to say is that today, we still need boots on the ground, hands in the trenches to build power plants, to build, commission, own and operate them. And unfortunately, no AI tool is ready yet to do that. So the skilling problem that we have today in the midst of this massive transition that we're in is gargantuan. We're talking about 500 gigawatts by 2030. I think that phrase has been repeated millions of times. But what does it take to get there? It takes a lot of people who know how to do the basics of power plant design, engineering, and construction. And that means everything from systems design to how the civil structures are put in the ground to how the panels are mounted, how the wind turbines are erected, how much strength of the foundation there needs to be. And there are all these very technical topics, and our colleges today are unfortunately not geared and not adapted for imparting that kind of education that can go from the college straight into industry. And so what has worked, and there are a couple of things that need to happen in terms of solutions, and obviously I think it has been said by many people that industry and government need to work together. Absolutely, yes. The curriculums at some of the education institutions, either the engineering colleges or the ITIs or the polytechnics, they need to be revamped so that industry gets future-ready graduates coming in who can hit the ground running, and there's a massive gap there. Any skilling that happens has to have three components. It has to be inclusive, it has to bridge the gaps of knowledge, and it has to be scalable. And what has worked for us, I can share some experiences, is that what we have done, because we are operating 37 plants in 10 states, what we've done is put skill development centers ourselves on the ground in the villages where we construct our plants and operate them. So we run the people from the villages, we train young graduates with a 6-month program on basics of, what, if we start with what does a solar panel look like? What does a wind turbine look like? What is electricity? Starting from the very basics and then gradually evolving into how does it all come together? How does it work? How will it work? How will it operate? What is safe construction? What is unsafe construction? So very, very grassroots stuff, but very practical stuff. And that has worked very well. We put by now 1,000 people through this program, 49% of them women. So that's inclusive, that's diversity as well. And there's an 80% employment rate for people coming out of these programs that get employed by either us or they find jobs in this industry that is accelerating at such a rapid pace. So that's the other thing. What it also gives us is a license to operate, which is also very required when you do business in these countries. But what we are now trying to do to take this up a notch is to partner with like-minded IPPs and the National Skill Development Council to kind of bring this on a national platform so that this program can be taken to the grassroots in many different states, at many different villages, at many different installation sites. And the reason we need to do this is very clear. The complexity of the systems we operate is not getting any simpler. Yes, earlier, 10 years ago or 5 years ago even, there was only solar. Then there came hybrid. Now there's RTC. What does that all mean? That means that solar, wind, battery storage, all three sources of energy at a single location, co-located, have to come together, and people have to be skilled enough to make them in one single location and operate them, which means that making sure that the right amount of one source is being generated the right amount of time, when the load demands, being able to switch between different sources of energy. So all the integration that needs to happen amongst these different sources of energy is getting increasingly complex, which is why it's so important to skill up, not just at the grassroots, but all the way at the very top edge of that curve, where we are now talking about forecasting and scheduling energy at a very micro level. So what happens, for example, when you've given a schedule of how much power you're going to generate from your power station, but suddenly a cloud comes along and your power drops suddenly, and what that means is that there is an imbalance in the system. So there's a lot of technical programming, technical data collection, data aggregation, data science that goes into then determining how do you change the schedule, how do you minimize the imbalances, how do you ensure that the frequency and the voltage of the grid remain in sync so that the grid is operating sustainably and in a stable manner. So there's a lot of different things that have to come together. It all starts at the grassroots though, where you're putting the shovel on the ground and then you take it up from there.
Yeah, thank you, Nirav. First of all, sharing your experiences, practical experiences, what you have done at various sites. I think it's quite commendable to make it inclusive, and the percentages what you're talking about is actually significant. Good way to, I think, look at it. I think what's going to be equally important, what the anecdote, what you shared, how can we really use technology to skill, upskill and reskill? I think that's one of the takeaways we can have from what you shared. And while, yes, AI tools may not be perfect, but I think possibilities in future are going to be endless. So that's going to have a role to play in our lives, in our businesses, in our every aspect of what we are doing. So I think that's something we need to keep, sharpening, working on. And finally, I think you spoke about the skilling centers also. How to, important point is going to be how we all come together, the industry comes together along with government, get into right discussions so that we can scale, perfect the model and scale the model, because it's not going to limit here. Today you are talking about hybrid, solar, batteries, wind, tomorrow it's going to be nuclear. Technologies are going to keep evolving. So that's something it has to be work in progress. It cannot be, or it should not be, having reached one destination and stopping there. So, but yes, great work being done. Congrats on that, and thank you for sharing your views. With this, I will move to next speaker, Dr. Muhammad Rihan, Director General, National Institute of Solar Energy. May we listen to your experiences, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Samir Gupta, for setting out the context very well, and I appreciate the initiative of CII or organizing this important discussion, and all the panelists have brought out very important points in this. So I'll build up on your last point. So you see in last 3-4 years, the manufacturing sector in solar energy, whether it is module manufacturing or cell manufacturing, has come up on a big scale. But we are getting this feedback from the industry that they are not getting trained people who can work on the manufacturing lines. So what we did, we have developed a course with the involvement of industry. We visited, we met the major manufacturers. Then based on their feedback, we have devised this course. And the first batch is recently, tomorrow it will be inaugurated. So what I am trying to say is, this is an initiative from our side. But what we are expecting is then the industry to work with us and scale it up, because one institute cannot satisfy the requirement, the number of people required. So this is in line with what we have been discussing. Second point is, somehow many times when we talk about skills, it is usually in case of solar, it is restricted to the lower level, that we talk about installers and maintaining, those who are maintaining the system. These are important, there is no doubt about it. But I think we need to move upward also, because the large integration of solar energy at the scale which it is happening, it is completely changing the way we have studied or taught or understood the power grid. It is no more the radial distribution system which electrical engineers used to study, or in fact many are still studying, but on the ground it has completely changed. So we have to review and reset our engineering education also in the light of the 3 Ds which we call decarbonization, decentralization and digitalization. And I usually quote this by a former president of IEEE Power and Energy Society, that in terms of electricity, everything is changing. The way we make it, the way we move it, and the way we use it. But the problem is everything is changing at the same time. So the change which is happening on the ground is very radical, somehow not reflected in the education system or curriculum. So that has to be addressed, and this requirement of industry academia interaction or collaboration can never be questioned. This is required in any case, whether there is green energy transition or not. But in case of energy transition, this requirement is much more important. Only difference which I have is you can never have completely ready people, just because it is very difficult to cater to the whole industry. But the trainees or the students should at least be aware of the broad things, what is happening, where it is going, what are the major challenges, what are the major technologies involved. So that requires review of our engineering education also. In this light, our institute have experimented something. We have started 2 MTech programs with 2 different universities. The idea is one semester they are completing in their university, one semester they are completing in National Institute of Solar Energy, where they are exposed to more practical aspects of the field as well as the policies and where the nation is headed to, what are the national requirements and policies. And we have seen good result out of that. So we are sort of suggesting and promoting that model to other universities and other organizations also. One more thing which I would like to highlight, that this gender balance or rather imbalance in energy sector which was there in the conventional system, I am very happy to see that this transition is actually addressing that gap. There are many reasons behind that, but good thing is net effect is it is being to a large extent we are sort of course correcting in that also. So these are some of the points which I wanted to make.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. I think that's very, very clear that industry needs to participate and it cannot be just government's responsibility. I think that's getting clearer by the day to every single industry as well. Yeah, please.
I missed that. So the installers and maintenance persons, I feel the sort of ITI networks we have, we need to use that. Only thing is if we can include these concepts in the ITI training already being conducted, so that will address because we need to have scale up also. The number required is very huge. That cannot be addressed by some isolated institute. So I feel ITIs can be reoriented in terms of these ITIs training in the area of solar energy or hydrogen or battery storage and all. Thank you.
No, that's again a fair comment. Rate of change definitely in this sector is unprecedented, no second thought about it. And I think the need of collaboration between industry, government and academia is the most being felt today. I think that's something we need to, as a body or collectively need to work on. Thank you once again. And with this, talking of course, you spoke about gender imbalance. We have finally Dr. Sangeeta Kusture here. She is scientist from Ministry of Renewable Energy, and we would request for her views, please.
Thank you, Taji, and thank you so much for the opportunity. And this is very important subject. Most of the things already talked about. This scaling is definitely important. Scaling is definitely important, and scaling also. Specifically in the renewable energy, where now MNRE has been pushing this as a nodal ministry, and solar being the forefront. We need different set of skills. Nice DG has already mentioned that we have various programs in this currently under the HRD, Human Resource Development, like Surya Mitra, Vayu Mitra, Varun Mitra, Jala Urja Mitra. And also for the this recently PM Surya Ghar, where the solar rooftop installation, there also multiple skilling programs are done, and we have good amount of training. People have been trained, and also the interesting is job opportunity. More than 50% have been absorbed. So that is the important thing. And hydrogen, somebody talked. Hydrogen also, the skilling program has been launched recently by ministry. Said, because there we need to upgrade. Upskilling is very important, as you said, as per the industry needs. So I would request industry also need to come forward and give their suggestion where are the gaps, what kind of skill sets are required. MNRE is in process of consultation with various associations, industry organizations of various sectors, and we have got good feedback. And we have technical arms like NICE for 3 institutes, NICE, NIVE for wind energy, NIVE for bioenergy, and IIT Roorkee. this for hydro and the technologies. They are already working on this. Plus industry association, we are working towards that. We also need to get women, specifically women engagement is very important. So that workforce, if we bring in, so that would add definitely to the manufacturing as well as different skills get. But we need to consider what are their challenges, because they can't move. So if locally those job opportunities are given, then definitely women will come there for the training. And some kind of different facilities required, so that can be provided. So those things, we are working with Ministry of Skill Development definitely, and those points we would definitely cover under the, we are working for the roadmap for next 5 years, strategy and schemes. So whatever I would request CII, if you could provide recommendations coming from various industries, and what is currently, we have estimated numbers as almost 37 lakhs, that is the requirement in various sector. So if you could do that from various industries, what are the skill set requirement, which industries are actively engaged. We can also do optimized training programs for various industries, that also can be possible if industry would like to participate, both in terms of investment, their technical knowledge as well as financial. So government and private sector both can work together, join hands for scaling of skilling and in RE. Thank you. With this, I would stop.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta Kasture. Scaling is a very good caption you have given. You are right, there are various programs of the government and we keep reading about it. I think the key is going to be, since you are working on a 5-year roadmap at CII, we will also work very closely with you. I think important is going to be uniformity in the curriculum, what industry actually needs, keeping the changing technologies, including stuff like hydrogen in mind, and also a common approach of government and industry towards uniformity. So I think if these few things we work together, a lot can be achieved in this area of skilling is what I think. Of course, goes without saying that inclusivity is going to be again a focus on behalf of industry. Everybody sitting here, I can very confidently say that each and every industry is talking about inclusivity, and that's being looked upon as a very serious measure of success. So no reason why we won't be focusing either as industry or as CII. Yes, with this, she was the last panelist. We can have some questions and answers. If there are any questions from the audience, happy to take those questions. You can please raise your hand. We can circulate the mic. Yeah.
One point I would like to make, besides these skilling programs, even RE in higher education, those also currently we have various fellowships and those things. Again, training, employment or internship. So if industry can come forward, again that would give a boost. So we currently running the program, we can scale those programs also, definitely.
Fair enough. I did see one hand there.
Yeah, what are the hurdles in implementing a PPP public-private partnerships, and are there any existing frameworks that you could elaborate here?
So I have a view, but if anybody wants to answer. So I think it's fundamentally, if you ask me, there is lack of trust, and we need to build that trust between both government and industry. For that to really come up the way we want it to be. And I think time is now coming, listening to the various interactions since morning, even otherwise, that, that's getting in. So to my view, we will see that happening over next few years or whatever. Happy to, of course.
Yeah, just to add to Samir on this, I think it's also, legacy way of how, our institutions have come up. Government, private sector. So it's a perception that, private sector always, here to make profits, whereas the public sector is job creation. And I think that has been, if you take our 50, 75 years legacy in that. But now, as Samir rightly said, it's absolutely changing. The innovation can only happen, we have seen in many parts of the world, innovation can only happen if 3 pillars, the government, the public sector, private sector, and the academia come together. The government, private sector and academia come together and create the ecosystem which is more sustainable And that's how things will change. And the skilling is also exactly into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question from the audience? I don't see any hands per se. We are pretty well on time. I think with this we can close the session, and thank you all the panelists. Thank you all the participants for patiently listening to us at this hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the panelists, and as we close the session, requesting all the panelists to please step forward for a group photograph. So very important session insights shared in this session by our distinguished panelists, speakers. Need to be future ready, having future ready workforce, especially in this changing era where we have moving into different fuel types and then advancements in technology which we are seeing. Mr. Mohammad Rihan spoke about the curriculum which has been set by the Institute of Solar Energy. Dr. Sangeeta Kasture shared with us the various, again, skilling and upskilling programs of the government of India by the ministry, by MNRE, and then each one of them speaking to us on how to bridge this industry-academia gap. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the day of our discussions and deliberations. Tomorrow morning we are going to be starting at 9:30. 7 o'clock we are going to be opening for dinner. So we have almost half an hour for networking, and also for the poll. I mentioned to you about the poll which you need to take. For that, just scan the QR code on the panel outside. As you move outside on the panel, there is a QR code. Scan that QR code and be a part of that poll. So looking forward to all of you having joining us tomorrow also. 9:30 we start with the next set of discussions and deliberations. And enjoy your dinner as we open it by 7 o'clock. Thank you.